yet. Thank you.
Please continue, Mr. Overstreet.
Would you want me to start at the beginning?
Sorry, I have Mr. Madison. I have Madison, Holliday, Cash. I think that's the last one I have that I marked down.
Okay. Our fourth witness would be Juan. Our fifth witness is Everett Phillips, Steve Blankenship, Brian West, Jason Steagall, Jacob Crocker, and Alex Vaughn.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Overstreet. And for the Attorney General's office?
Yes, hello, this is Mike West, and John Horn is here as well. We will have Steve Barron available to testify at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you. And for Kentucky Industrial Utility customers?
Good morning, Your Honor. On behalf of KIUC, Jody Kyler-Cohn and Mike Kurtz, the law firm of Bain, Kurtz & Lowry, 36 East 7th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45202. And we're sharing Mr. Barron with the AG.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cohen. For Walmart?
Good morning, Your Honor. Carrie Grunman with the law firm of Spillman, Thomas & Battle, appearing on behalf of Walmart. I was previously admitted in this docket pro hoc vice, but am now pleased to represent that I am a fully licensed member of the Kentucky Bar, and so I'm appearing today solely on behalf of Walmart without co-counsel.
Well, welcome to the Kentucky Bar, Ms. Grunman.
Be here.
And for the Kentucky Solar Industries Association?
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chairman. Randy Strobo and David Spinard on behalf of Kentucky Solar Industries Association, Inc., Strobo Barkley, 239 South 5th Street, Suite 917, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202. Our witnesses are Richard J. McCann and Benjamin D. Inskeep.
Thank you, Mr. Spinard. For the Mountain Association, Kentuckians for the Commonwealth and Kentucky Solar Energy Society, collectively joint interveners.
Good morning, Vice Chairman. Tom Fitzgerald, Kentucky Resources Council, Box 1070, Frankfort, Kentucky, 40602, representing the joint interveners. We will have two witnesses, Joshua Bills and Carl Arabigo, and if there's any other questions, please let me know, but those are our two witnesses.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. For the Sierra Club?
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chairman. Good morning, everybody. Matthew Miller on behalf of Sierra Club. I'm admitted pro hoc vice. My address is 2528 California Street, Denver, Colorado, 80205. Also with me in the meeting is Joe Childers and Baxter, LLC, 201 West Short Street, Suite 300, Lexington, Kentucky, 40507. And Sierra Club does not have any witnesses. Thank you.
And for SWVA Kentucky LLC?
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Michael Fry, the law firm of Jenkins Fenster Maker PLLC, P.O. Box 2688, Huntington, West Virginia, 25726. And we will not have any witnesses today, Your Honor.
Okay. And for commission staff?
Good morning, Vice Chairman. Nancy Vinsel and Tina Frederick on behalf of the commission.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Vinsel. And I've been advised, Mr. Overstreet, that public notice has been given and filed in the record. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. We filed a motion for deviation last week that was granted in connection with the Leslie County Herald. And Mr. West confirmed this morning that the Leslie County Herald published the notice on Thursday, April 1st. So all notices have been published.
Okay. And my understanding is with that, with the order on that motion for deviation, that there are no outstanding motions. Is that also your understanding?
That's also my understanding, Your Honor, and I'd also note that we have all of our witnesses available for cross-examination, including those that filed data request responses. But to the extent that staff, the commission, and the parties have no questions for any particular witness, would inquire whether they could be released.
Okay, and we will get to that, if you don't mind, Mr. Overstreet, maybe we can get to that at the first break.
Surely.
Okay. If everybody can bear with us for about an hour, that would be great. I also believe that I think we have one conflict tomorrow with Mr. Robigo. Has the company identified any conflicts of witnesses over the next 2 days?
Your Honor, Mr. Hall, when we filed our notice, our witness list, we noted that Mr. Holliday, who is the second witness to testify, had a pre-existing a medical appointment between 1:30 and 3:30 today. I would hope we could get to him before then, but if such a conflict were to arise, we will make him available at the convenience of the commission, the staff, and the parties.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Overstreet. Ms. Vinsel?
I understand that Commissioner Matthews is unable to hear the audio.
Okay. Commissioner Matthews, can you hear us? Okay. So we're going to take about a 5-minute break to get Commissioner Matthews' audio issue alleviated. And as soon as we come back from that 5-minute break at 9:40, we will take public comments at that time. We have a line of, I think, maybe 5 or 6 individuals that would like to make public comments on ahead of today's hearing. And then we will continue from there with the presentation of evidence, Mr. Overstreet. So we'll take a
Thank you.
5-minute recess. Commissioner Matthews, can you hear us?
Yes, you
Okay.
hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Good.
So we are back on the record in case number 2020-174. We'll take time now to take public comments. We have a phone line that we've taken names down for, and I will call individuals' names to provide their public comment. We're going to limit each individual public comment to 5 minutes. I would just ask that if I've not called your name, that you continue to please leave your phone on mute so that we can adequately hear the individual speaking and so that it can be clearly in the record. The first name that we were provided or that we have is a Mr. Jack Morris. Mr. Morris, are you on the line?
I'm here.
Okay, hold on one second. Let us turn the volume up a bit. Okay, please go ahead, Mr. Morris.
Jack Morris, 827 White Oak Road, Stamping Grounds, Kentucky, 40379. What else do you need?
I think that's it.
Okay. I'm a KU net metering customer and have been one since 2015. I know I'm grandfathered into my current one-to-one credit and offer these comments anyway. Regardless of counting definitions chosen, all costs are paid immediately. I came to this realization when thinking about hidden costs, such as air and water pollution, cancer, etc. You have the opportunity to let Kentucky lead by acknowledging this fact. There may be plenty of cover provided by accounting standards and COS studies, but nature will not be denied, and the public will pay the costs. Public service is in the name of this commission. Please make sure it shows it. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Morris.
Thank you.
The second individual we have that signed up is Catherine Clement. Are you there, Ms. Clement?
I'm here. Do you hear me?
We can. Please state your name and address, and then please provide your comment.
My name is Kathy Clement. I live at 212 Preston Avenue in Lexington, Kentucky. My husband and I are also net metered KU customers, and I'm speaking today because I care that my fellow Kentuckians have what I have, which is energy security, which is important for someone like me on a fixed income, and an affordable way to address concerns about climate change. I ask the Commission today to fully consider the benefits of rooftop solar in making their decision about possible revisions to net metering. Given the tiny number of rooftop solar owners in the state and the especially small number in Kentucky Power's territory, and the fact that the state already has a 1% cap on net metered solar, I'm very concerned about Kentucky Power's motives in drastically reducing the credit for energy fed to the grid by solar customers. I fear that Kentucky Power is trying to use rates as a tool to remove competition for their own energy generation and to end the local rooftop solar industry. I ask that the Commission be wary of this and to give full weight to the range of benefits of rooftop solar that have been identified in numerous net metering and value of solar studies conducted across the country. The Commission has the important role of protecting the public interest and standing in for market forces that are absent with monopoly utilities. It is clearly in the public interest to have as much clean energy as possible. Just looking at healthcare costs due to fossil fuel pollution, we know that a substantial burden is placed on the public. And moving on to other costs of climate change, the public burden increases further. Polling evidence shows that Kentuckians, like other Americans, are concerned about climate change and fossil fuel pollution and support clean energy policies. I hope the PSC will protect the public's ability to choose affordable clean energy and energy security. To do this, the PSC should consider a full and fair valuation of rooftop solar. I hope the utilities avoid abusing their monopoly power and rather find ways to adapt to the realities of their business environment, which is a large percentage of customers struggling to pay their bills, severe costs of fossil fuel pollution and climate change, and customers who want equitable access to clean energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker that we have down is Carmel Bowman. Ms. Bowman, are you on the line?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. If you'll please state your name and address, and then please provide your comment.
Okay. Good morning, all. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Carmel Bowman. I live at 1743 Murray's Run Road, Murrays Run Road in Bardstown, Kentucky, 40004. I'm a mom. I'm just a mom. I'm a good mom. And I have intelligent, well-brought-up children. We recycled, we composted, paid attention to the thermostat, doors left open. We conserved energy and water, and my children know why we do it. They have long known the connection between the light that was left on, using up electricity produced by coal, which contributes to the acid rain, which kills the trees in Appalachia. They know that. I've preached it often. I have good kids, and now they're around 30-ish or so. And they are afraid. They are afraid of the future of our planet, of the world that we are creating now that their children will have to adapt to if they have any children. But I've done my job. I've raised responsible, considerate, intelligent, and unfortunately scared children. When my mom died, she left me some money. And I knew what I wanted to do with it. I wanted solar panels and an old used electric vehicle to reduce the air pollution. My husband said no, and then did some research and said yes. So we did that. And later, we even hosted a local solar tour. Over 100 people came. The interest is there. The technology is there. It's affordable if you're aware and is dedicated enough to figure it out and live within your plan. But it's not normal. And I have a nice chat about climate change whenever someone asks. I'm just amazed at how many people here in coal country are interested in solar energy. You see, we see what's at stake, and we know that something must be done about fossil fuels. And yes, we're worried about our neighbors on so many levels, so we do what we can do. We're middle-class people worried about our lives and our futures and the future of our children's children, and we do what we can do. So what I'm asking you to do is to do what you can do to encourage solar power, large and small. We're going to need it all. And even if everyone who is interested put panels on their roofs, it's still not going to be enough. Or is it going to cut into your business? I've heard it even helps to share the electricity from our panels to the grid during peak hours. But we are not part of the problem. Heck, we're promoting electric vehicles. That's good for your business. But again, that's your to figure out a way to supply the electricity needed to keep people employed, to be smart, to work with the situation in our community, and to think of the people, not just the profits. It probably takes less than 2 seconds to think of an example where profits and uncooperative efforts resulted in disaster. Are we all thinking about the Texas travesty? So again, I'm asking you, please do not set rates and fees that discourage rooftop solar. It's not a loss for you. It's a gain. It's pointing us in the right direction, everyone using affordable and safe electricity generated from renewable sources. Because the technology is there. The technicians are finally here. The installers are growing in number. More jobs, more affordable. We are all going to have to work together. So get going. Build those big solar farms and help us do what we can do in our small way. I know that the electricity business is worried about the survival of your business and your profits. My children are worried about survival.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Our next speaker that we have signed up is Shelby Linton Ketty.
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning.
So yeah, I am.
Good morning.
Shelby Linton Ketty. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Please go ahead.
Madison Electric. My address is 701 Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20004-2696. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to provide brief comments. My name is Shelby Linton-Ketty, and I am Senior Director, State Energy Policy at the Edison Electric Institute. We represent all investor-owned electric companies in the nation, and our members are committed to getting the energy we provide as clean as we can, as fast as we can, but in a safe, reliable, and affordable manner. The intent of original net metering policy was to incentivize early adopters, not create huge subsidies from one group of customers to another. As demonstrated in this proceeding, without change, the economics of full retail net metering pays customer generators 3 times the market value for excess energy. Senate Bill 100 was enacted in March 2019 and provided a roadmap for the Commission to set a new rate to address this inequity. Now that the cost of solar systems has come down significantly, there is no longer a need for these distorted subsidies. We applaud Kentucky for making legislative changes and giving the Public Service Commission the responsibility to reform net metering pricing while providing continued regulatory certainty for the marketplace. Kentucky is not alone in making these reforms. There's now a clear recognition of the need to protect non-generating customers from this policy and find a path that works for all customers, those who want solar and those who don't, as well as utilities, by allowing the recovery of all costs necessary to serve customer generators. Kentucky is one of more than 12 states that are either in the process of transitioning away from retail net metering or have already adopted alternative compensation mechanisms for customer-owned distributed generation. In this proceeding, various interveners have suggested that any new tariff would undermine the distributed solar market in Kentucky and diminish customers' options for generating their own power. There's no hard evidence that supports any of these claims. Rather, by addressing the inequities created by retail net metering now, Senate Bill 100 provides a roadmap for reform rather than continuing to force non-generating customers to pick up the cost. There are a number of ways to transition from retail net metering, and we're seeing them implemented across the country. Compensating customers for a lower avoided cost, not at a retail rate, would immediately reduce the subsidy paid by other non-net metering customers, while also compensating customer generators for the value they provide to the system. The gross impact of this cost shift made would be small initially due to low penetration rates, but it's true and it's real, especially for customers that are low income or income challenged due to the ongoing pandemic. Solar power is and remains an important part of our energy future, and the electric grid is the essential infrastructure that helps deliver solar energy to customers. It's important that policymakers and regulators, including the Kentucky PSC, consider approaches that best recover costs and eliminate subsidies when looking to reform outdated net metering policies in order to ensure and bring a sustainable future for solar that benefits all of Kentucky's electricity customers. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have a Virginia Maher.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Please state your name, address, and then please provide your public comment.
I cannot understand what you're saying after name and address.
And then please provide your public comment.
I'm sorry, this speaker is not very good. The time?
Please, after, Ms. Maher, this is Nancy Vinsel. After your name and address, please provide your public comment.
Okay, my public comment. Okay, I am Virginia Maher. My last name is spelled M-E-A-G-H-E-R. I live in Jackson and Breathitt County. My mailing address is 1902 Patton Avenue, P-A-T-T-O-N, Jackson, Kentucky, 41339. My husband and I, Chet Steagall, and I got panels roof about 4 years ago. GeoStellar was our provider and contractor. They took care of everything. They went to great work, to a great extent, to project to us what the cost would be and how soon it would pay itself off. The cost to us was going to be $17,000 Luckily, with the federal tax credit and a small credit for paying up front, it went down to under $12,000. However, seller projected that we would pay off, that we would recover the $11,000 within 13 years of the installation. The panels are supposed to last for 25 to 30 years. So it would pay for itself before the panels wore out, as projected. Without that guarantee that they would have paid themselves off in 13 years, I'm not sure we would have made that huge investment. And as far as the low-income customers that the previous speaker talked about, what about the fact that I had to pay $17,000 up front? And that does help our company, Kentucky Power. It helps, like they said, not only at peak time, but every time. We're providing approximately 1/3 of our electricity per year through our solar installations. That was a huge investment for us, and without those guarantees, I don't know if we would have done it. I think maybe driving people further to installing the solar panels and getting batteries so they're totally off your grid and won't be able to cooperate with you or help you in any way. It will certainly increase the survival possibility in the case of disaster. So I don't know if you want to be driving people away from the grid. I feel really good that the excess electricity that we provide, which amazingly, even in the wintertime, there are some minutes when we are providing more, generating more electricity than we're using. And it goes to our neighbors, and we feel good about that we are being good neighbors and helping our neighborhood to make sure that everybody has the electricity flow that we have all become dependent on. I don't know, may I ask how many of the members of the panel actually have solar panels on their roof or in their yard?
Ms. Maher, this is a public comment session that it's not an interactive session necessarily. We allow it as another form of public input in addition to written comments. So it is not a back and forth between the commissioners and the public.
All right, I understand. My senator, Brandon, told me, I don't know, a year ago when I was a volunteer lobbyist for solar panels, he told me that every member of the Public Service Commission actually has solar panels, so they understand. I just wondered if that was true or if it's still true, because I know there's some turnover. Comparing the solar installations to coal is ridiculous because we, as solar panel owners, provide electricity that is ready-made, ready for use by the electric company. It slides right onto the wires that they already have into and out of our house. With coal, the electric company purchases the coal and then sends it to a coal-burning plant for the process to turn it into electricity. Obviously, that is a very, very expensive process. So we should be entitled to net metering as we've been getting, and I think we are grandfathered in, thank goodness. But we are retail providers, and we deserve to get reimbursed on a retail rate, not just the wholesale rate. Let me see if there were, just in case you're not very familiar with solar, I'm sure you have a lot of information, but just as one household, our average bill has gone down from $150 a month to about $100 a month. So that means a lot to us, and we're happy that we made that investment. That's as many panels on our roof as can be provided that would pay themselves off. The other ones, part of our roof would face northeast, and we told the provider, GeoStellar, that we were not going to buy those because they don't produce enough electricity to pay for themselves over 15 years. So that again was very, very important to us. And also, you have to realize that until the Public Service Commission and our legislature, our General Assembly, makes it absolutely clear how much the homeowner is going to be reimbursed for their little solar installation, they can't even start projecting how long it will take to pay them off. So I urge you to come to a decision, a fair decision, which would be reimburse us on a retail rate very soon and make it solid. There was a law that said it couldn't be changed until 1% net metering was in effect until I think 1% of all the Kentucky households had it. Well, guess what? The law was changed before we even came close to 1%. That was unfair. That should not have been done. They should have left that alone until the 1% amount or whatever the percent was met. Let me think. I believe we need to be moving towards a goal of leaving all fossil fuels in the ground. That is the safe way to protect our air and our water and our earth. I strongly believe that we need to work to that goal, and solar panels is one way. I have heard that in eastern Kentucky, where I live, wind energy will not work. There is not enough wind here. So as far as clean energy, solar is our go-to, and we need that to be increased. In fact, as much as I'm against tax credits in general, in Kentucky we have way too many of them. We need the revenue. I think they should reinstate a tax credit for people's investment in solar power and wind power and other clean energy. There's no maintenance required on our part by our solar cells. They're so easy. If it snows, they are covered up. It melts very quickly up there on the roof. They're just so easy. And with our, in case any of you don't have it in your home, with our computer reading of our solar panels, we can look at any time and see, any time of the day or night, see how much power is being produced by our solar panels, obviously zero at night. But that's comforting. We could see if any one of our panels has broken, it is not working. It's very, very nice to have that information at all times.
Ms. Maher, I think we've exceeded the 5 minutes, but we do appreciate your comments. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for listening. You all have a wonderful day.
Thanks. The next speaker we have signed up to speak is Maggie Hettinger.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Do you mind to please state your name and address for the record, and then please provide your comments up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Maggie Hettinger, Hettinger. I live at 131 East Pioneer Court, Lebanon Junction, Kentucky, 40150. My husband and I live out in the woods. We were amazed that we could actually use solar panels for our house and it would be effective. Our rooftop solar is here for environmental reasons, not for profit. We have put our money where our mouth is because we can. And we believe that a sustainable lifestyle is worth learning how to do and sharing with others. I mean, I think we're doing some groundbreaking work just by trying to live within our limits. And it takes a little effort, and it's worth sharing with people you know and obviously children, grandchildren, relatives. And we also think this should be available to everybody as much as possible. I'm going to ask you to recognize that our rooftop solar is not a burden on the public, but our lifestyle is one more tool in the toolbox for stabilizing the climate. And I also would like for you to realize and take seriously the fact that ignoring the climate in your business calculations makes any argument invalid. Thank you very much. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Hettinger. Is there anyone else on the line that did not sign up ahead of time to provide public comments? Okay, hearing none at this time, we will close the line for public comments. As stated earlier, when we get our technical issue fixed, the hearing will be live streamed over the Public Service Commission's YouTube link. And then after the conclusion of the hearing, even if we don't get that technical issue fixed, the entirety of the proceedings will be uploaded after the fact for review. So thank you very much. So Mr. Overstreet, are you still? All I can see are boxes. There we go.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Thank you. If we could, we'll try to get a couple of witnesses on, if that's okay.
Surely.
Maybe try to take a break at about 10:45 for the morning break. I would ask, as you're introducing your first witness, and I'd ask this of all the attorneys today, and it's even, I think, more important given that for instance, as opposed to last hearing, you all aren't in the same room. If you could just ask the witnesses as part of your introduction of them or your initial direct examination of them, if they could indicate the information that they have in front of them. If they have a copy of their testimony or a copy of all the testimonies and all the data requests, just so that we have that in the record, since we don't have the, it's not much like a hearing room when it's virtual and remote. So if you could just ask that of each, I'd ask all the attorneys if you'd ask that of each witness as you introduce them. So
Certainly.
thank you. So Mr. Overstreet, at this time you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Our first witness is Brett Madison, and Ms. Blend will present him.
Mr. Madison, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay. Please state your name and address for the record.
Brett Madison. Address is 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101.
Thank you. Mr. Overstreet, you may ask.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Madison.
Good morning.
Mr. Madison, by whom are you employed and in what position?
Kentucky Power, and I'm the president and COO.
Thank you. And Mr. Madison, could you please identify for the record any information or documents that you have in front of you today?
The only thing I have in front of me are just some notes that I have taken, some highlighted notes. I did not file any testimony or any discovery in this case.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Madison is available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Blend. The Attorney General. Oh, I'm sorry. You want to go first? Do you want to go last or first? Go ahead.
I was scheduled to go first, but that's fine
No,
if I
no,
go
we'll do it.
last.
Yeah, so, excuse me, we'll let, sorry, the order will go, first, we'll let commission staff conduct cross-examination. My apologies. Ms. Vinsel?
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Madison.
Good morning.
Yeah, I believe it is correct that Kentucky Power has put the TARIFF NMS 1 and 2 into effect as of January 14th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And can you tell me, are there any customers now taking service under TARIFF NMS 2?
None that I'm aware of.
I know that in a data request earlier this year, there were, I believe, a total of 7 applications filed before January 14th and 3 applications filed since January 14th. So let's start with the applications filed before January 14th. Are they still pending?
To my knowledge, they are, but witness Brian West would be the best witness to probably give those details.
Okay, thank you. Kentucky Power experienced significant infrastructure damage during the recent ice and snowstorms. Can you tell me how much Kentucky Power has invested in its distribution system due to the ice and snowstorms over the past few months?
Well, I'm assuming you're talking about the ice storm that we experienced in late February that lasted several days, took us about 4 or 5 days to restore power. Then we had another wave, unfortunately, of ice, and then we had 7 inches of wet snow, and it was extremely devastating, and we are still gathering data on the exact amount of dollars that have been invested to restore all our equipment assets that were in the field. And in both transmission and distribution, the bulk of it in distribution, of course, it's approximately between $70 to $80 million. We just don't have that totally calculated to an exact number, but it will end up being probably the most devastating financial hit we've ever had as far as weather event in Kentucky Power's history.
Mr. Madison, I'm familiar with 2 of the cases Kentucky Power filed asking for approval of a regulatory asset for 2 different tranches of events. Can I ask, the 70 to 80 million, is that only the distribution system, or does that also include additional costs to bring in, say, additional labor to help with the repairs?
It's a holistic cost that would be what we call mutual assistance, where we just simply cannot handle the amount of work to be done. And we're not unlike any other utility within the system of not only AEP, but other utilities that participate in mutual assistance. So we brought in, I think at one time there was approximately 2,100 resources on Kentucky Power property. And that includes not only distribution, but the transmission system, everything that is required to carry electricity for us.
And I appreciate that the figure is a holistic cost. As a post-hearing data request, Commission staff will ask for the distribution costs only. And
sure, we'll be, excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but we'll be glad to get that.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to add that for all of the parties pursuant to commission practice, commission staff will have all post-hearing data requests in written format that will be issued after the conclusion of the hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Vinsel.
Staff has no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Sensel. For the Attorney General's office?
No questions from the Attorney General's office for this witness. Thank you.
Okay, KIUC?
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Grunman?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Spinard?
No questions.
Okay. Sierra Club?
No questions, Your Honor. Thanks very much.
Mr. Fry?
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Blend? Can you redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. So would the staff have a request for Mr. Madison's availability?
I do have a follow-up question to ask.
Please. Would you like to wait until after a specific witness, or?
Yes. Why don't I do that?
Okay.
And I'm trying to think, probably after Mr. West, if we could recall Mr. Madison after Mr. West.
Okay. Is that going to be a problem, Mr. Madison, Ms. Blend?
The only question I have is and I can't remember when Mr. Overstreet read out the order of witnesses. Do we know when Mr. West is scheduled to testify in the order?
Yeah, Mr. West is the 7th of 10. So if I suspect that my estimation, I'll turn to Ms. Vincent, my estimation is that the majority, although there may be a couple, Mr. Cash, maybe Mr. Phillips, there will be a good amount of questions for, but there shouldn't be a ton, I wouldn't think, between Mr. Madison and Mr. West. Is that fair?
That is very fair.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm available today. I'm available tomorrow, but I am not available on the 8th. If I could just request that, Ms. Blend or someone just give me a text message, then I'll make myself available. The only, and I feel very fortunate, my only issue sometimes is, for whatever reason, logging in to GoToMeeting. It took me a bit to get in. So I'll do my best, and hopefully I could be on video as well again.
I think that's fine.
If not, I definitely will be audio.
I think something has gone horribly wrong if we haven't got to Mr. West by Thursday. So I would hope, my goal is to attempt to get through the majority of the company's witnesses today. So if you could then, Mr. Madison, you're allowed to step down, but please stay available.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I just completely forgot.
And then the chairman has no sound.
Oh, okay. So we have two mistakes or two problems. One is I completely skipped the other commissioners to ask if they had questions. And the second is we've been told that Chairman Schmidt currently doesn't have any sound. So Mr. Madison, if you will hold on just 1 minute, we're going to take a 5-minute recess until 10:23, try to get Chairman Schmidt's audio working. And then we'll go to the other commissioners. Mr. Madison.
Sure, I'll stand by.
All right, we'll be in recess.
Sorry, they're
No, I totally get it.
Are we waiting on Anthony to unmute us? Do you unmute us or does Anthony?
I have no control.
Whoop.
They're on the phone.
Let me go check with Anthony.
He's on the phone with them still. I can see the chairman's,
Yeah.
so we'll go off the record for a second. Candace. Thank you.
I'll try to do it that way.
We're back on the record. Just want to check, Chairman Schmidt, can you hear us?
I can.
Perfect. Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions for Mr. Madison?
No, I don't.
Okay. And Commissioner Matthews?
Just one, Mr. Madison, hello.
Hello.
Just wondering if, just trying to get a sense of the magnitude of this. Do you know how many net metering customers you currently have in the Kentucky Power System?
I don't know exactly the number, Commissioner, off the top of my head, but it's around 50 to 100, somewhere in there, just was subject to check. And Brian West will know that number more precise.
Have you discussed in-house that you have any estimate for what the monetary impact on the rest of the customers are from that, from those existing customers with the existing compensation rate?
Yes, ma'am. What we have calculated it to be is about 3 times what we should be paying our current net metering customers, of what we would be paying under the SB 100, the new law that was passed. As you know, January 1st, of 2020, it became effective. So it's approximately 3 times what we would be paying.
Do you know what that is in total?
I do not have those numbers in front of me in total.
Mr. West know that?
I would say Mr. West or Alex Vaughn would know that.
Well, you weren't here when the new law was passed, were you?
Are you talking about in?
20.
Yes, if you're talking about SB 100, I was here.
Okay, and you were active in getting that passed?
I was not personally active in getting that passed, no ma'am.
I was trying to figure out timing. I couldn't remember when Mr. Satterwhite left, and
Matt Satterwhite left at the end of 2018 is when he left.
Okay. Seems longer. I'm sorry. No. Okay, so you were around, you did direct your staff, I guess, on dealing with the bill.
I was aware of it, yes.
Okay, well, that's all I had. I'll follow up with Mr. West on these exact numbers.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so Ms. Blend, if you can keep Mr. Madison available. You don't think you'll ask the question? Okay.
No, Vice Chairman. I won't need to follow up with Mr. Madison.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Madison, you can be excused. I'll just be frank. I think you should still probably be prepared just in case. I know the buck sort of stops with you, so we'd appreciate if you would stay available. But I don't think at this point we expect that staff or the commission will call you back as a witness.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. Ms. Blend, is the next witness yours or Mr. Overstreet's?
Your Honor, the next,
Mr. Overstreet is presenting.
once again, speaking over the top of Ms. Blend, I apologize.
Okay. Mr. Overstreet, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. We call Randy E. Holliday.
Okay, Mr. Holliday, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, please state your name.
Your Honor, I think
Mr.
I
Madison.
apologize. I think Mr. Madison's not muted.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Randy Holliday. Business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio.
Thank you. Mr. Overstreet, you may ask.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Holliday.
Good morning.
Did you file data request responses in this proceeding?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to those responses?
No.
And if I were to ask you those same questions here this morning, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
And could you please identify for the commission, staff, and the parties what materials, if any, you have in front of you here this morning?
I have the responses to the data request associated with net metering in this case. It's available on a computer next to me.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Holliday. Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Holliday is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Overstreet. Ms. Venzel?
Staff has no questions for Mr. Holliday.
Okay. Mr. Horn, Mr. West?
No questions from the AG.
KAUC?
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Grunman?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Fitzgerald? Any questions for Mr.
No
Holliday?
questions for this witness.
Thank you.
Not for this witness, thank you.
Mr. Spinard?
No questions, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Miller?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Fry?
No questions, Your Honor.
Chairman Schmidt?
No questions.
Commissioner Matthews?
No questions.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Holliday. If there's no reason to keep Mr. Holliday, can he be excused?
Yes, he can be excused.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Holliday.
Thank you.
Mr. Overstreet, we've hit 10:37 by my watch. I think it may be a good idea to take it's 10:37. This will be our third break of the day. We're setting records. I think it may be a good idea to take a good 15-minute break. And then when we get back, I think at this rate, we will attempt to identify if staff may not have any questions for a particular witness, and we can ask if any of the other parties do. We can discuss that when we come back from the break. I also anticipate that once we come back from the break at, let's say at 10, let's call it 10:50. Well, let's call it 10:50. That's okay. We come back at 10:50. We will also discuss, probably our next break will be at about 12:30.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And our next witness will be Jason Cash, and Ms. Glass will present him.
Okay, Ms. Glass, thank you very much. All right, we'll be in recess until 10:50 Eastern. Good morning. We are back on the record in case number 2020-174. Before we get started, Ms. Glass, I'd like to do a couple of housekeeping items. First, Ms. Vinsel, do you have a motion you would like to make?
Yes, Vice Chairman, I have a motion. There are 5 exhibit staff plans to introduce into this hearing. These were emailed to all of the parties' counsel last night. I can walk through each one, but I would like to introduce them now
Okay.
by name and number.
Okay. Is there any objection to that, Mr. Overstreet, Ms. Glass?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Vinsel.
What we're calling PSC's Staff Exhibit 1 is a copy of KRS 278-466, subparts 1 through 6 only. PSC Staff Exhibit 2 is the final order in the last interconnection administrative case. It's case number 2008-169, and the order date is January 8th, 2009. PSC Staff Exhibit 3 is Tariff RS-TOD2. That's the tariff for experimental residential service time of day 2. Staff Exhibit 4 and Staff Exhibit 5 are both dissenting statements by FERC Commissioner Mark C. Christie, and both of them were issued on March 18th, 2021.
Okay. And so Ms. Vinsel and staff counsel has introduced these. I know that we've not had an opportunity to, or you've not had an opportunity to lay a foundation yet. And so unless there's an objection, we'll go ahead and take these into account, and then Ms. Vinsel can move for their formal adoption or introduction at the end of the hearing unless somebody objects otherwise. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Vinsel.
Thank you, Vice Chairman.
So
We'll get them. Okay. All right. So we plan to take a break today, as I mentioned earlier, at 12:30 for lunch. And so we'll push through Mr. Overstreet and try to get as many witnesses as we can ahead of them. Talking to counsel, I think it would be best if we go ahead and just try to get as many witnesses done as we can. If no one, including the parties, has questions and the commissioners have questions, then we'll go ahead and dismiss them as we get to those individuals. My hope is that we can go until we need to today to at least get all of Kentucky Power's witnesses in and out. My understanding is that there are only two requests or issues with timing. The first was Mr. Holliday, who's come and gone, I guess. And the second is Mr. Robigo, who I think is unavailable today, as I understand it, from between 2 and 3:30. Before we really get going in earnest, are there any other issues with timing as it relates to witnesses?
Yes, Vice Chairman, I won't speak on behalf of Mr. Fitzgerald, but I need to let you know that tomorrow he has a matter that's going to be heard in state court at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon, and I think Mr. Fitzgerald can speak to the timing.
Thank you, Ms. Vinsel. Yes, Vice Chairman, I have an oral argument on a motion for a stay in a civil action in Clark County tomorrow at 2:30. So depending on where we're going, I'll either have to just drop off for a little bit to take care of that, or if that's an appropriate time for lunch, then that would be serendipitous and wonderful.
Okay. And Mr. Fitzgerald, what time do you think that you need to be unavailable for that?
Just 2:30 to 3.
2:30
to 3.
Okay. All right. And I assume you're not driving to Clark County.
No,
Okay.
no, mercifully not.
All right.
This is, it's all being done by Zoom still. It's a motion for stay pending appeal, so it's been fully briefed, so I'll let the judge know that, I'll be uncharacteristically brief in my arguments before the court.
Okay. All right. Are there any other things, conflicts that we need to know about now? Okay, hearing none, Ms. Glass, you may call Kentucky Power's next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Kentucky Power's next witness is Jason Cash.
Mr. Cash, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Mr. Cash?
I did. My VPN just disconnected there briefly.
It's okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Jason Cash, 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Ms. Glass, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cash, did you file responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
And do you have any corrections or changes to that response?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same question today, would your answer be the same?
Yes.
And if you have any materials or information in front of you, can you please identify that information for the record?
I have an electric version of data request KPSC 9-14.
All right, anything else?
No.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Fensel?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Staff has no questions for Mr. Cash.
The Attorney General's office?
No questions for this witness.
Ms. Cohn?
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Grumman?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
No questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Spinard?
No questions for this witness, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Frey. Mr. Fry, sorry.
No problem. No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Miller?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I went backwards on that one. Chairman Schmidt?
No questions.
And Dr. Matthews?
No questions.
Okay. All right. Ms. Glass, I think unless you have any redirect on the lack of questions, Mr. Cash, I think as long as staff doesn't object, I think you can be excused.
Staff has no objection to excuse you, Mr. Cash.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cash.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Glass, who will be introducing Ms. Yun?
I believe that would be Mr. Overstreet.
Mr. Overstreet, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Kentucky Power calls Juan.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
We can. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Name is Juan. Address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Okay. So I think there was a number missing. 5. Thank you. Mr. Overstreet, you may ask.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning.
Did you file any data request responses in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any changes or corrections to those responses?
No, I don't.
And if you were asked the same questions this morning, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And could you identify, please, for the record, any materials you have in front of you this morning?
I have the same laptop that I used for the data request in front of me. But other than that, no.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vice Chairman, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Overstreet. Ms. Fensel, do you have any questions?
Vice Chairman, staff does not have any questions for Mr. Jun.
Okay. Mr. West?
No questions for this witness.
Ms. Cohn, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Grumman?
No questions, Your Honor.
Who have I been going to? Mr. Fitzgerald?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
And Mr. Spinard?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Miller?
No questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Fry?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Schmidt?
No questions.
Commissioner Matthews?
No question. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fensel, can the witness be excused?
Yes, he can be excused.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Overstreet, your next witness.
Thank you. Kentucky Power now calls Everett G. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips, can you hear us?
Yes.
Great.
Can you hear me?
We can. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Everett Phillips, 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101.
Mr. Overstreet, you may ask.
Thank you. Mr. Phillips, did you file data request responses in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any changes or corrections to those responses?
No, I do not.
And if I were to ask you those same questions here this morning, would your answers be unchanged?
That's correct.
And could you please identify for the record any materials you have in front of you this morning?
Just those same data responses is all I have in front of me.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. The witness is available, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Fensel, do you have any questions for Mr. Phillips?
Yes, we do. Good morning, Mr. Phillips.
Good morning.
In response to one of the data requests, you stated that peak loads vary by circuit and substation. You also said that each circuit and substation transformer has its own unique peak load. Am I correct in understanding that in terms of the distribution system capacity, that Kentucky Power develops a 10-year load forecast for each substation and circuit, based in part on that unique peak load?
That is correct.
Okay.
We look at the loading characteristics of each substation transformer. That is correct.
Well, given that, would you say that, or is it fair to say, that some, if not all, of avoided distribution capacity costs are locationally specific?
Could you clarify the question?
Sure.
Or repeat it? Make sure.
What I'm really wanting to know is, given this unique peak load and the planning that addresses each substation and each circuit, if there were avoided capacity costs, would they be specific to these unique locations to mirror the unique peak load? Let me give you an example. Well, no, let me back up. Let me see if have I clarified it for you?
Well, the avoided cost, we're not, when we're doing load studies, we're not looking at per se the avoided cost. We look at the loading characteristics. So for example, if our 10-year forecast on transformer X, station transformer X, said it's going to reach 100% capacity in year 10, and then after a couple years into that, it now shows that it's going to be 10 more years out, we're able to change our planning criteria. Instead of replacing it on that year 10, it would be now year 12 in this example, going out 2 years. So we're not looking at it from an avoided cost perspective, per se, from an engineering perspective.
Okay. Is there someone that I could ask, or who should I best ask about avoided distribution capacity cost based on those peak loads?
That would either be probably either Witness West or Witness Vaughn.
Thank you. In terms of, there's so many terms to use for rooftop solar, for net metering. I want to make sure I'm using a term that we're all understanding. So I'm just going to talk right now about the eligible customer generators is defined by Kentucky law, net metered customers. Can a net metered customer system avoid distribution system capacity costs? Do you want me to give you some clarification?
Sure.
Okay. Again, this is predicated on the understanding that each substation, each circuit has unique peak load. So the question is really, could an eligible customer generator create benefits at a specific substation that would defer a substation upgrade?
If a customer of significant load or generating capacity were to, then yes, to answer your question, yes, it could benefit the circuit, but at the same time, there are special equipment that would be needed to do that. For example, if we had a circuit that was becoming loaded from a capacity perspective, most likely you would have regulators out on the circuit to attempt to step the voltage up because it's becoming loaded. So we use step voltage regulators. Well, but those are designed for current to flow in one direction. So if all of a sudden you're going to put a generator at the end of the circuit that now current's going to flow in the opposite direction, I've got to replace that regulator because it's got to be a reversing regulator. Mm-hmm. So there are equipment charges that would occur even though you put a generator at the end of a circuit, for example.
Let me go. Let me ask, any equipment required to regulate a voltage change that you just discussed, is that required when the smart inverter is installed?
No, not. That's where we study each one of those mm-hmm. to see what type of load. If we're talking about a single residential a single family dwelling home, that they're just supplying enough solar for their home for the most part, there would probably not be enough current flowing back to the substation at that point. We would not, most likely would not change that out, but we would look at each case independently.
Okay, I'm trying to make sure. Let me go back and ask about peak load on a unique circuit or substation. Could an eligible customer generator reduce the peak load requirements for a unique substation or circuit?
Could they do what?
Could they reduce peak load requirements?
If you had enough single family dwelling customers, you could. One individual would not change the peak loading characteristics. I do not, in my professional opinion.
Okay. In another one of your data requests, You provided some cost estimates associated with the unit cost of different size service lines. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do. Was that Commission Staff Request 10-2?
That's correct.
Okay.
What we're wondering is, do you know approximately how many customers use the 3 type of service lines that you identified in that response?
No, I do not.
Is there anyone who would, or is there any report that could be run to get that information?
We could provide it through our mapping system. It wouldn't be 100% accurate, but we could give you an estimate in a post data request, I think. Subject to check.
Okay.
I think we can do that.
I will ask a post-hearing data request. So it's only through the mapping system that you can identify the particular, to link up the customers to this type of service line?
That's correct. We do not keep track of that in our customer billing information. At least it's not accurate information.
Okay. Is there anyone else who might know if somewhere else within the Kentucky Power System that information is kept? Potentially Mr. West?
Possibly, but I doubt Mr. West would. I don't know if Steagall or Witness Steagall or Crocker would know or not.
Okay. I will issue this as a post-hearing data request. It would just be very helpful for staff to know, to get some information of sufficient reliability.
Okay.
I believe the staff does not have any further questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Vincent. Mr. West, Mr. Horn,
No questions from the Attorney General's office.
Ms. Cohn,
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Grunman.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Fitzgerald.
Yes, Your Honor. Just a couple. Mr. Phillips, Tom Fitzgerald. I'm representing the Joint Intervenors Mountain Association, Kentucky's for the Commonwealth, and the Kentucky Solar Energy Society. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
That's wonderful. Okay. Listen, if I'm inartful or confusing, which are 2 of my ambient states, just let me know and don't try to guess at an answer, okay? I just have a couple of questions. Are you aware of any situation in which the addition of a net metering customer has resulted in the need for Kentucky Power to change out its equipment in that local circuit?
I'm not aware either way. I don't recall. I know we have about, like Witness Madison said, between 50 and 100 customers currently, but I just don't recall whether we've had to change out equipment or not in those cases.
Okay, and have you studied, or to your knowledge, has Kentucky Power studied the impact of adding net metering customers, either positive or negative, on the local circuits under peak and off-peak conditions?
Well, we do an annual review of each circuit.
Okay.
So at that point in time, we would look at the existing load, or if we knew of potential customers that we're looking to, but we don't project out that, what if X number of customers were to add generation on this circuit, what would it do? I don't know that we run it to that detail.
Okay, last couple of questions. To your knowledge, does when I have a net metering customer, residential customer with rooftop solar, and they are, they're drawing energy from the circuit at certain times, they're feeding energy into the circuit at some times. Does that energy flow beyond the local circuit into the substation and into the larger grid?
That's electrons flow through the least resistance So in order for it to flow, but depending on where the customer would have to be located, and now again, I'm thinking of a single family dwelling residential home with solar rooftop, for example. But for one of those customers, that amount of load, it would most likely the electrons would flow within that transformer that's serving them. So if there's two customers off of that, it would help that customer. Again, I haven't personally done that study. To get into technical details, we'd have to have somebody with that has actually looked at that. But generally speaking, with the way electricity flows, I would not imagine it would be able to go back through the substation for a single family. Now, if you had a huge generator or talking about megawatts of generation, that would be something different.
Okay, thank you. And last couple of questions. I promise these will be brief. Are you aware of are you familiar with the current interconnection guidelines that have been established by the Public Service Commission?
I'm aware of them. I have not studied it in depth.
Okay. Do you recall that there is a 15% annual circuit load cap?
I do not. If you could pull it up on the screen or something.
Okay, I wish I could, and I apologize that I don't have it handy. I wasn't expecting to ask any questions, but the questions from commission staff piqued my interest, or maybe off-piqued my interest. So let me just ask it this way. If assumed for the purposes of this question that the interconnection guidelines have a 15% load cap that allows the company to stop further acceptance of net metering customers through their ability to control interconnection agreements, under that assumption, would net metering ever contribute to a change needed at the substation level?
Again, it is based on that 15%. If it was all on one circuit, then I could foresee that would require some changes at the substation, as an example.
You're saying that if the 15%, at the 15% level, you think that there would be changes needed?
It's possible, yes.
Are you aware of any situation where that has actually had to occur in the KPC service territory?
No, I'm not aware of any.
Okay, no further questions. Mr. Phillips, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald, for the promotion. The next question is to Mr. Spinard. Mr. Spinard, do you have any questions for Mr. Phillips?
Yes, we have a question for the witness. Yes, good morning. Did you in your examination by the commission staff, you mentioned step voltage regulators. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
What's the approximate cost or range of costs for a new step voltage regulator?
I don't have that information in front of me, subject to check. Several $1,000s though.
Several $1,000s a piece?
Yes, a piece. Thank you.
That's all the questions we have, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Spinard. Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Your Honor. No questions.
Mr. Fry?
Thank you, Your Honor. No questions for this witness.
Chairman Schmidt?
No questions.
Commissioner Matthews?
Maybe just one. Going back to your answer to the staff's questioning, and it, I guess, maybe confused me if things happen. And I don't have a great joke like Mr. Fitzgerald of on peak, off peak. Apparently I'm just all demand charges, and they're all flat. Tell me about your planning, your distribution system planning that you do regularly, and then what you would do in answering a request for a net metered customer for interconnection.
Well, on an annual basis, we look at our historical loading off each substation transformer and review those as well as review the annual loading characteristics of each distribution circuit. So then we look at those historical data to see if loading is increasing and or decreasing, to maybe if one was nearing 100% capacity of a station transformer in the previous year, but after a year has gone by, we've seen it decrease some, we can then change our 10-year forecast of not needing to replace that transformer till further down the road. We change our projections depending on why the load has dropped off in this example. But if a net metering customer is requesting, just like we currently have, that Witness Madison was mentioning, we have several customers that have shown some interest. We send that to a group to review to see what effects that would have on our system at the time they apply. My understanding what we do for that group. That's a separate group.
And do you, as kind of the distribution system overseer, have input into that group, or is that group separate in another silo?
Well, it's handled out of Columbus, but I have input into that. In other words, my staff works in conjunction with the central group.
And when you look at your 10-year forecast for each transformer, correct?
Station transformer.
Station transformer. And do you at that point look if there are already net metered customers on that station transformer? Does that change your 10-year forecast, or is it totally based on load?
For the most part, I would think it mainly, the main focus is, at the current time, is the load forecast. Of course, in my data response, I provided the planning criteria, and in our planning criteria, we do account for distributed energy storage, distributed generator sources. So we are aware of those and the location of those. So we do take them into account.
Okay. And if there were a single net metered home on that station transformer, that would really be a decrease in load, and that would probably be about all you would see, correct?
If there was a single home, single family solar customer, that would not change the loading characteristics of that single circuit much at all. No different if we added one single family dwelling home on there with no solar, it doesn't change the loading characteristics much of a circuit either. So either way,
And I would think that it would be on a case-by-case basis as to whether it would be 4 homes, 5 homes, 10 homes on a circuit that would then make a difference.
That's correct. And we also, we still have to design our circuits and our equipment for peak loading. The peak loading is going to occur when that single home generator is offline. And when the customer needs its full loading capacity served from the utility, we still have to provide that service. We're required to provide that service. So our equipment still has to be maintained at full capacity for what that home requires, whatever that is.
And your peaks hit when? Typically?
Of course, that varies. Are you asking for time of day or time of year?
Both.
Well, typically, each one would be different, of course, but typically time of day, roughly around, 5 to 7 p.m. type of thing when families come home. In post-COVID situation, it's a little different right now, I think, because more families are at home, or has been. But some circuits, some substations and circuits are winter peaking for us from a seasonal perspective, and some are summer peaking. As Kentucky Power for a whole, if you look holistically for us, we are a winter peaking utility.
Mr. Vice Chairman, I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Everett, or Mr. Phillips.
You're welcome.
I've got a couple of questions, Mr. Phillips. If you're looking at a circuit and you've estimated that, I think earlier you just used an example that in a number of years, maybe 10, I think is what you threw out, but in a number of years that circuit will exceed that transformer will exceed its rating, right? That's what you were discussing earlier, correct?
That's correct.
What are the company's options if let's say in a couple of years you perceive that the loading on that transformer will exceed its rating?
In urban settings, we can, one of the options that's in our planning criteria is we will try to transfer a load off of that transformer onto another one. In the more rural areas, we have to look towards either building another substation, taking off some load, and or changing out the transformer to a larger size.
Okay. Why is attempting to reduce load not an option?
Well, I mean, it would be an option, but it's not an option for looking at it from a distribution engineering perspective, because my team has to be able to provide service to those customers in peak conditions. And so you would have to assume that we have to have enough load capacity that if all customers are wanting service at the same time, I have to be able to provide those customers that service at any given time and at a moment's notice.
I appreciate that, but you're just looking at building the system bigger to accommodate additional peaks, or that's what all of your answers there would be, either transferring the load, building another station, or replacing the transformer. Why isn't attempting to reduce those peaks an option?
Well, we have encouraged customers to conserve energy, insulate their homes, do different things like that. Yes, all that comes into play as well. Yes.
Right, but those are all general things, right? Those are all to reduce overall usage or system capacity. I'm asking specific to substation, substation, distribution feeders, individual circuits. Are you aware of the company ever taking steps to attempt to reduce individual peaks or individual loads instead of rebuilding the system bigger?
So, how would we reduce load other than asking a customer to reduce load? We transfer load around, we take load off and put it on another source so that you're no longer overloading that source.
Right, but we're here to talk about the tariffs that specifically deal with customer generators, right? And I guess my question would be that wouldn't those individuals with the ability to produce electricity, or produce electricity even in excess of their own demand, wouldn't that be a resource for doing something like reducing individual loads on particular feeders or circuits?
Yes, it would. However, we still would have to provide, we still have to have the capacity to provide service to all those customers that may have a generator in case their generator is not working for whatever reason, being like we experienced during the month of February. We didn't see the sunshine for 3 weeks. So would solar still work then? Would any of those still work? We'd had to have the capacity to still provide all those customers the service they want and deserve. We still have to have that full capacity.
Okay, but I guess my point is, if you're not looking at ways to reduce peak or capacity, then you're just always assuming that you'll have to build back bigger, right?
I'm always planning for what the peak demand will be so that I can provide the most safe, reliable service to our customers.
You're always planning for what you all perceive to be the peak, right? What you plan for the peak to be. Is that fair?
Well, the peak is based on historical numbers, and then we project for the next year and 10 years what that projection is based on historical numbers.
Right.
If we've been seeing a decrease for the past 10 years, we're not projecting that we're going to now start seeing an increase for the next 10 years. But if we've been seeing a slight increase of 0.1%, for example, on an annual basis, then that's what we're projecting for the next 10 years.
Okay, so let's take a step back. So your all's projections are calculated how? Just a extrapolation of the past year or past couple of years' growth?
Yes, we look at 3 to 5 years historical data and project that, and then project that out, what has been transpiring on an individual circuit or the substation serving that circuit.
Okay. And as a general matter, in the aggregate, are Kentucky Power's energy demands increasing or decreasing?
On an aggregate, they're decreasing. We do have some individual places where we're seeing load growth. For example, City of Ashland, City of Pikeville, we're seeing some load growth in those areas.
And I guess the question that going back, when you're perceiving there to be growth, right, and you're worried that in 3 to 5 or 10 years that the growth on a circuit will cause you to have to make some additional investment to meet that peak demand. Do you have time then to work specific to that area to reduce peak or demand so that an additional investment is not necessary?
We have time. That's why we forecast out and look before it reaches that, before you've exceeded the capacity of the equipment. So yes, we would have the opportunity to explore all options.
All right, and so when you all are doing this and you all have identified what you believe to be, let's just say a circuit at risk of needing to be increased, right? That you all are assuming that based on historical growth in 5 to 7 years, a transformer is going to have to be taken out and replaced with a larger transformer, right? Assume that hypothetical. If the cause of that is the anticipated growth, let's call it 1% a year, right? Who do you convey that information to? Who do you convey that information to?
That's conveyed to our planning organization, both for distribution and transmission. That's as well as the Kentucky Power team.
Okay, so whose job is it, in your understanding, to look at options other than transferring load, building another station, and replacing the transformer?
That's our planning group within Kentucky Power and AEP.
Yeah, I know. We'd be here. The number of questions I tend to ask, we'd be here forever if I got to ask questions of the entire planning group. I guess what I'm asking you, of the folks that we may have here today, who is the person that you convey the information to that ultimately makes the decision as to whether or not to attempt to reduce through some program, or some additional options, the loading requirements on the line, or at least dull the growth, right? Versus one of the three options of transfer load, build another station, or replace the transformer.
Well, the person that I would relay that information to is Witness West.
Okay. And then it's up to Witness West then to tell you to put in a new transformer, or hold on, I have another plan. We'll see if we can dull the growth on that to keep us from having to replace the transformer. Is that fair?
It's up to Witness West to tell me whether or not funds are available to do what I've requested. Yes.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. A second ago, and I just want to make sure that we're clear because I've never had an engineering class in my life. You said something about electrons flowing in the path of least resistance. Would you agree that as a general matter, electrons flow in all available directions or all available paths?
Correct, but they will flow into least resistance.
Thank you.
Resistance will, that's part of the calculation is the size of the resistor.
So, do you have available your response to Commission staff's request 9-7, in which you and Mr. West and Mr. Vaughn are all respondents?
Yes, I have it in front of me.
All right, and are you responsible for the response to B?
Yes.
Okay, so the response I have in front of me, and tell me if it's not accurate, the version you have there, but the response I have to B says that currently the distribution system planning process includes at least an annual review of loading on every distribution feeder. So reiterating that I don't know much about engineering, can you walk me down from a substation to what I assume is more granular, a distribution feeder? Can you talk to me about the difference of those two?
A station transformer typically serves, at least the larger transformers will serve 2 or more distribution circuits. So you have a distribution breaker then that feeds, let's say it goes out north and south. Once it leaves the substation, one circuit will feed north and then the other circuit will feed south out of the station, as an example. and to go feed residential as well as commercial customers.
So does it go in least granular to most granular, a station, a circuit, and then individual feeders?
No, a circuit and individual feeder is the same term.
Same term, okay. But there will be likely more than one circuit off of an individual transformer at a station, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and in terms of distribution voltages, do you all have a singular distribution voltage or multiple distribution voltages?
We have two primary voltages, 12 kV and 34.5 kV distribution.
Okay. And when you say that the distribution system planning process includes at least an annual review of loading on every distribution feeder, my first question is, do you only look, when you say loading on every distribution feeder, do you only look at peak loading?
I wouldn't say only peak. But we look at the typical loading as well.
So that was what I was wanting to ask about, because if you only look at the peak, you could be missing a bigger story, right? That if, let's say that 11 months out of the year, the average and the peak are pretty similar, right? And then you just have a month out of the year in which every year demand is higher than usual, right? That's your peak for that distribution feeder. Would you all look at attempting to address what is causing that singular peak?
Yes, we would, and we would take steps to mitigate that best we could. You know, maybe it's one phase that's causing some issues. We could attempt to move some customers from one phase to another to balance the load and do different things that may help the situation some.
All right, and so do you all look at ordinary versus peak loads on every distribution feeder every year?
Yes.
Okay. And what activities have you all taken to, you know, if there's a significant deviation between ordinary loads and peak loads, what actions that you may remember have you all taken to reduce those peak loads?
For the most part, we just look at trying to balance the loads up, transfer them to another circuit or substation, and or build a tie line so that you then can transfer the load off to another one, so you don't have to replace the transformer or the circuit breaker.
Commissioner Matthews asked you earlier about the avoided cost possibly of not having to upgrade a portion of the system, right? Change a transformer, whatever it may be. Were you assuming in that answer that there is no time in which an individual or a small number of residential net metering customers, that their introduction into the system could avoid the need to do a load transfer?
I can't say that we've looked at it as a complete. I know we were. There's been a few studies done. I think it was, if memory serves me, it was looking at doing some distributed generation in a community in Whitesburg or somewhere type of thing. But until you have that in place or have someone willing to do that, that's hard to make plans for, because we don't know who, what, when, and if. You know, we don't know anything. So all we can do is go by the customers that have shown an interest in it, and like Witness Madison said, we have about 10 currently that have shown interest, and so that's it.
So let me ask this. So the company, you're aware generally of DSM and energy efficiency, right?
Correct.
And the idea being that if you can make investments into the system to reduce, energy reduce energy either in ordinary times or at peak times, then you can save the entire system and other customers money, right?
Right.
But that's on a total system basis. In your position, has Kentucky Power ever taken actions to look at those individual investments that customers can make, or that the company can make to reduce peak loads on individual circuits or on individual stations, that again will save the overall system money?
We have looked at it where the customers have shown interest. We have studied those situations, yes.
Okay. Can you give me an example?
From just the 50 plus customers that currently have net metering, as well as the 10, roughly 10 that are have shown interest in it. We've looked at those. From a system approach, we are looking at the possibility of and have requested to install a large battery so that we can avoid cost of upgrading a transmission line. And so that's one thing we're doing on a system approach and using battery storage to accomplish that.
So let me ask this. Do you believe that individual or a number of individual customers can reduce their load by installing behind the meter generation that could defer or avoid certain distribution upgrades, including transferring load?
I believe on a short-term basis, individual customers could generate enough that we could defer. You could not avoid it. Ultimately, the customers do not have, or rather, unless the customer is willing to go without service when their generator is not working, I cannot defer or avoid the cost, in other words, because I still have to have capacity to serve every one of those customers, whether it's 1 or 1,000 on that circuit. I still have to have capacity for that circuit to serve them any given time, 24/7, 365, at a moment's notice within a cycle, or else they will be without power. And we're obligated to serve every customer.
I appreciate that.
I have to have that available capacity to serve them.
And my question to that would be, have you or if anybody you know of in the distribution planning group there at Kentucky Power studied whether or not customer generators or certain types of energy efficiency can have a lasting effect so that it does more than defer and actually completely avoids necessary or what otherwise would be necessary distribution upgrades? Have you all studied the ability of those distributed generators or energy efficiency investments to more than defer, but actually avoid those investments?
I'm not aware of any generator that can run 24/7, 365, never have to go down for maintenance. I'm not aware of any of those. And I'm not aware of any customers that's not willing to go without power while their system is down and still be connected to our grid.
Yeah, and I appreciate that answer, Mr. Phillips, but that's not necessarily an answer to the question I asked. I asked, have you looked at whether individually or in the aggregate, any of these customers are able to actually durably reduce demands on individual distribution system feeders, circuits, stations?
I'm not aware personally, but
Okay.
I'll answer that.
And I appreciate, that's why I specifically am asking about durable reductions. I appreciate your concern about, the 365, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 perspective. As a general matter, we talked about the growth in the system on aggregate. As a general matter, is it 50-50, 70-30, the breakdown of those circuits that have growth versus those that don't have growth in the Kentucky power system?
I'm not sure.
Well, let me ask it this way: would you say that the growth is specific to certain areas in your experience?
Yes, I could say that. Like I stated before, we've seen some load growth in the city of Pikeville area and of course the city of Ashland.
Okay. And do you all look at those circuits that let me ask it this way. So when you have the ability to do these load transfers, right, or to switch to different stations, when you are looking to do that, especially in areas where you may have, previously a larger load on a distribution circuit, that load's no longer there, and things have gotten old. When you all look at taking it, do you all look at taking a step back when maybe a station needs to be replaced or it's at the end of its life, as to whether or not to transfer the remaining load to a different circuit and retire that station? Do you all look at that kind of thing?
Yes, we do, and we have done.
I'm just curious. Can you walk me through, sort of from a planning perspective, how you look at that individual? We'll call it the end of life of that station, right? How you look at that and identify that as an issue, and then taking a step back and looking at solutions. Is that something that's done within your area, or is that something done across multiple disciplines and multiple groups?
Well, ultimately, it's done across multiple disciplines, both distribution and transmission. Excuse me. Because depending on if it's the substation equipment itself that is obsolete and has extended its useful life, for example, of course they're involved because they're looking for ways. We're also involved from a distribution planning perspective. Is there another substation that we could build a distribution line to take the load off of that, at least one of the circuits out of that transformer or station that's that we're needing to retire? So we use both transmission and distribution planning to review our options in that example, or that type of example.
Yeah, and the last question I had, Mr. Phillips, I promise. Does your group suggest a solution to folks like Mr. West, or does your group suggest the available options?
For the most part, my group provides the best option available to Mr. West and to Mr. Madison.
Okay. And just to follow up to that, if somebody was going to provide, if there were going to be alternative options provided, would that necessarily come from your group, or is there a different group that would convey those to Mr. West or Mr. Madison?
It would all go through me. There would be other groups before it got to that would reach out to the planning groups, both distribution and transmission, and we would then it would all come into one group, into the planning, and then we would provide the option and list what other alternatives we had in that option.
And just so I'm clear, so if somebody was going to suggest attempting to reduce peaks or ordinary loads on that, that would still come through you as the option conveyed to Mr. West or Mr. Madison?
That's correct.
Okay. And in your experience, has anybody proposed that before?
Not on an aggregate level, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Phillips. I believe, is it Mr. Overstreet?
Yes, Your Honor. Let me get my camera on.
Take your time.
But, Mr. Phillips, good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Matthews was asking you a series of questions about Kentucky Power's peak times, if you will. And I believe she asked you both seasonally and time of day. And with respect to seasonally, you indicated that the system as a whole peaks during the winter. Is my memory correct?
That's correct. That's what it stated.
But I'm not sure you responded to the second part of her question, which was what time of day during the winter the system experiences its peak load.
Subject to check. My recollection is I don't have any information in front of me, but it was around 5 to 7 p.m. type of time frame when traditionally when families come back home from school, work, is what I'd stated. And that's my recollection, subject to check.
Well, what about when families get up and get ready to go to school and to work in the morning? Is that also a peak time?
It is a peak time, yes. My memory seems that the higher peak occurred in the evenings, but yes, that's a peak in the mornings and in the evenings as well.
Okay, just want to make sure you answered her question. And then my next question relates to the notion of distributed generation being used to reduce peak loading on your distribution system. And you discussed that both with Dr. Matthews and with the Vice Chairman. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Would I be correct in my understanding that for distributed generation to assist Kentucky Power to reduce a peak load on a circuit or on a substation transformer, that distributed generation would need to be available at the time of that peak loading?
That is correct.
Okay. And just for purposes of getting some notion of scale, could you tell us what the capacity of a typical distribution station transformer or circuit breaker might be?
A station transformer, the loading capacity of a typical station transformer is 20 megawatts.
Okay. And
20 MVA transformer.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. And would it be the same for a circuit breaker at that substation?
No, a circuit breaker is more like 8 to 10 megawatts type of loading.
Okay, and then that's the capacity side of the equation. What about the load side of the equation? What's the typical peak load for a residence without distributed generation, at say 7 a.m. on a winter morning? Do you have any notion?
That's around, I don't know, let's say, subject to check, I'm drawing a blank at the moment, but like 10 kW or so.
10 kW?
Yeah, maybe more than that. I guess maybe 100 kW may be a peak load.
Okay.
10 kW could be heating strips in the morning if it's a cold morning on it. So about 100 kW, something like that.
Okay. And how many 100 kWs are there in a megawatt? Can you help me with my math?
1,000.
So, and then you multiply that times, let's say, the 8 megawatt capacity, I think you indicated for a circuit breaker, that would be
You'd need
8,000 residences?
Yeah,
Okay.
something like that.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Ms. Vinsel, do you have any additional questions?
Yes, Vice Chairman, I do have a few additional questions. Mr. Phillips, you mentioned that in one of the data responses you had filed Kentucky Power's distribution system planning guidelines. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that document is titled AEP Distribution Planning Guidelines, but this is what Kentucky Power implements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm going to ask Mr. Leach and Mr. Rippey if they will use screen share to display. It is Kentucky Power's response to the Commission staff's 8th data request. Item 14, Attachment 1. And if you go to page, it's labeled as page 35 of 40. Thank you, that's it exactly. And this is, would you agree with me, Mr. Phillips? This is a page from the Kentucky Power AEP Distribution Planning Guidelines, correct?
That's correct.
All right, can I have you read out loud the third paragraph, starting with the first sentence and then continuing only through the end of the underlined sentences?
Okay. Standalone generation solutions can be used in load reduction schemes or for outing areas during outage isolation events. It is important for the planner to consider the impact of existing generation when producing load forecasts. The planner should also consider DG as an alternative solution to mitigate projected overloads on the distribution system to defer more expensive capacity improvement projects.
And can I also have you read in the second paragraph above it, the last sentence that begins renewable energy resources? It's the second line from the bottom on the second paragraph.
Where it starts wind and solar?
Yes, you go ahead. Go ahead. You can go ahead and read that one. Yes. Read the last two sentences in paragraph 2, please.
Paragraph 2. It starts with solar arrays.
Why don't I read it? I'll just cut to the chase here. I didn't mean to make you put on your reading glasses. Wind and again, this is from the distribution planning guidelines. Wind and solar power are classified as renewable energy resources and are intermittent in nature, which is consistent with what you said. The next sentence says renewable energy resources can be coupled with storage technologies. Here they give an example of community energy storage, batteries, to improve availability during critical loading periods. So given that this is part of the planning guidelines, is it still your contention that Kentucky Power does not consider distributed energy resources in load reduction?
we consider them. We've not had much experience with them yet because we've had single family dwellings that is not much load on the scheme of a circuit serving several thousand customers.
And I understand I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay, go ahead.
A single-family dwelling, they can have battery storage, can they not?
Yes, they can, my understanding, yes.
Okay. Let me ask a question, and I was planning to ask this to Mr. West, but I would like to get your take on this now, too, since we're talking about batteries. One of the issues that has been raised in this proceeding is for legacy customers, those net metering customers who had systems that were in place prior to the effective date of TARIFF NMS 2. And the question is battery storage. Can these legacy customers install battery storage? And does Kentucky Power consider that an expansion of the net metering system so that the customers lose their legacy status? Did you follow that?
I didn't follow it well enough to answer it, I don't think.
Okay, let me cut it down. Do net metered customers who install battery storage lose their legacy status because of the installation of battery storage?
Witness West would have to answer that question.
Okay. Speaking in general about net metering, talked about different costs. I want to set aside rate design in my questions to you, and I think you probably understand that. Straightforward, what are the infrastructure costs attributed to net metered customer? Would you agree with me there's a meter?
Yes, there's a meter.
And there is billing services to keep track of any import and export of generation, correct?
Correct.
Are there any other and you mentioned, let me back up, you mentioned the fact of a stepped up voltage regulator, but that you've not experienced in your career at Kentucky Power that one was needed. Is that correct?
That's correct at the present time, but if you had a community, for example, that wanted to go together and have distributed generation in total for all the residents in there, you could experience a negative flow or reverse flow, and that the current then would be flowing in a different direction at certain times of the day or week or month or year. And you'd have to have equipment that could accommodate that.
And to the best of your knowledge, is that likely in the foreseeable future, likely to occur?
I can't answer that.
Are you aware of any applications from communities?
No, I'm not aware of any application.
Okay.
At the present time.
Okay. And you may or may not know the answer to this, but going back to the cost for net metered customers, the meter cost where we talked about the bidirectional meters, that cost is covered by Kentucky Power pursuant to statute. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Witness Blankenship could answer that better, but that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rippey and Mr. Leach, you can stop the screen share. My apologies for not mentioning that. Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry.
I wanted to point out one thing, though, to what I was referring to, which was the last sentence of that third paragraph. It should be noted that unless a DG installation has been thoroughly analyzed and designed for islanding capability, the installation would not be allowed to be used in islanding mode beyond the point of common coupling, so that we still have to have that, we still have to design our system to feed the capacity of that customer. And so that is our challenge in design planning, is that while yes, we can take a distributed generation into account to defer load or defer capacity improvements, ultimately I still have to, from a design criteria planning perspective, I still have to plan for when that generator is not available, and I have then the system, the utility system rather, has to then provide power to what that generator would otherwise do. So that's the dilemma the utility is always in when it's planning, at least up to this point with the small net metering accounts that we have. That's been the challenge to this point.
Staff has nothing further at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Bensel. I'm trying to look for here, Mr. West, Mr. Horn. Any additional questions for Mr. Phillips?
No, we have no additional questions.
Ms. Cohn?
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Grundman?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
Yes, sir. Mr. Vice Chairman, excuse me, I just demoted you again. I do have several questions. Mr. Phillips, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. What I'd like to do is follow up on questions that were asked to you by Vice Chairman and by Commissioner Matthews. Did I understand your testimony to be that adding distributed generation to the system has the effect of decreasing the load?
In a temporary basis, a distributed generation would decrease the load. However, the system has to have the ability to serve that full load when the generator is not available.
That's exactly what I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about. You mentioned several times that you have to provide service at peak levels for the customer, even though there's a distributed generation system installed and operating at that residence. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's how we have designed up to this point, yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the terms backup power service and supplementary power service?
I'm familiar with it, yes.
Okay. Are you saying that your net metering tariff 2 is trying to set rates that to include backup power and supplementary power needs?
My understanding is I am, as the utility, required to serve every customer that is connected to the utility grid at the capacity that they want, and that we know that they're willing. So if a residential home is connected to the grid at a 200 amp service, then my planning criteria is I need to be able to serve that customer for 200 amps, up to 200 amps.
Okay, let me ask it a different way. Are you saying that the company assumes that all distributed generation must have 100% backup in terms of system capacity?
Well, I'm assuming that every customer that wants to be, that's connected to the grid, that I have to provide service to that grid, yeah, to that customer.
Okay, and are you saying that all of that distributed generation has to have 100% backup with the system capacity?
That's been my thought process, yes.
Okay, and do you know how that assumption factors into the net metering 2 rate design?
You need
Your
to
Honor,
speak.
excuse me, Mr. Phillips. Your Honor, Mr. Phillips is not a rate design witness, and I think we're getting far astray from his data request responses or his testimony in this proceeding.
But with all due respect, we are precisely where his testimony has been. He's suggesting that 100% backup needs to be provided for distributed generation customers. I'm simply asking if he knows whether that assumption is factored into the rate design. And this is, I did not open the door to this. This is something that has been testified to 3 or 4 times by Mr. Phillips, that they have to back up 100% of the distributed generation demand. And I'm simply pursuing that.
Respectfully, Mr. Vice Chairman, to my friend, Mr. Fitzgerald, Mr. Phillips has never testified to rate design. He is not the rate design witness. If Mr. Fitzgerald would like to address rate design, then Mr. Vaughn will be available.
I appreciate the objection, Mr. Overstreet. Whether Mr. Phillips either knows or he doesn't know whether his perspective or his input on that specific issue was included in the tariff, and I think it's fine if he answers that question. But I agree that's not the basis of his testimony is the tariff. So I'll allow that specific question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. That's as far as I'm going on that with that. If you could just answer if he knows whether that assumption is baked into the rate design for net metering.
You would have to ask witness Vaughn.
Okay.
I was not a part of that.
Okay, that's fair. Are you familiar with the rules of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission concerning backup power?
In very general terms, yes, but I'm not that abreast of the FERC for backup.
Okay. Let me just, actually have a couple of questions left. You testified regarding the need, getting back to the question, the need for having the system capacity to meet 100% of the need, irrespective of the existence of distributed generation. Have you heard of the concept of capacity factor?
I've heard of it, yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that capacity factor is how many hours a generating unit is operating at its rated capacity over the course of a year?
You'd have to speak to witness Vaughn or maybe.
Okay. I'll defer those questions then to witness Vaughn. Let me ask you just a last couple of questions following up on the redirect by your attorney. If I understood your testimony, was it that distributed generation has no capacity value unless it is available exactly during the single hour of the system's peak load?
Well, it would be, well, the system meaning the circuit in the case on the distribution circuit, you would have to assume that it's available, but you would also at the same time have to assume it's not available during the peak. So you'd run the study both ways, whether what you would need, what you could defer, and then you have to do risk factor and all that and determine whether how your plans are made based off of both scenarios.
Sorry, hold on just a second, please. Sorry about that. My co-counsel had a vigorous objection there. I apologize. Never take a beagle as your co-counsel is the advice there. So let me, and this is probably just my ineptitude in understanding this, but are you saying that, well, let me ask first, was this studied both ways? You said it needs to be studied both ways, that distributed generation would and would not be available?
Going forward, yes, that's how you would look at as more distributed generation becomes available and has an impact, a potential impact on the system. You would look at it from a both scenarios. Again, I feel obligated to provide a level of service to our customers that the electricity is available when they want it, and to their full capacity that our system will allow. And so I have to. So we can look at distributed generation as deferring, but again, it's deferring it for a while because at least what we've seen in the past. Now going forward, with all this new technology of distributed generation and all that going forward, but all of our studies are based on historical loading conditions.
Okay, does distributed generation, to your knowledge, have capacity value?
What do you mean by I'm not sure I understand what you mean by capacity.
Okay, when we were talking earlier, I thought I heard you suggest that there's no capacity value to distributed generation, or no capacity factor unless there's 100% coincidence between the peak use and the availability of the resource.
I don't know in those terms. And when I'm speaking of a single family dwelling, because the customer, to me, as far as I know, a customer has not agreed to go without power if it's during a peak condition and their generator is not working. They want to connect to the grid, and so our planning group plans for that customer to be connected to the grid during peak conditions, irregardless if they have a generator or not.
Okay, thank you. Last couple of questions. In your conversation with your attorney, I must have misunderstood. Do you know what the rating is for a typical residential transformer?
Most transformers that we use today, we install 25 kVA transformers.
Okay, so then the 100 kilowatt was not accurate. That was 20, right?
Yeah, that may be. That may be. I got my numbers in my head here. Yeah.
Okay.
That may be.
Okay. All right. No other questions. Mr. Vice Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Phillips, thank you as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Spadar, do you have any questions?
No questions, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, Mr. Childers?
No questions, Vice Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Fry?
No questions, Your Honor.
Chairman Schmidt, any questions?
No question.
Commissioner Matthews?
Yes. I meant to ask you this earlier, and I apologize for making you go back for round two. If a net metered customer has solar and a battery, would you plan any differently for that customer than you would one without a battery?
I'd have to check with our planning group to be sure about that answer. I'm not sure. I don't recall. I'd have to check with my planning group.
Do you understand where my thought process is there?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And it may depend on, and again, I'm just thinking out loud, if, it depends on how long the battery, was willing to store, that type of thing. If it's a 2-hour battery, or if it's a 24-hour battery, or, a 72-hour battery, able to store enough electricity for the customer to use without connecting to the grid. I'm sure all that would probably come into play for the planning group.
And then when commission staff is asking questions about infrastructure costs, and we got to the question of step up voltage regulators, and you had a conversation with Ms. Vinsel about large generators, and you talked about a city, you talked about a community. That really wouldn't be net metering, would it?
No, it would not. No, it would not.
I thought I had realized what changed in SB 100, but I started to doubt myself.
You're correct.
Okay, and then I have another question, just one or two. I know you had a pretty rough February, to say the least. And I had asked Mr. Madison earlier about how much had been replaced, how many, or someone had asked Mr. Madison how many poles had been replaced, how many transformers had been replaced, how many substations had been replaced. And I'm talking just on the distribution grid. Do you have a ballpark figure, or is that something you'll just have to do your debriefs on as you start to look backwards?
We don't have the cost broken out yet. We can get that.
I'm actually talking about the number of.
Well, the number of poles was 759, and subject to check, but I believe that was all distribution poles. I don't think that included transmission poles. It may have, but I don't think so. There weren't as many transmission poles. It was primarily distribution poles. So around 759. And I think that's in the letter that in our written report we sent back.
Yeah, and if nothing else, I have plenty of reading material and a short memory. So you have to humor me. How many transformers on the distribution side?
I can get I've got the letter here in my file if you want me to pull it out. It has that data.
Well, let me just ask you this, and I can, as you know, I can go find the letter myself. When you replace transformers, substations, so forth, are you replacing exactly the same capacity that is out, or are you went all new with the 20 kVA? Or?
Well, for me to clarify, when we say transformers during the storm, we're talking about pole-mounted transformers going to a single resident or a small, not a station transformer. We did not need station transformers during the storm.
Okay.
Pole-mounted transformer that serve residential. We had 412 of those damaged. And transformers, distribution pole-mounted transformers, 25 kVA or 50 kVA type transformers, small, not a 20 MVA station transformer.
And you said you had no, I lost you there for a second. You had no transmission or no system substations that were out?
We did not lose any we did not have any station transformers fail. There were some out of service because the transmission feeding those station transformers were out of service. But we didn't lose any station transformers to failure.
And on the poles, and more specifically the pole mounted transformers, were those replaced at the same size that you took out, that you didn't take out, but the storms took out?
Yes, they are, for the most part, they were replaced like kind. For example, we used to purchase 10 kVA transformers. We no longer purchase those. So if a 10 kVA fell, we would install a 15. And if we ran out of 25s and all we had was 50s, we'd put a 50 up. But we never put a transformer up that is smaller. Well, I won't say never. We might do something temporary, but we would go back and change it out to like kind. But our practice is to replace the same size or larger. That's our practice.
Okay, I think those were all of my questions. Thank you, Mr. Phillips, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, for humoring me.
Thank you. Can I ask if the document that was asked to be brought up a minute ago by Ms. Vinsel can be put back on the screen, shared again? I think it was the distribution planning manual.
Yes, Mr. Leach and Mr. Rippey, there you go.
There we are. So, Mr. Phillips, I just want to ask you a question about one of the things you said. You were discussing that final line of paragraph 3 about islanding. Islanding, would you agree, is when that load is serving itself and is not necessarily connected to the rest of the distribution system?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And that's other than the reference in this document to that line and the discussion about it, that's not what we've been discussing today, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So I just want to ask, going back to what I was discussing earlier about the information that you convey to Mr. West and Mr. Madison from your group to them about alternatives and options and solutions to distribution needs, particularly with loading requirements. Whose job is it at Kentucky Power to abide by that second underlined sentence that says the planners should also consider DG as an alternative solution to mitigate projected overloads on the distribution system to defer more expensive capacity improvement projects?
But that would be our planning group, our distribution planning group.
Okay. And so are you aware of any instances in which you've seen written down on paper a planner considering DG as an alternative solution to mitigate projected overloads on the distribution system to defer more expensive capacity improvement projects?
I don't know because I would have to go back to the planning group to see. I've not asked the planning group that specific question.
Okay, you've not asked the planning group specific question. Would you be the one asking the questions?
Ultimately, yes, but also our the manager that oversees the planning group would be asking those questions as well.
Okay, so why would this document say that the planner should also consider DG as an alternative solution?
Well, I'm sure they do when one is presented to the group. I mean, if they're talking about that particular circuit or system, if a known DG is on that circuit, they would consider that in the planning criteria.
Okay, but I guess why would this manual say that they should consider DG as an alternative solution?
because our planning criteria, that's what we do need to take that into consideration going forward.
Okay, so a couple questions. Are you aware, and I think maybe you answered this, but I just want to make sure because you were talking about you'd have to look. Are you aware of an instance in which you've seen somebody at Kentucky Power, a planner at Kentucky Power, explicitly consider DG as an alternative solution? Whether it was the chosen option or not, have you seen anybody consider it as an alternative solution?
I'm not aware of where we have a location of a distributed generator. So I'm not aware of that they've looked at that. Not saying they haven't, I'm just not aware of it.
Okay, and would you agree that this doesn't even seem to necessarily discuss DG as being customer owned? This is just distribution generation in general, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And would you agree that the second underlined sentence would seem to indicate that the purpose of considering these alternative options is to save money?
Yes, our planning design is to try to plan at the least cost that provides safe, reliable service.
And would you agree that the second sentence indicates that the way to save money, the possible way to save money is by deferring additional or more expensive investments or avoiding those investments?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. If as a post-hearing discovery request, commission staff was to ask about the difference in distribution transformers and substation transformers, the cost between the different sizes that Kentucky Power actively purchases or keeps in their possession for replacement. Would you all be able to do that? Like I know you don't use. You just said you don't use. I think you said 10 kV distribution transformers anymore. You use 15 kV. Is that right?
15 kVA, that's correct.
kVA, sorry, I always forget the
amp.
So if you used 10 and 15, would you all be able to provide us the cost of the 10 versus the cost of the 15? Like what the cost difference is between the upgrade of those two, had you actually still used 10 kVA?
It might be easier, and we'll check, but it might be easier if we use 15 versus 25.
That's what that's what I just want to ask, whatever it is that you all actually use, right? So if you had a 15 and you were afraid of an overload on the 15, whatever that next size up that you would replace it with, what the cost difference of those are. Would you all be able to provide that?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and could you all break that out between the actual cost for the facility and then the capitalized cost for the removal and installation of the difference?
Subject check, yes, I think so.
Okay, and then the same thing on the substation transformers. I think earlier you said approximately a 20 megawatt transformer. Is that a 20 MVA transformer effectively?
That's correct.
Look at me, I'm getting my engineering right today. So the 20 MVA, if you were about to exceed the loading on a 20 MVA transformer, and you were going to upgrade it, whatever that next size would you all be able to provide that cost differential?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And then I was curious about, you were talking about transferring load, right? Is that effectively extending a circuit to meet another circuit?
Could you repeat that again?
Yeah, you were talking about transferring load as an option to address overloaded circuits. Do you just effectively extend one circuit and connect it to another?
If there's capacity on the other circuit, we would, if there's not a tile line, in the rural areas, because they, there's a lot of hollows and different things, mountains, it's a challenge to have your circuits, two circuits, what I would call butt up together, or the two ends of a circuit meet. But in order to do that, we would build what we call a tile line between the two, if it doesn't exist. And then we would be able to switch load one from another. In the urban areas, in the cities, we're able to do that a little easier because you load up a circuit much quicker because you have more customers connected to it in a condensed, in a more dense fashion. So we have circuits that are interconnected, if you will, with an open point. And so you can change those open points in an urban setting. But we do that in a rural setting as well once we have the tile line established.
Is that rural example what you would call a radial line?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's exactly right.
Okay. So, so understanding that, have you all switched have you all done that over the last few years, maybe 4 or 5 years, so that we can understand a representative cost of transferring that load to do circuits, maybe an average of those 5 occurrences?
We have built tile lines to, we do it more for reliability purposes, more so than loading, but yes, we have built tile lines.
Okay. And you all would you all have project by project the cost of those tile line projects?
Yes, we could pull up a work order for one to give you the cost.
All right, I appreciate that.
That would vary from circuit to circuit, though, depending on the number of poles needed and, the length of the distance between the two circuits and all that. That would vary based on.
But the work order would at least be able to give us some per unit measurement to guide that by, right? Like if one of them cost $1 million for 10 poles and the other one cost $100,000 for one pole, we'd be able to maybe extrapolate from that. It's about $100,000 a pole. Like, would the work order have that amount of information, the number of poles, the length of conductor, things like that?
Yes, it would.
Okay, perfect. All right, Mr. Overstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. May I ask staff to put up, I believe it's attachment 1 to the company's response to KPSC 8-14. That's the distribution planning manual that has been discussed here this morning.
Do you have a particular page, Mr. Overstreet?
I'm sorry, it's the page that both you and Ms. Venzel questioned Mr. Phillips about.
So, there.
Thank you. Mr. Phillips, I think do you have that page in front of you? It's page 35 of 40.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I think in response to a question from Ms. Venzel, you indicated that although Kentucky Power uses this manual, it's an AEP system manual. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether other AEP East operating companies are summer peaking utilities?
Well, when you ask me east, at the moment, I cannot recall whether any of the AEP East companies are summer or winter.
Okay, thank you. And didn't mean to put you on the spot there. So let's just assume for purposes of my question that whether it's east or west, an AEP operating company is a summer peaking utility. Would you accept that assumption?
Yes.
Okay. Would the peak on a summer peaking utility tend to occur at times when the sun is shining and the need for air conditioning is greatest?
Yes, that's correct.
And in those circumstances, solar distributed generation could be of some assistance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, let's talk about Kentucky Power, which you indicated is a winter peaking utility. And I think you thought maybe the highest load would be 5 to 7 at night. And you know, I asked you about the morning time, but whether it's morning or night, is the sun normally shining when the winter peaks occur?
No, not normally.
And is solar of any benefit in terms of reducing the peak demand on the system at that time, or on that circuit or your distribution system at that time?
No, it would not be.
Okay. I believe that's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Phillips. Is there any reason that Mr. Phillips can't be excused?
No, staff has no objection to excusing him.
Okay. Mr. Overstreet, counsel, I have on my list here that Mr. Blankenship is the company's next witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And looks like we have Mr. Blankenship West, Steagall, Crocker, and Vaughn before we get to the intervening parties' witnesses. So at this time, we will take a recess for lunch until 1:45. And then at that point, will it be you, Mr. Overstreet, or another co-counsel that'll be calling Mr. Blankenship?
It will be Ms. Blinn, Your Honor.
Yes, Vice Chair. I wanted to encourage counsel for the parties to feel free to text me at the number that I provided, and we'll provide again over lunch if they have issues. I'm getting some email notifications of problems or loss of audio, and I'm not checking my email.
Okay. So with that being said, if there are any problems, please use the number provided to contact Ms. Vinsel, and we will be in recess until 1:45, in which time you said Ms. Glass, Mr. Overstreet?
Ms. Glass will, Ms. Blinn will present Mr. Blankenship.
Ms. Blinn will present Mr. Blankenship. All right, we'll be in recess until 1:45.
Thank you.
We're back on the record in case number 2020-174. Ms. Blinn, can you hear us?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Before we get started, I'd like to just make sure that we have everybody back. I think it's time, but I just want to do a quick roll call if we can. And I know you're counsel to introduce Mr. Blankenship, so we'll say that the company is here. Mr. West?
Yes, we're here.
Perfect. Ms. Cohn?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Ms. Grunman? We'll come back to Ms. Grunman. Mr. Fitzgerald? I saw your microphone just went mute, Mr. Fitzgerald. Are you there, Mr. Fitzgerald?
Oh, yes, I am, Vice Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nope, no problem. Mr. Miller, Mr. Spinard, I see you both. Can you both hear us?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Great, Mr. Fry.
All good, Your Honor.
And we'll check again. Ms. Grunman, are you back?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm back.
There we go. Great. Ms. Vincel, are you ready?
I am ready, yes.
Okay, perfect. Ms. Blend, may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The company called Stephen D. Blankenship.
Mr. Blankenship, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please state your name and address for the record.
Stephen D. Blankenship, 12333 Kevin Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41102.
Okay. Ms. Blend, you may ask.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Blankenship.
Good afternoon.
By whom are you employed and in what position?
I am employed by Kentucky Power Company as the Region Support Manager.
And did you cause to be filed in this phase of these proceedings responses to data requests?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any changes or corrections to those responses?
No.
And if I asked you the same questions today, would you say the same?
Yes.
And Mr. Blankenship, for the record, can you please also indicate any and describe any materials or documents that you have in front of you today?
The only documents I have is the data request that I assisted with answering.
Thank you. Your Honor, Mr. Blankenship is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Blend. Ms. Vincel, do you have any questions for Mr. Blankenship?
Excuse me, yes I do, Vice Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Blankenship. How are you today?
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I want to start my questioning first by asking you something, and I'm going to have Mr. Leach and Mr. Rippey to screen share. It's KRS, it's PSC Exhibit 1, and this is KRS 278.466, and I have Subpart 2 highlighted in yellow. And I'm just going to read this to cut to the chase. The first sentence in the highlighted section references that each retail electric supplier serving a customer with eligible electric generating facilities shall use a standard kilowatt-hour meter capable of registering the flow of electricity in two directions. Mr. Leach and Mr. Rippey, you can take the screen share down. Mr. Blankenship, is it correct that Kentucky Power's current TARIFF NMS standard meter is capable of registering the flow of electricity in two directions for net metering purposes?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So would you agree that Kentucky Power's current TARIFF NMS standard meter meets the statutory requirement?
The only thing that the current meter will not do is the time of use portion.
You anticipated my next question, that what the current, is there any other functionality that is needed that the current meter lacks to comply with the statute?
Just the time of use portion only, plus the meter is no longer manufactured.
Okay, and the time of use does it not meet that requirement because that is how Kentucky Power has structured its proposed net metering rates?
It doesn't meet that requirement because the meter itself just doesn't have that capability. That was the meter available at that time. We do have other meters that do block and interval reading as well.
Okay. But so then the only functionality that is needed that the current meters do not have is the time of use.
That is correct.
Sorry, one moment, please. And you say that the standard meter is not being manufactured. I want to be clear that the manufacturer is not making that meter anymore?
That is correct. The one that we use now on Tariff 1 is no longer manufactured. The model is G3008.
008. And who's the manufacturer?
I believe that one's in the Clara, subject to check. I'll have to verify that, but I'm pretty sure that's who made that one. But I can subject to check.
Does Kentucky Power have any of these meters available in its inventory?
Yes.
Do you know how many Kentucky Power has?
I don't have the exact number in front of me, but I can get that for you.
Okay. We'll do
We do have a limited supply, though. I will say that. I know we don't have multiples of these. So.
Okay. As a post-hearing data request, we will include a request for the number of meters in the inventory. I'm sorry, I've got a message from somebody who needs something clarified. Please excuse me for one moment. Mr. Leach and Mr. Rippey, can I have you screen share? It is Kentucky Power's response to the joint intervener's second request, item 12, for internal purposes only, for Mr. Leach and Mr. Rippey. This is located in the hearing binder, hearing documents, hearing 1, volume 4, document 321.
Ms. Finsel?
Yes.
One clarifying question.
Yes.
I believe, is your reference, I want to make sure that I have a copy of that for myself, is that reference to the intervener's second set of data requests from the first phase of this case?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, thank you.
And I apologize, I think it's taking, well, you know what, Mr. Blankenship, do you have a copy of that data request in front of you by any chance?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. We're just going to have a workaround here. Let me bring up my copy of it. You used a particular term there. Oh, here we go. Okay. And Mr. Leach and Mr. Rippey, if you can turn, it's PDF 13 of 52. And again, this is Kentucky Power's response to the joint intervener's second request, item 12. And this was filed in, I believe it was in September of 2020. In your response, that first sentence you reference, once the current stock of AMR meters is exhausted, that the current solution would be to purchase used AMR meters from other AEP operating companies. What I need to clarify is by that current stock of AMR meters, are you referring to the meters used for the current net metering standard meter? Or are you talking about all of Kentucky Power's AMR meters?
Actually, both. Anything with AMR is no longer, the current platform that we are on is the obsolescence we talked last year about. Neither set the standard residential meter or the bidirectional meter is no longer manufactured, so there's limited supply of both.
So let's just talk about the bidirectional meters, which do have the time of use functionality. That's correct?
The AMR does not.
So then how did Kentucky Power, what type of meter do you use for the time of day, time of use customers that you have?
They are, it's according to, there's only three, well, I won't go into the technical sides of it, but we have a couple of different meters that are still being manufactured. I can supply those unit numbers if needed, but one's what they call a probe meter that has to be manually read every month. And we also have a cellular meter that can, just as the name indicates, it can be called into every month and get the data off of it.
I think I'm confused, and I want to make sure that I understand. I mean, I hear what you're saying, that there are three different meters, but Kentucky Power, using the AMR meters, is able to offer time of use rates, correct? I'm not talking about net metering, just in general. It is able to provide time of use rates, correct?
It is able to do up to 3 registers. So you can't have both. You can do, I think you can do time of use, or you can do the block, but it won't be able to do both. It only has so many registers inside that will allow the data to come through.
Okay, I understand now what you're saying, that this particular meter, it's bidirectional, or it's time of use, and that's it.
But it will not do both. The AMR meter will not do both.
Okay. In this data response, you reference, and Mr. Leach and Mr. Rippey, you can take this down. In the data response, you had referenced that Kentucky Power planned to purchase used time of use meters from other AEP entities. Is there still a plan for that?
If they're available, that is our plan. Or, like I said, if it's net, and if it's interval and block metering that we're doing, though, I will have to use a different meter that we do have in stock that's still being manufactured.
And is purchasing the used time of use meters the least expensive meter possible? If you were to use that for the bidirectional use? Let me back up, because I think I'm confusing you. What I'm hearing from you are these meters, it's either the same meter, you either have it for time of use or for bidirectional, correct?
Yes.
So if you were going to use these continued meters for collecting imports and exports, would you still, is it still your option to use Kentucky or AEP used meters?
If I'm following your question, are you saying what the Kentucky, the ones that we have in stock currently to use for just exports, imports and exports, like in a block type metering style, yeah, we would exhaust our current meter inventory, and then if there's any available with our other operating companies, we would try to purchase as many as we could there. But as far as the price, I can't tell you if it would be cheaper or not. I don't know how many they have and the age of them. There's different criteria that comes into the price. I think did I answer your question, or did I?
I think I'm going to need to get some clarification, but I'm going to move to my next question before I ponder something else.
Okay.
If the commission approves an AMI proposal from Kentucky Power in the future, would customers who take service under Tariff NMS 2 have to replace their NMS 2 meter with an AMI meter?
Either tariff would have to be replaced with an AMI meter, one or two.
Okay, and is this because for residential customers using a time of use meter that there are certain requirements that must be complied with to use a time of use meter for the net metering statute?
I'm not following your question here. Let me make sure I understand what you're.
What I'm trying to get at is, okay, let's just say the commission approves the rate as is, and there's a time of use requirement, and it's bi-directional.
Okay.
What I think I understand from you is you have no meters in stock that can meet that requirement. Is that the case?
No, we do have meters in stock. They're not AMR meters. There's different types of technology, but the AMR meter is not capable, but we do have two other meters that are capable of doing actually either tariff.
Okay. And what type of meters are those?
As was discussed earlier, one's called what we call a probe meter that has to be manually read every month, or we have a cellular type meter that the data can be received basically through cell service, if there's cell service around the home or the customer. And once the current stock of AMR meters that we were talking, if I couldn't get other meters from other companies, then at that point, we could use these same two meters that are still being produced and manufactured. We could use them on either tariff. That's where we would go to if we run out of meters even on the first tariff.
Steph has no further questions.
Mr. West, Mr. Horn,
AG's office has no questions for this witness.
Ms. Cohn,
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Grundman,
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Ms. Blankenship's Tom Fitzgerald. How are you doing?
Well, Mr. Fitzgerald, how are you?
I am fine. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Wonderful. Yes, I was actually not planning on asking questions, but I do have a couple regarding meter capability, following up on the staff's question. Am I correct that you can implement the NMS 2 tariff as you would propose using the existing meters?
When you say existing meter, do you mean the one that's used on the tariff 1?
Yes.
That is not what I said. That meter is only, it cannot do both block and interval functionality. It can only do one or the other. To do both,
Okay.
I have meters that can do that as well, though.
Okay, so in order to serve a new customer who would take service under NMS2, you would have to give them a different meter, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you.
Mr. Spinard, do you have any questions?
No questions, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Mr. Miller? Any questions?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fry?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Chairman Schmidt?
No questions.
Mr. Matthews?
No questions.
Mr. Blankenship, given the, you saw the provision in the statute regarding metering, and I'm sure you've watched at least the hearing to date, or up to this time today. If the company requests, to make up a hypothetical here, if the company requests an additional, a new CPCN for advanced metering, and receives new meters, right? AMI across the system. And given that, as I understand it, in NMS, 2 customers per the statute have to pay the cost of metering, right? Is it the well, let me take a step back. If somebody requests today, a residential customer who has an ordinary AMR meter, and the company gets what it's requesting, right? Which is a tariff that requires both interval and block capability. Does the is it the company's proposal to charge that NMS2 customer an additional amount of money for that metering, since it's different than the one provided to all the other folks in that class?
I think, if I'm understanding your question correctly, currently, if a residential customer has a normal AMR meter on the side of their home, it's not capable of block. The functionality is not there. It's just we just basically can read the meter every month. We would change, if they were to get net metering on either tariff today, we would change the meter out at no cost and give them the meter that would be able to take the capabilities. What I consider a standard residential meter is not the same as what we would consider a standard for a net metering or time of use customer. It's a different type meter. So I can't subject to check. I would imagine that we would not charge to put an AMI meter in place of whatever's there now.
Yeah, well, so forget the AMI for a second. Sorry, I'll get to the AMI in a second. I'm just asking if today NMS2 is available subject to refund, right? And has been since January, I believe. If a customer comes and is a residential customer requesting to take service under NMS2, as I understand it, their meter that they have when they make the application is not going to work for the company's proposal for NMS2, correct?
Let me make sure I understand. It's a residential customer that does not have net metering now. They're just a normal customer. Yep. Okay. Okay, I'm with you now. Regard either tariff, like I said before, tariff 1 or tariff 2, they would have the same meter. What happened prior to this tariff, and then we would replace that meter with a meter that's capable of the functionality that they're needing. And again, subject to check. I do not think if the company witness Vaughn or West may be able to answer this better, but it's my understanding that we don't charge to upgrade that meter so they can take advantage of it. We just replace the meter.
Okay. And your expectation is that will continue to be the case if a CPCN is granted for advanced metering? If net metering customers require a meter above and beyond what an ordinary customer that's otherwise in that class would require, that the increased cost of that meter is not necessarily recovered from that individual customer?
Again, that would be subject to check. I don't make that decision, but I don't anticipate there being a charge even with AMI.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Ms. Blend, do you have any redirect of Mr. Blankenship?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Blankenship, you've talked a lot about lots of different types of meters this afternoon. So I want to try to hopefully clarify our record a little bit. I believe you testified just a moment ago when talking to the vice chairman that there is a standard residential meter. Can you please describe what kind of meter the standard residential meter is?
It is a 3-register AMR type meter. It's an EH006 is the actual number that's on it. That is only capable of basically measuring the accumulated bill kilowatt hours per month, one direction, and we go around monthly and read it. That's the standard meter that most customers have.
Thank you. And I believe that you testified a moment ago that the EH006 meter is not capable of metering time of use customers or existing net metering customers. Is that correct?
That is correct. The EH006, this is the normal residential meters. It's one flow. It's not doing anything like that.
What is the standard metering technology for time of use customers?
Standard for time of use would be the, there's different meters, but the one that we use now is it's the GS008. It's the probe meter I talked about. It's still being manufactured. We also have a cell meter. It's the PS008. It's capable of anything on TARIFF 2 that we're talking about. It's red. It does all the functionality that we need. The standard, I guess we'll clarify it all. The standard meter that we have that we were using on TARIFF 1 is an AMR meter, which is the G3008. But it's only capable of doing one or the other. It cannot do both block and interval reading.
Okay. Those three meters that you just described, the GS008 and the PS008, which are used for time of use, and the G3008, which is used for the current net metering tariff, those are all meters that are capable of registering the flow of electricity in two directions. Do I have that right?
That is correct.
Thank you. And would you consider all of those metering types to be standard metering types for Kentucky Power?
Yes. For time of use.
And sorry, finish your answer.
I'm sorry. I would just say for a standard for time of use customers, this would be the standard meter that they would use. Meters.
And are you familiar with the metering technology that's applied to serve industrial customers?
Somewhat. I can answer high level questions on that. I know the numbers is they use a little different system. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to speak over you. My question is maybe a little bit more basic. Are the standard industrial meters interval meters?
I'd have to check on that, Ms. Wayne. I'm not sure. I don't want to answer that without, I've not looked at one in a while. I need to verify that.
Right, fair enough. And I didn't mean to put you on the spot. And we weren't familiar with this afternoon. I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Vinzel, can Mr. Blankenship be excused?
Yes, he can. I hear that we're getting feedback.
If it fixed it.
I'm going to see if I can test. It sounds like it was fixed.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Blankenship.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, he can be excused.
Maybe excuse Mr. Blankenship. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Overstreet, Ms. Blend, you have an additional witness, I believe, Mr. West.
Mr. West is our next witness, Your Honor, and I will present him.
Mr. West, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Brian K. West, 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101.
Mr. Overstreet, you may ask.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. West, please state your position with Kentucky Power Company.
Sure. I'm the Vice President of Regulatory and Finance for Kentucky Power.
And since the Commission's January 13, 2021 order in this case, did you cause to be filed in the record responses to certain data requests?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any changes or corrections to those responses?
No, I do not.
And if I were to ask you those same questions here today, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would.
And could you please identify for the record what materials, if any, you have in front of you today?
I have a copy of those data requests that you mentioned.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. That's, I believe, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Vincent, any questions for Mr. West?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. West.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to start with some of the cleanup questions that were deferred to you. I don't know if you heard earlier, I had asked Mr. Madison about applications that were pending, applications for net metering tariffs that were pending both before and then filed after January 14th. So without creating a compound question, I wanted to get a sense of the status of those applications. I understand from one of the data requests that there were a total of 7 applications pending before January 14th.
Ms. Vincent, the information that I have indicates that there were 10 applications prior to January 14th, and they are still not in service at this time.
Okay, not in service.
That's correct.
And were applications submitted for all 10 of the requests?
Yes.
And then after January 14th, have there been 3 applications filed?
There actually now have been 10 filed after January 14th. In all cases, we're waiting on the customer to provide us more information.
So it sounds like there were 7 additional applications filed since a response to a data request that listed 3 applications. I just want to make sure that I wasn't misreading the data response.
No, I believe you have it correct, yes.
And what information are you waiting on from the customers, if you can say, generalized?
I would defer that question to company witness Crocker. He's much closer to those applications and would have that information for you.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. West, I had asked Mr. Phillips about battery storage, backup storage, but particularly battery storage.
Yes.
And I want to use the word legacy customer, legacy net metering customer, in the context of the statute for someone, a net metering customer who had service, net metering service prior to January 14th, 2021.
Okay. Okay.
So if a legacy customer and legacy net metering customer wants to install battery storage, would Kentucky Power consider that an expansion of the net of the facility, the generating facility?
Yes, we would. When the customer's adding battery storage like that, they're adding capacity to their system. Similar to if they were adding solar panels, in addition to what they already had. And that, when added capacity happens, then we need to, relook at that study again that we did. So it would be a material change to their system.
So I want to take this step by step. So would a legacy net metering customer have to file a new application for the battery storage?
Yes, it's my understanding that they would. Company witness Crocker could confirm that, but it's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And then taken to the next step, does that mean a legacy net metering customer would lose their status as a legacy net metering customer?
Does that mean they would lose their status as a legacy net metering customer? Yes, if there's a material change to their system, then yes, it would.
And this is something that's probably best answered as a post-hearing data request, but I'm going to go ahead and ask it. What is Kentucky Power's basis for the position in terms of legacy net metering customers? That by adding battery storage, adding additional solar powers, they effectively lose their legacy customer status. And if you can't answer it now, I mean, I understand if you want to wait for a post-hearing data request.
That would be fine. Probably the best way to do that.
Okay. Mr. Leach and Mr. Rippey, can I have you display PSC staff exhibit number 2? And let me explain what this is. This is the final order in case number 2008-00169. And this case style is the development of guidelines for interconnection and net metering for certain generators with capacity up to 30 kilowatts. This is internally known as the administrative interconnection case. I think I have you on the wrong page, Mr. Leach. I need to go to, I will tell you what the document page is in Appendix A, page 6. And let's see if I can look through quickly. This is not the correct document. I think this was from the November hearing. Let me, if I may, I will send it to them quickly. Yes, that's it. And you're exactly where I need you to be. Mr. West, in this order, the commission established, among other things, the application fees for the two types of applications, level 1 and level 2. And without going too far into the weeds of level 1 and level 2, let me just stay here. Would you agree with me here that in the third paragraph on the page, that no application fees or other review, study, or inspection may be charged by a utility for level 1 applications? And also then in the fourth paragraph, level 2 applications, the application, inspection, and processing fee up to $100, and then the customer is responsible for any reasonable cost up to $1,000 for the initial impact study. And would you agree that that is what the order says, Mr. West?
Yes, that is what it says.
Okay. And subject to check, Mr. Leach and Mr. Rippey, you may take that down, please. Thank you. Subject to check, in Kentucky Power's current tariff NMS, with level 1, there is no application fee. For level 2, there's an application fee of $50 and reasonable cost for the initial impact study up to $1,000. So that the current tariff is consistent with what the Commission's order provided for. And are you familiar with the application fees in the proposed tariff NMS 1 and NMS 2?
Familiar with, excuse me, in that I think they were around $100 or $150. But company witness Crocker would be able to answer more about details on that.
Well, what my question is, and this is subject to check, and we can bring up the tariff, is for the proposed tariff NMS 1, it's $150 application fee, and for proposed tariff NMS 2, it's $150 application fee, and for the initial impact study, what the tariff says is that the customer shall be responsible for any reasonable cost for the initial impact study, and there's no limit on that amount. So my question is, given that the order, the interconnection case order, is still in effect, what is Kentucky Power's basis for requesting higher customer fees than allowed under a commission order that remains in effect?
Well, obviously, we're not trying to fly in the face of a commission order that remains in effect. But what I think we were trying to address with the fees was that for the amount of work that it takes Mr. Crocker to do his job and to do it effectively for each application, the fee that we were charging was simply not adequate for that. And I think I know this is subject to check, but I believe we were proposing 150 for NMS 2, and I thought NMS 1 was something less than that.
I'll make sure that we bring up that tariff when we speak to Mr. Crocker.
Okay.
And just to the best of your knowledge, Kentucky Power did not ask for a deviation from that final order in the interconnection case. Or are you aware?
I am not aware that we did, no.
Staff has no further questions at this time.
Mr. Horn, Mr. West?
We have no questions for this witness, thank you.
Ms. Cohn?
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Grunman?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
No questions to this witness, thank you.
Mr. Spinard?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman, we have a few questions. Good afternoon, Mr. West.
Afternoon.
How much does it cost to buy and install a time of use meter that's capable to institute tariff NMS 2?
I apologize, I don't have that information at this time.
With regard to the cost to Kentucky Power Company to code and implement a new rate schedule that uses time of use rates for a customer class which has previously not had time of use rates, how much is that going to cost?
Could we step back a minute in your question? Maybe you just repeat it again and I'll listen.
Okay.
A little closer.
All right. Okay. It's a quirky question, I know. Kentucky Power Company, will Kentucky Power Company have to code and implement a new rate schedule that uses time of use rates for the net metering service to customers?
Well, Kentucky Power already has time of use rates. So our billing system is certainly capable of doing that. There may be some coding that has to happen with a new tariff code or something, but we already have time of use rates, so it would not be onerous.
Okay, now, with regard to that particular issue, has Kentucky Power Company studied the issue of the cost to implement time of use rates for the net metering service to customers?
No, we haven't studied it, and we didn't track any costs separately for it. When you put together a base rate case, there's a lot of different proposals, and we don't track each one of those proposals separately. It's very, very burdensome to try to do something like that, and I don't really know what the point would be of tracking 50 to 100 different items that you might have in a base rate case all separately when they're all part of the same cost of service.
Well, so in terms of implementing a new program, and let's get the testimony correct, in terms of the decision to implement a new program, is it your testimony that you haven't studied, the Kentucky Power Company has not studied the cost associated with implementing the time of use meters that are going to be necessary for NMS 2?
No. Mr. Blankenship testified that we currently have available two different meters that are in stock. One is a probe meter and the other one is a cell meter. He can provide costs on those and installed costs on those. Those are capable of doing NMS 1 or NMS 2. So we know what those costs are. I don't know that we would have to study anything to know what those costs are, since we already have those meters capable of doing that. An AMI meter would be capable of doing that as well.
And to cover the one question again, because I think we have a better foundation for it, in terms of the cost to code and implement the new rate schedule on the billing side, has Kentucky Power Company studied that?
No, we haven't studied that. As I said, we already have time of use meter or time of use rates in our current billing system. We have not studied the cost that it would be to program anything separately. But we have lots of tariffs. Our sister companies have lots of tariffs. This is something our billing system does every day. They do it all the time. I don't know that it would be very wise or effective of our time and cost to study that, since it's something that is pretty matter of course.
With regard to eligible electric generating facilities, and I'm going to be very careful with this because I'm not going to ask you for a legal opinion, but I just want to discuss the current situation with regard to the generating facilities and their rated capacities. One of the provisions of Kentucky law, to your understanding, is that in order to qualify for net metering service, the eligible electric generating facility has a rated capacity of not greater than 45 kilowatts. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. As a threshold matter, when you have an application for net metering service, is the potential customer for the net metering service required to disclose the rated capacity of the system?
I believe that they are. Company witness Crocker would probably be the better witness for that question.
Well, this goes to this issue that if you have a customer who has a rated capacity, is a facility with a rated capacity of, say, 30 kilowatts without battery storage, and then the customer wants to add battery storage, is it your testimony that that addition of battery storage of itself or isolated by itself would change the rated capacity of that system?
Again, company witness Crocker would be the better witness for that, but I did state that previously that yes, it would be a material change and an increase in the capacity of their system.
Okay, and I don't want to parse words too much or spend too much time on this, and we'll address this with Crocker, but you talk about material change of capacity, and I'm asking you the question, if you know, does it change the rated capacity?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine if you don't know. Mr. West, I appreciate your responses. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller, any questions from the Sierra Club?
No questions from Sierra Club, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Fry, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Chairman Schmidt?
No questions.
Commissioner Matthews?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Mr. West, I'd like to go back to what I was asking Mr. Phillips about for a minute.
Sure.
Did you have an opportunity when I was talking to Mr. Phillips to look at the document that Mr. Phillips was reading from, I think, in conversation with Ms. Vinsel, the AEP Distribution System Planning Manual?
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. And do you remember Mr. Phillips specifically asking him about who he and his group conveyed information to ultimately make the decision as to what solutions should be used to fix sited distribution issues?
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. And do you remember that maybe he saw your name further down the list? It was you that he said that he puts those decisions to. Do you remember that?
Yes, I believe he said myself and Mr. Madison.
Mr. Madison, that's right. He said you, and then maybe you glanced at him or something. He added Mr. Madison to it. Do you mind, Ms. Vinsel, or can we ask Mr. Rippey to just pull that document up for convenience? The response to staff 8, I forget what it is now, maybe 12. That's the distribution planning manual.
Yes, Mr. Leach, Mr. Rippey, this is document number 24. And it's in the hearing 2 binder.
I don't think that's it.
And,
You know
that is it, but I need them
Okay.
to scroll down. Let me see if I can find you the exact. 32, thank you. PDF 32. Let me have you scroll up 4 pages. I believe it was, within the document, it was page 35. And I'll have you, Mr. Leach and Mr. Rippey, if you scroll down, it is you're in the correct document, but it's page 35 of 40 within the document, not the PDF, the document pagination. So there's 31, if I can have you a couple more.
Okay, so Mr. West, these underlined areas here, we're talking about distributed generation in the third paragraph.
Mhm.
Do you see that?
I do.
So we'll reread it, but Mr. Phillips read it as, it is important for the planner to consider the impact of existing generation when producing load forecasts. The planner should also consider DG as an alternative solution to mitigate projected overloads on the distributed system to defer more expensive capacity improvement projects. And I think the paragraph before that, the second sentence says that solar arrays, wind turbines, and fuel cells are examples of non-traditional DG resources that can supply power to the distribution grid. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, where did you say that?
The paragraph above that, the second sentence starts with solar arrays.
Yes, okay.
Based off my conversation with my questions of Mr. Phillips, as I took Mr. Phillips' testimony that he brings to you and Mr. Madison, he identifies problems, right? The distribution group identifies what they believe to be issues, looks into it, studies it, they have the technical expertise, and then they bring to you solutions, options, right? And it's ultimately up to you and Mr. Madison to determine the appropriate move forward, right? There may be, there may be preferences, there may be, requirements, there may be regulatory obligations that maybe you all are aware of, or the buck stops with you all on that front, right? That's why it's your decision. It may be monetary issues, right? Cash flow, whatever it may be. Is that a fair characterization that he's bringing it to you and Mr. Madison for you all to make the decision moving forward?
Well, what I think I would add to that, Vice Chairman, is that certainly the distribution planning group would do the analysis, and they may, as Witness Phillips described, they study the circuits and the loading on the circuits. So he may identify that, if a trend continues with this particular circuit that, X number of years down the road, we're going to need to do something. And that could be upgrading the transformer, or it could be, one of these, alternative DG possibilities. When Everett says, Mr. Phillips, I apologize. When Mr. Phillips says he's going to bring it to me, we're going to look at it in the light of what is the most cost-effective way to solve that problem for the company and for the customer. We're always going to be looking at least cost alternatives that gets the job done. An example of that could be, we have a Middle Creek battery project that we're working on currently. And that is, a least cost alternative to rebuilding a line. So that would be an excellent example of something right there. But the decision process, I think, would be a combination of, myself, Mr. Phillips, and Mr. Madison deciding. But we would certainly always look and say, what's the least cost alternative for this problem?
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And so, batteries aren't mentioned here, and I'm aware. I don't think you all sought the CPC in yet. If you were planning to for the Middle Creek, that as I understand it, at least it's it's a build a battery in lieu of rebuilding transmission in a double circuit fashion, right? That it's effectively going to be the proposal, at least as I've seen it, is a radial line that has a battery at the end. Should that line go out, the battery is able to serve that islanded load. Is that fair?
I think that's fair, yes.
Okay. So So I'm trying to understand where in the process, because I didn't get it out necessarily when I was talking to Mr. Phillips, where in the process are things like building a battery at the end of a radial line in lieu of just rebuilding in place a double circuit line? Is that something that has already been looked at, or that you hope has been looked at prior to it getting to you and Mr. Madison?
Yes, yes. I would expect that those alternatives have been looked at and vetted prior to that, yes.
Okay. And that, as I understand it, I think this is a contentious point. As I understand it, it's not necessarily clear as to whether that is a transmission solution or some other type of solution. So we'll put that one aside, because at least reasonably, I assume that came up in the context of the transmission planning group, right? Not necessarily Mr. Phillips's distribution planning group. Is that fair?
That's fair, but it could also be a distribution asset.
No, yeah, I don't want to get into the, technically what FERC account that's in. What I want to ask is, we've seen an example of we'll call it an out-of-the-box proposal, right? As it relates to transmission planning. What my question is, do you have any examples in your experience and your position of seeing alternative solutions that have been considered, DG alternative solutions that have been considered in the context of distribution planning that at least seem to be required under the company's own manual here?
I've been at Kentucky Power about 2 years now, a little over, I think. I haven't seen anything of that nature that you're inquiring about, but you need to recognize that these solutions are only, very recently becoming more cost effective, where they would have even been considered at all, as opposed to replacing the transformer. So it's only been very recently that these have been cost competitive.
Okay, so have you been brought
I would
any?
expect to see more in the future.
Have you been brought any solutions to distribution issues over the past, let's say, year that you and Mr. Madison have had to make a decision on?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Who at Kentucky Power, and I know Mr. Madison is COO and president, but besides Mr. Madison, who has the responsibility to identify areas in which things like distributed generation, energy efficiency, DSM could be cost effective versus what a non-wire alternative? Who's in charge of identifying those?
At Kentucky Power, we have individuals that work on distribution planning, and they do that in conjunction with folks at the Service Corps in Columbus. It's a joint effort. Right off the top of my head, I can't think of a name for that, other than distribution planning.
Okay. So if we were to inquire about the use of, or about if Kentucky Power and Distribution Planning has looked at DG alternatives as, avoiding capital investments, would that be something that you all would be able to provide, or is that something that just, even if it existed and it was considered, it wouldn't be on paper?
Wow, that's a good question.
Let me withdraw that. I guess what I'm asking, Mr. West, is if something comes to you and Mr. Phillips brings you a proposal and says we need to increase this 20 MVA substation transformer, that we need to upgrade it in 2 years because we think that transformer is going to be overloaded and we need to raise it to a 25 MVA transformer, right? do you get something that says what else they looked at? Or are you able to ask them to bring you the other things they consider, the other possible solutions they looked into to determine this was the most cost-effective solution?
Oh, absolutely. I can ask that for them to show me those different things that they looked at.
Okay.
Sure.
And in your time on doing this, have you asked that distribution group to look at anything like load reduction efforts in lieu of capital investments to meet load growth on the distribution system?
I have not. In my current role now, I've only been in this role since January, where I would have had more visibility into those kind of projects. So it has been a very limited time period.
Okay, and so if we asked for a representative example of a proposal for a capital, for a capital project on the distribution system to meet additional loading, right? And then all the documents that went into that indicated the alternative solutions that were studied, would you all be able to provide a representative proposal that would include that?
As I said, that was a really good question. We'd have to go back and look and see if we have any of the some recent projects like that.
Okay, and if I guess the other question is when these manuals are used by Kentucky Power, are they strictly adhered to, or are they sort of guidelines?
I really am probably not the right person to answer that question. I'm not in that group. I'm not in the planning group, nor am I an engineer. So I really can't answer that. I'm sorry.
So, and I think I've seen some of these. There's the distribution one. There's probably a couple of transmission manuals, internal documents. I know there's things like, a policy or a guidance document on if you guys are flying a helicopter, right, to look at things on how those are coordinated. Whose responsibility is it at Kentucky Power to ensure that employees are following those documented programs and manuals?
The best way that I can answer that question is to say we all are. Every employee is. I look at that not a lot different than safety. If you see something, say something, do something, right? If you notice something out of place that could hurt somebody, you say something, you do something. If you see that we really ought to be, adhering to this certain part of the guideline, you should say something. I wouldn't say that it's any one person's responsibility.
Okay, let me ask this way. If the distribution and transmission planning groups are supposed to be looking at certain things before they're bringing you solutions and options, whose responsibility is it to ensure that they're following what their guidelines are supposed to be?
As I said, it's not any one person's responsibility. If I'm looking at that project, I should be asking the question, what other things were looked at? Can you show me that? When those folks, whether they be distribution or transmission, are actually working on that solution for that loading problem, any one of them could say, why don't we look at this? These are becoming more cost effective. We should look at this technology or that technology. It's within the power of every employee to do that.
Okay. And you haven't, in your couple months in this position, you've not been brought any of these distribution projects yet by Mr. Phillips?
At this time, no, sir, I have not.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. West. I appreciate it. And I think it's Mr. Overstreet. You have any redirect to Mr. West?
Surely. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Mr. West, In your colloquy with the vice chairman, you were discussing the distribution planning guidelines and how they're used by the Kentucky Power Planning Group, Distribution Planning Group. Do you remember that discussion?
Yes, sir.
Could company witness Crocker provide additional information on how those guidelines are used?
Yes, I believe he could.
Okay, that's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Overstreet. Ms. Vincent, can Mr. West be excused?
Oh, actually, I have a follow-up question, a couple follow-up questions for him, if that's acceptable.
Yeah, please proceed.
First, I need to clarify something. I misspoke, Mr. West. In Tariff NMS 2, the proposed, it's the Level 1 application and the Level 2 application both have a $150 application fee, and it's the Level 2 application where the cap on the cost for initial study were lifted. I want to go back and touch on the distribution planning guidelines and acknowledging that you are not the ultimate source on this, that you participate. Mr. Leach and Mr. Rippey, can I have you bring up that same document that we're just looking at, the distribution system planning guidelines? Thank you. And this is page 30 of the document. Can I have you scroll down, please, so that we can read the entirety of the Grid Smart Energy Storage? Perfect, thank you. And just as the DG planning set forth the expectations, this section sets forth expectations in regards to planning the distribution system for energy storage. And I would just like to go ahead and read this into the record. In the second paragraph in the energy storage section, the second sentence reads, electric utilities have increased the applicable uses of storage devices on their power grid by integrating them into intelligent grid management such as Grid Smart. And then the third paragraph primarily consists of bullet points in how energy storage can be used. Are you familiar with this at all, Mr. West?
I'm generally familiar with Grid Smart. That term has been around for a number of years at AEP and the operating companies. I don't believe I've read until just now this particular page.
Okay. I just wanted to see, because I'm thinking from the testimony that that Kentucky Power is not, I want to be very careful how I say this, not utilizing this particular part of the planning for whatever reason. And I don't want to put words in your mouth. But I wanted to make sure it was in the record that this is part of the planning guidelines. Mr. Leach and Mr. Rippey, you can take that down. Mr. West, I want to follow up on something that you said about the increased fees for the Level 1, Level 2 application. And I'm going to ask that, Vice Chairman, that we take administrative notice of the January 13th, 2021 order issued in this case. I would like to read from a paragraph of that order that pertains to non-recurring charges.
That's fine, please proceed.
Okay. This begins on page 106. It's the bottom paragraph, and it continues to 107. I will read the entire paragraph. Following the Commission's recent decision set out in the final order in case number 2020-00141, the Commission finds that the calculation of non-recurring charges should be revised, and only the marginal cost related to the service should be recovered through a special non-recurring charge for service provided during normal working hours. In case number 2020-00141, the Commission found that because personnel are paid for work performed during normal business hours, regardless of whether they are on a field visit. Labor costs included in non-recurring charges that occur during regular business hours should be eliminated. By reflecting only the marginal cost of service in non-recurring charges, Kentucky Power's rates will be more in line with the principle of cost causation. Merely allocating a fixed expense of ordinary labor costs in special non-recurring charges like reconnect, termination, field trip, and return check charges creates a mismatch between how Kentucky Power incurs expenses and how it recovers those expenses from customers. I'm just going to stop right there. So, although I'll have to follow up with Mr. Crocker, is his work on these applications, does that occur during normal business hours? To the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Staff has nothing further, Vice Chairman.
Okay. Give everybody an opportunity. Mr. West, Mr. Horn.
Nothing for us.
Okay. Ms. Cone,
Hold on, Your Honor.
Ms. Grunman,
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Fitzgerald,
Nothing for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Miller,
Thank you, none, Your Honor.
Mr. Fry,
Nothing at this time, Your Honor.
Chairman Schmidt,
No questions.
Dr. Matthews.
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Overstreet, do you have any redirect after Ms. Vincel's additional cross-examination?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Mr. West, do you remember the company's proposal with respect to its grid modernization rider in this case?
Yes, I do.
And is it accurate to say that the commission denied the company's application to implement that grid modernization rider?
Yes.
And did the company propose to do more use the grid modernization rider to help fund additional grid smart projects?
Yes, that was the intention, was to first, fund it with AMI for all of Kentucky Power's customers, and then bring other projects before the commission for their review and approval that would further modernize the grid and improve it.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Overstreet. Ms. Vincel, can Mr. West be excused?
Yes, Mr. West can be excused.
All right, thank you, Mr. West.
Thank you.
Mr. Overstreet, Ms. Blend, your next witness.
Your Honor, our next witness is Mr. Steagall, and Ms. Glass is going to present him.
One of these days, I'm going to guess right which attorney is going to present the witness. So, Ms. Glass, please go ahead.
Whack-a-mole.
It is. Thank you. At this time, the company calls Jason Steagall.
Mr. Steagall, please raise your right hand. I think you may be on mute for a second. Can you, before we start, can you speak so we can make sure we can hear you? You might make sure your microphone is turned on.
Try again. Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay. Please state your name and address for the record.
Jason Steagall, 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Okay. Ms. Glass, you may ask.
Thank you. Mr. Steagall, did you file testimony and responses to data requests in the supplemental proceedings?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any corrections or changes to that testimony or responses?
No, I do not.
So if I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And can you please identify for the record any information or documentation you may have in front of you today?
In front of me, I have paper copies of my testimony, my rebuttal testimony, discovery responses that I sponsored. And since my discovery responses involve some pretty large Excel files, I have a folder on my laptop here that I can pull up those Excel files if need be.
Great, thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Glass. Ms. Vincel, do you have any questions for Mr. Steagall?
Yes, just a few. Good afternoon, Mr. Steagall. In your supplemental direct trust testimony that you filed, and that you filed after January 14th, just to be clear, you referenced that you sponsored a quote, a full class cost of service study that includes separate classes for net metering customers. And I want to be sure that I understand what you mean by a full class cost of service study. In this full CCOSS, I'm going to use that great abbreviation, you did create a separate class for net metering, but did anyone at Kentucky Power separately conduct load research on the net metering class?
So I'd like to point you, I'm going to point you to Part A of question 4-6 from the CASIA. And referencing that, the load research were the existing class load shapes reduced for expected solar generation. So I made use of load data that was already available, as well as solar generation data that was provided to me by Mr. Vaughn.
So so then again, you did not separately conduct load research on the net metering class. It sounds like you segregated out, you based it upon the previous cost of service study, and then also the solar generation provided by Mr. Vaughn, correct?
Well, I didn't conduct a separate load research study. Just to understand that to conduct a study, we would have needed 12 months of historic load research data and then the analysis that goes into it to get to the appropriate confidence interval. So we did not conduct that sort of study. We used the data that we already had and assumed that the load profiles for the existing classes represented net metering customers minus whatever generation they were provided from their solar array.
Staff has nothing further at this time.
Thank you. Mr. West, any questions from the Attorney General's office?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Cohn?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Grumman, Walmart?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. After that's Mr. Fitzgerald.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Steagall, this is Tom Fitzgerald representing the joint interveners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Wonderful. If I ask anything that is confusing, just ask me to restate it rather than trying to guess what I'm asking. In your supplemental testimony at pages 1 and 2, you indicated that your testimony was intended to provide a, quote, full cost of service study that includes separate classes for net metering customers, end quote. Is this the first such study that was provided by Kentucky Power in this case?
The first class cost of service study, or the first one that includes
the first quote, full cost of service study that includes separate classes for net metering customers, end quote?
Yes, this was the first cost of service study that did that.
Okay, and do you know how many cost of service studies addressing residential net metering customers are there in this case?
Well, there are two. The one that I filed originally with my supplemental testimony, I revised and filed with my rebuttal testimony as JMS SR1 and the revenue allocation JMS SR2.
Okay, and that was, and in my understanding, that revision was because of a question that was posed by CASIA?
No, that revision was as part of my preparation for rebuttal testimony working with Mr. Vaughn. I noticed that I had overstated the revenues for the 2 solar classes. So I filed a corrected study that reflected the proper number.
Okay. All right, thank you. According to the results that you reported in your class cost of service study, you indicated that you had identified a subsidy of residential net metering customers by non-participating residential customers. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, do you recall how large a subsidy on an annual basis you identified?
For the residential solar customers?
Yes, please.
Right. I'm going to refer you to page 2 of JMS SR2. So this is the revised study before taking into account the NMS2 revenues provided to me by Mr. Vaughn. And in that, and on that attachment, I do identify a $22,723 subsidy that the residential net metering service customers are receiving based on this study.
Okay, and that's annually?
Yeah, it's based on the test year, so it reflects a full year.
Gotcha. Okay. And what does that work out to per customer on an annual basis for that test year?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I didn't do that math.
Okay, but we could figure that out by dividing the number of residential customers and into that number?
Yes, yes.
Okay, does about 1.5 cents a year sound about right? I'm sorry, 15 cents a year sound about right?
You're talking about whether or not it's paid by the residential class or the receiving of the subsidy by the residential net metering service class.
What I was trying to figure out is how much that alleged subsidy is actually costing non-participating residential customers per year.
Well, given the level of residential customers,
That's okay, Mr. Steagall. It's all right. It's I'm not going to ask you to do the math right now. Let me ask you, and you may have answered this question, but I'm just trying to understand. Did you have actual load profile data and Lotus data from the net metering customers of Kentucky Power to do this cost of service study, or do I understand that you took the general cost of service study and tweaked it in order to do this separate cost of service?
I took in the case of the residential net meter customers, I took the residential load profile provided to me by Load Research that I used to do the study as part of my direct testimony, direct case. And I took generation values for a solar array provided to me by Mr. Vaughn to come up with a new profile. So the profile reflects the best data that I have, but it doesn't reflect a true sampling and statistical-based analysis that you would normally conduct as part of a load research study.
Okay, so this really isn't a full class cost of service study because it's lacking that data. Is that correct?
I would disagree with you. It reflects all the same methodology. The question of how detailed the data is, we deal with a lack of specific data when you're dealing with some of the general service customers and the multiple voltages. We have one load profile we use for multiple classes, and this occurs in every jurisdiction where I've done a class cost of service study. So to use the same profile across multiple sets of customers that show up in a class cost of service study isn't anything new.
Okay. The cost of service study that you did seems to show a really dramatically different load profile for net metering customers than it does for non-participating customers. How do we square that with the statement from Mr. Vaughn, maybe I should ask him, that other than the fact that they included generation meter, the load profile for residential participating and residential non-participating customers is the same?
When you say load profile, are you referring to the full layout of the hourly demands, or are you talking about just the 12 CP derived demand allocation?
I'm talking about the overall load profile for the net metering customers relative to the load profiles for those who are not participating.
Well, the problem I'm having understanding you, and I want to make sure I give you the proper answer. To me, there's the load profile, which is the full hourly data, so every hour laid out. And then there is the demand profile that we use, the 12 CP cost allocation. So if the cost allocation may not change much depending on when the solar produced and when the Kentucky peaks were, when they occurred. On an hourly basis, I can tell you that I decremented all of the low profile hours by the solar generation before I expanded it up to the full net metering class level. So it does reflect solar generation. Whether it reflects in the actual 12 CPs or not just depends on the time and the amount of solar generation that's occurring at that period.
Would you expect that the load profile for participating and non-participating customers at 8 in the evening would be pretty similar?
Well, the answer to that is it depends. You'd have to look at total usage for a customer and when the solar is generating. So the issue that you get into would be if I have two customers that both have the same amount of delivered energy or the same amount of usage, and one has a solar panel that eliminates usage for a period of the day and the other does not, then the customer that has a panel that eliminates usage for periods of the day or reduces it very low is going to see higher levels of energy usage in hours that are not solar generated, because I have them both metered at the same value, except my customer that has solar generation is actually using more and their solar panels are offsetting what they've used. So it's not a simple yes or no answer.
Okay, we'll leave that for the time being. Do you know whether other utilities or other state regulators have, let's say state regulators have required utilities to do load research on their actual net metering customers in order to produce an accurate cost of service study prior to approving a change in their tariffs?
I'm not aware of any, no.
Okay, have you surveyed the others to see if there are other cases in which regulatory agencies have approved changes to net metering tariffs without that sort of load research?
No, I have not.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you very much, Mr. Steagall.
Thank you.
Mr. Spinard, do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman, I have some questions.
Please proceed.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Steagall. You supplied a lot of information in this case, and we're going to move through some of it. And if something's not clear and you need the cross-reference repeated, just please tell me, and we'll make sure everybody stays on the same page. Okay?
Okay.
All right. In what I'm going to refer to part one of these proceedings, this case, you filed a class cost of service study that was included in the application. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in general terms, for your class cost of service study filed with the application, you identified 7 different customer classes. Does that sound correct?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Okay. Now, in part 2 of these proceedings, these are the proceedings after January 13th, you provided on February 25th supplemental testimony, correct?
Correct.
And with that supplemental testimony, you provided a class cost of service study, and we'll talk about the specifics in a second, but you also put a cost of service study into the record with your February 25th testimony. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement. And that class cost of service study addressed the 2 net metering classes, as well as the original classes provided in my direct testimony.
Okay. And with regard to part of the way that it changed, with the class cost of service study that you submitted on February 25th, rather than 7 classes, you present 9 classes by adding 2 new classes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and one of the new classes that you added is, and for reference purposes, I'm looking at the Excel file that was submitted with your February 25th filing. And this is the exhibit number JMS-S2, page 1 of 3, if that helps everybody get on the same page. It's under the tab proposed for that file. Can we get on the same page, Mr. Steagall? Can you locate that?
I have a printout of that page in front of me.
Okay, thank you. That's going to help. When we're looking at the first column 1 for current class, you see in the second line of the classes RS NMS 2, and that's one of the 2 classes you added to your supplemental cost of service study. Is that correct?
Slight correction, it just says RS NMS, there's no 2 after.
I'm sorry, you are correct. I'm sorry about that, I apologize. You are correct. With that correction, RS NMS 2, I'm sorry, I'm going to try that one more time. RS NMS, that class represents the residential customers who have net metering service for your class cost of service study. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And previously, in terms of your original cost of service study filed with the application, were those customers housed in the class RS?
Yes, they were.
Okay, now, on row 3, for the classes, there is a CNI NMS class. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and in terms of your initial class cost of service study, were those customers housed in the class GS and class LGS?
Yes, there was a split. Most of the customers were GS secondary customers. I think 1 customer was LGS secondary, if that helps.
Okay. Yeah, that helps. That helps. With regard to those 4 remaining classes, there were no customers pulled into CNI NMS from any of those 4 remaining classes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, For the supplemental testimony filed on February 25th, there is the mention of Exhibit JMS-S2, and among other places, it's described or identified in the table of contents. And on that page, it's identified as a revenue allocation exhibit. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. So when we're looking at the exhibit JMS-S2, and I'm on page 1 of 3, just in general terms, what does the exhibit purport to represent?
This, well, you're just page 1? Is that the only one you want me to address?
Well, if you need to reference one of the other 2 pages, certainly that's fine. But to know what I'm looking at, so we stay on the same page literally, is I'm looking at page 1 of 3. But if you want to describe the entire exhibit, certainly that's fine. But my question is, you're the person who's sponsoring the exhibit, and so it's sponsored to what end?
The purpose of this exhibit as a whole is to determine what the current level of subsidy is for each class, to determine if we were to eliminate any subsidy, how much we would eliminate, and what the effect would be on the proposed increase. And then page 1 here is sort of the summation of all of that, and this is reflecting of the proposed increase.
Okay. If I'm looking at page 1 of 3 in column 4 for current income for RS NMS, I see an amount paren 11,852 close paren. Do you see that amount?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to what is being identified by this amount, what does that amount represent?
What does a negative value, or I'll say, let me back up a second. This value represents the net income, in this case, the net loss earned on this class based on the calculations performed in the class cost of service study.
Okay. And with regard to the next row down for CNI NMS, the loss amount is $6,055. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's representing the same thing as the number above it. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the supplemental rebuttal testimony that was filed on March the 25th, you also included, among other things, an exhibit JMS-SR2. And can you go to that exhibit? And I'm looking at that exhibit, page 1 of 3, and just tell me when you get there.
Okay. JMS-SR2, page 1 of 3?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. Now, again, we see the column 1, the classes that now include the net metering service customers broken out by residential and then also separately by the commercial and industrial. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And in very general terms, there are differences between what you filed on February 25th and then March 25th, and we'll talk about those differences, some of those differences at least in just a second. But basically, this is a revision or an update of the JMS-2 that you filed on February 25th. Is that correct?
It's a revision for a correction, if if I'm making any sense. I noticed that I had overstated the revenues for those two classes, and so I provided a revised study to correct that.
Okay, makes perfect sense. And when we look at the correction, if I'm looking at the column 2 for current revenue, I see for the RS NMS class a revenue of $169,835. Do you see that in column 3?
I want to correct you. That is the rate base.
Okay, you're right. And I'm sorry. The rate base differs in column 3 than what it did in the rate base in your February 25th, page 1 of 3, the schedule on February 25th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And going to the column that I missed the first time, with regard to current revenue, it's reflecting $38,939 for your SMR2, whereas previously it had been reported as $40,621 on your JMS-S2.
Correct.
Okay, now the net effect for this change, in simple terms, it shows column 2 is showing a reduction in revenue from RS NMS2 as a consequence of your correction.
Yes.
Okay, and it translates out or results out to, in column 4, a loss of $11,935. Am I reading that? Am I finally getting the sense of what column 4 is? Okay, all right, thank you. With regard to another exhibit that you filed on March 25th, there is an exhibit JMS-SR4, and I'm on page 1 of 3, and just let me know when you get there.
I'm there.
Okay, now, the title of this one is I'm looking at the heading. This has NMS2 proposed revenue allocation. Do you see that in the heading?
Yes.
Okay, so can you identify how this schedule differs from your other rebuttal schedule, SR2, that we just talked about just literally about a minute ago?
So just as a general point, the class cost of service study and the revenue allocation, as you can see, since they're in the same file, work in pairs, so that the data from the class feeds into the revenue allocation, just as a general point. The difference between the SR1 and SR2 file or exhibits and the SR3 and the SR4 exhibits is that the SR3 and the SR4 exhibits reflect values that the company would have collected in revenues under TARIFF NMS2, and they were provided to me by Mr. Vaughn.
Okay. And when we look at the current class RS NMS and go over to column 4 for current income, we see that there's a loss of $11,327. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we look at the current revenue that's in column 2, we see a revenue amount of $42,784. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And is it correct that what is happening between JMS SR2 and JMS SR4 is that you actually, for the RS NMS customers, you were increasing the current revenue based upon using those NMS2 rates. The use of the NMS2 rates on your class cost of service study, all other things, it's going to increase the revenue for that particular class.
Yes, for the residential NMS class, based on the values provided to me by Mr. Vaughn, I did see an increase in revenues for the residential class, the residential class.
When we look at SR4 for the C&I NMS customer class, we see a current revenue amount listed in column 2 is $99,837. And then in column 4, a loss of $10,242. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Comparatively, for SR2, for the C&I NMS class, the current revenue amount is listed as $106,569. Do you see that?
Yes, so JMS SR2.
Right. And with regard to the application of the NMS2 rates for the C and I NMS class, why do the revenues decrease whereas they're increasing for the RS NMS class?
That question should be addressed to Mr. Vaughn.
One moment, please. I may have. With regard to the extraction of customers from the, with regard to the extraction of the residential NMS customers on the revised class cost of service studies, they were taking out of the RS NMS customers were taken out of or extracted from the RS customers. Is that correct?
I think that's a valid way to think about it from a cost allocation or mechanical standpoint. All the allocators that were used to assign or allocate costs to the residential class were subdivided between the standard residential class and the residential net metering customers, and then fed into the study to calculate new results. So okay. I think you're fine summarizing it that way, but technically that it was based on providing revised allocators that split that class between into two.
Okay, all right. Well, if I'm looking at the schedule JMS SR4 that has the application of the NMS2 rates and comparing it to JMS SR2, which was the correction of the error in the February 25th class cost of service study submitted, why did the current income number for the RS class change when you applied the NMS2 rates to the RS NMS class?
Why did that income change? Because the class cost of service study is designed to allocate costs based on a set number of allocators. When one allocator changes, it will go through the study and may affect more than one thing. So if I update revenues, I could have a revenue-related tax item down the road that needs to increase if I increase revenues or decrease if I decrease revenues. The other thing, and this is covered a bit in my direct testimony, a lot of the allocation mechanisms feed on each other, so it's a big circular calculation. And so I'm not sure if if you notice that when you look at that file, but the allocations are interdependent on each other. So you'll see changes flow through multiple places if you change one of the allocators. In this case, revenues. If I change revenues, I will see allocators change.
Okay. Well, I certainly appreciate your patience bearing with me as we walk through multiple exhibits and multiple rounds of testimony, and thank you so much for your answers. With that, Mr. Vice Chairman, I have no further questions.
Mr. Miller, any questions on behalf of the Sierra Club?
None from us, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Fry, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Chairman Schmidt?
No questions.
Dr. Matthews?
No questions.
Mr. Steagall, have you read the Electricity Journal article that was an appendix to the Commission's 2019 docket, electronic consideration of the implementation of the Net Metering Act, that was incorporated into this case?
No, I did not.
What's that?
I did not, no.
Okay. Are we able to bring that order up?
Vice Chairman, just to be clear, the final order?
It's the December 18th, 2019 order in case number 2019-256 that was indicated in that order was going to be made a part of the record and all initial net metering dockets.
Mr. Leach and Mr. Rippey, I will get this and send it right to you for screen share.
So while they're doing that, have you heard of the Brattle Group?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, while they're bringing that up, have you heard of the Brattle Group?
Yes.
Okay, and you understand them to be a fairly large, well-respected, generally well-respected economist organization, business?
Yes, generally.
Okay. If we go to, should be it's Appendix C, although I don't know what page that is on the pagination. It's Appendix C of the order. I think we could probably try about page 70. It's actually further than that.
It starts on PDF 79.
There we go.
And
Mr.
then
Vice Chairman,
Yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Would you mind if we just took a minute so we can print this out for Mr. Steagall?
As opposed to showing it on the screen?
Yes, just so he could have it in front of him and the entirety of what you would like to discuss.
That'll be fine. What time is it?
Thank you.
3:45. I guess we've been going for it, for 2 hours. We'll take a 15-minute recess. We'll go ahead and take our early evening recess until 4 o'clock. Then we'll pick back up, Mr. Steagall.
Thank you very
Great
much.
recess. Get us on the volume and the. He's got to turn the microphone, right? There we go. And then the camera. Hello. There we go. Oh, that's the one we're going to talk about. Can you all hear me? Hear us now?
Yes, we can.
Great. So, Ms. Glass, you're here. Mr. Steagall, you made it back.
I did.
Okay. And you have this this Appendix C, a copy of that now in your possession?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Have you seen this document before?
I don't recall seeing it before.
Okay. So I guess I don't have to lay any foundation here. This is already part of the record, but just as a quick aside, I mean, this is a study from the Brattle Group or a paper from the Brattle Group that is entitled "Quantifying Net Energy Metering Subsidies." So, do you mind to go to it's second page, paragraph 3, where it says methodology?
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. And do you see that based on our review of the existing literature on quantifying NEM subsidies, we have identified 2 widely used approaches, a, quote, cost of service, end quote, approach, and a, quote, cost benefit, end quote, approach? Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Do you understand NEM to be net energy metering?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you mind to read there what at least Brattle describes as what they take from the literature to be a, quote, cost of service approach?
Sure. How much of it do you want me to read? The whole paragraph?
Yeah, just the whole paragraph. I think it's only 2 or 3 sentences.
Cost of service approach compares the utility revenue collected from NEM customers to the utility's cost to serve NEM customers. The difference between revenue and cost represents the NEM subsidy. Figure 2 illustrates this approach. While this approach is conceptually straightforward, it requires the availability of recent and reliable cost of service data, which may not be available for every utility, and for those that have a recent cost of service paper, they may not have analyzed and isolated the cost to serve NEM customers.
Okay, and then if we could go to the next page, can we zoom out there for a minute so we can see more of the page? A little bit more. Okay, so do you see figure 2 there that shows the NEM utility cost of service as compared to, I mean, this is just an illustrative, figure there. But then an NEM customer's bills, do you see that figure?
Yes.
Is this what effectively Kentucky Power has attempted to do through your cost of service study?
Yes. Now, we have traditionally defined subsidy in the revenue allocation process as any difference, shortfall or overflow compared to the retail total return. So we are defining subsidy a little bit differently than they are here.
Okay, and so can you talk about that?
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Can you talk about that then? So you're saying that you all are defining subsidy as being I just want to say it this way to tell me if I'm correct or not. Effectively, the shortfall in terms of a class cost of service study from the revenue shortfall from not earning the system-wide ROR. Yes.
As an example, if you look at exhibit number, if you look at exhibit JMS SR4, and I'm looking at page 2 of 3, the subsidy is based on that column 5 current ROR. So my total retail ROR is defined as 2.86%. and any class that's paying below 2.86% is receiving a subsidy. And that is traditionally how we have identified the subsidy that each class pays or receives.
And I don't have that in front of me right now, but I guess I would just ask that's where you get that $40,000 amount.
The roughly $20,000 per class, per net metering class. Yes, that's where I get that.
Okay, and then just to be clear, and again, I don't have it. I'm going from memory here. That similar exhibit showed there was about a $31 million purported $31 million quote unquote subsidy for the rest of the residential class. Is that accurate?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so that's how you all were defining the word subsidy. What is it that you take from what you read a second ago that the Brattle Group in this study defined as subsidy?
Well, it looks like they're comparing subsidy to a total utility cost of service, which in my mind reflects maybe an authorized ROR instead of a calculated value that I provided. So whatever the commission approved in the last case would be the value that you would use instead of the 2.86% that I did. But you have the customer bills, which I assume represents the revenues, and you have a total cost to serve. You can calculate that based on the data provided.
Okay, so just a couple of questions before we get into this. One, I just want to make sure that the cost of service studies you performed post-January, or post the January order, are prior to the are they prior to the commission's authorization of new rates, or before the commission's authorization of new rates?
They do not reflect the authorized rates from the base case, if that's the question that you're asking.
So insofar as the higher customer charge for the residential class, that would apply to both NMS 1 and NMS 2 customers, right? Is not taken into account in the study that you performed?
That's correct.
And same with the revenue allocation of the increase approved by the commission?
That's correct.
Okay. So do you mind to just look here at the steps that the Brattle Group took to calculate this cost of service approach? Do you see step 1 there on page 3?
Yes.
You see that it says that step 1 is the calculation of a DG customer's electricity usage and peak demand, right? And it says DG customers' electricity usage, including monthly energy usage and non-coincident peak demand, is required for both calculating their monthly bill and the utility cost to serve them. So just curious, do you all have or did you use the DG, either NMS 1 or NMS 2 customers' monthly energy usage and non-coincident peak demand?
I'm not aware that we have their non-coincident peak demands. If they're metered through a typical residential bill, I don't know that we would have that data.
Okay. And then
we did use their usage, though.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Please go ahead.
And I said we did use their usage, though.
Okay. So that was step 1. So let me take a step back and ask about something that you all, or I'm trying to make sure I understand what you all did with the cost of service study. In Kentucky, we were talking to Mr. Blankenship about the meters. In Kentucky, do you all know what production looks like for the net metering customers that you have? What their distributed production looks like? Not net usage, not instantaneous usage at any given time, but what the load profile, I guess, or the production of those distributed generating facilities looks like.
No, I think we use something closer to, if you look in that next paragraph from the one you just cited, we estimated the reduction, and I'm reading about halfway down that second paragraph in the second column. The bottom-up approach estimates the reduction in energy consumption based on the average DG installed capacity per customer and the hourly production profile of solar PV in a given utility using NERL or NREL and EIA data. So that's a lot more akin to what I did to develop the load profiles.
And then how about the top-down approach there? Because it says it uses both approaches. That it estimates the energy consumption reduction based on the average for the utilities for which we have data available.
Are you in that same paragraph?
Yep. Next sentence after the cite to footnote 10, where you I think you stopped right before in a given utility using NREL and EIA data. The next sentence, the top-down approach. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so you all only used one of those approaches then.
Yes.
Okay. And then, so just, again, taking a step back, you didn't use any data from Kentucky Power. You used data from a utility that has the same parent company as Kentucky Power. Is that fair?
We used, you'd have to ask witness Vaughn how he came up with his hourly solar profile, solar generation profiles. He's the one that provided them to me. I do know that he compared what I developed in my load profiles to something from a neighboring or an affiliate utility of ours, and came up with something similar.
Okay. And I guess the question I have about wherever you all got this load profile from, that's the basis of the calculation of the summary. Wherever you got that load profile from, you just laid that over the residential class's load shape. Is that right?
For the residential NMS customers, yes.
Yeah.
We layered that generation profile over the existing residential profile we developed as part of the base case.
Right. And so you just so there is no assumption or presumption that there's any elasticity amongst those users or any attempt to modify their demand in accordance with their production. Is that fair?
I don't think it's fair to say there was never any attempt. I don't know that data exists, so we used the data the best we could. We used the data that we had available.
Yeah, I don't mean that you looked at it through the window and just decided to not go get it. I don't mean to say that. I guess what I'm trying to say is, or trying to ask is, you all did not study whether or not a residential customer, which is purported to be in a homogeneous class of all residential customers, is just lumped together for class cost of service studies, right?
Based on required EEI standards for load research studies. I didn't prepare the load research studies, but all customer classes that are based on samples are all stratified and combined into one profile, and that's the input that I have and that I use to do my work.
It looks as if it's just one person, right? I mean, that's kind of the information. You get one cost of service for the representative residential customer, the cost to serve, the average, we'll call it average, even if that's not technically correct, the average residential customer, and then you get the average revenues based off of a representative load profile, right?
So I want to try to unpack what you said, because we receive a load profile that reflects average is probably not the right word, or typical, but homogenized residential customer. We develop demand and energy allocation bases to do cost allocation using that data, and that's fed into the cost of service study to come up with the results.
Okay. Can I get you all to, Mr. Rippey or Mr. Leach, can I get you all to exit out of that so we can see the screen, please? Oh, sorry, the message. I need that exhibit back up, please. Oh, it's great. It's part of the record. Well, Mr. Steagall, you have it in front of you. Do you see step 2? Do you have that in front of you? Calculation of DG customers' bills for pre and post DG.
See that?
It says that we applied the retail rate schedules to the customer usage information to estimate NEM customer bills. Most utilities provided us the all-in average residential electricity price and the average monthly electricity consumption for both DG and non-DG residential customers. For utilities that did not provide us with the data, we obtained them from EIA. We first multiplied the all-in residential electricity price by the average residential monthly consumption to get the average monthly bill for residential customers. To calculate DG customer bills, we first subtracted the fixed monthly customer charge from the average monthly bill to calculate the volumetric portion of the monthly bill. Then we calculated the volumetric rate by dollars per kilowatt hour by dividing the volumetric portion of the bill by the average monthly consumption. We then multiplied this volumetric rate times the energy usage of DG customers, both pre-DG and post-DG as calculated in step 1, to estimate the volumetric portion of average bills for DG customers. Finally, they added the customer charge back. Is that a more, I don't know the way to say it, more complicated process than you all did in this cost of service study to determine the subsidy?
I can't really talk about the calculation of the revenues. Those numbers were provided to me by Mr. Vaughn.
Okay, so you only did the cost side of the cost of service study?
He provided me revenues to use in the study. Okay. I think you're oversimplifying it, but I wouldn't say it's oversimplified, but it's not incorrect.
Okay. It's a good bumper sticker. The step 3, the calculation of cost of serving DG customers for pre and post DG, is that a step that you all necessarily followed? Or was it strictly a determine the cost to serve per the allocations of the cost of service study netted against the class revenues?
It was to follow the methodology that we've historically used to determine class cost allocation and netted it against the revenues.
Okay. All right, I appreciate Mr. Steagall. Excuse me, Steagall. And Ms. Glass, do you have any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman, I do. Mr. Steagall, Mr. Fitzgerald talked about how the company did not do separate load research for net metering customers. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Was it necessary for the company to do additional load research specific to net metering customers?
I would argue that the approach that we took is valid. I don't know that it completely encompasses everything in the article that I was just shown by the Vice Chairman, but we do incorporate several principles that are identified in that article. So I don't think that it's valid. I think if we did further study that it would most likely come to a similar answer that we came up with here.
So even if the company chose to do separate load metering, load research for net metering customers, or if it were necessary for the company to do that, based on your understanding, could the company actually have done separate load research with its current metering system?
To my knowledge, that data currently isn't available. So we didn't choose not to come up with separate profiles. The data just wasn't there to do it. To develop that sort of data, we would need to place load research meters on a set sample of customers that represent the class, and then perform the statistical analysis that load research typically performs to come up with the profile. So it's certainly possible, but it wasn't possible in this case.
Okay, so if the company had, say, AMI meters, it would be able to get that data.
Conceptually, yes. I don't know the actual mechanics and possibilities, but based on my general understanding, that sounds true.
Right, thank you. You've also gotten some questions about the, continuing with that kind of line of questioning about separate load research for net metering customers. Is it correct, based on your understanding, that there are currently 18 tariff classes for Kentucky Power?
I would say roughly that's true. I don't have an exact count, but yes.
Okay. And so if you'll accept my number of 18 different tariff classes, is it also correct that you developed the class cost of service for each of those tariff classes based on only 5 different load profiles?
I don't know the original number of profiles that I received, but I can say that several of the profiles are reused and I mentioned earlier in my in this hearing that, for the example, the general service class has multiple voltages. We use the same profile for each voltage level. The same thing for the LGS class. And then I believe in this case we use the same profile for both outdoor lighting and street lighting.
Okay, so for example, the tariff rates were approved for outdoor lighting and street lighting by the Commission's January 13, 2021 order, even though we did not perform separate load research for that class.
Correct.
Okay, so we touched on also this a little bit earlier, and also it was brought up in the supplemental rebuttal testimony of CAISO witness Mr. Inskeep. He referred to, quote, dubious assumptions, end quote, that you made when developing the load profiles for the net metering customers. Did you make assumptions in developing your net metering load profiles?
The only real assumption that I made is if I took a valid class load profile, such as for residential or GS or LGS, and then reduced it for the value of an anticipated solar generation resource, that the resulting net value would give me a valid solar load profile to use for cost allocation purposes.
Okay, so...
And I mentioned, oh, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
And I do want to mention, as I mentioned before in this hearing, I covered this in response to CAISO question 4-6 part A, where I said that I used class load shapes reduced for expected solar generation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fitzgerald also touched on this earlier, and you provided an answer, but I wanted to provide some additional context and explanation. And I'll do so in reference to Mr. Inskeep's supplemental rebuttal testimony, where he alleged that Kentucky Power, quote, created phantom load that offsets the generation from the DG system that meets a customer's own load, end quote. Did you, in fact, create phantom loads like Mr. Inskeep claims?
No, I did not. The total energy usage across each month of the test year still comes out to the same total usage regardless. All we're doing is spreading that usage over hours where the solar generation didn't completely offset it based on the load profile.
Okay, thank you. So would this explain the results of the scaling process to which you refer in your supplemental rebuttal testimony?
Yes, the whole point of the scaling process is if I have a valid load profile, I'm assuming that the entire class will use energy and incur demand based on that profile. And all I'm doing is spreading the total test year usage across that profile proportionately. So, for example, in this case, it might appear that we are overstating certain hours, but if I have the same amount of energy, even after offset with solar generation resource, I'm basically just shifting that usage to periods where my solar was not generating.
Okay, thank you. And my final question is, was the allocation methodology you used in the net metering class cost of service study consistent with the allocation methodology you used for all other classes in the class cost of service?
Yes, and I want to refer you to the top of page 3 of my testimony, where I say all costs were subject to the same process employed in the cost of service study that my direct testimony sponsored. The only difference results from a change in the calculation of the allocation bases to reflect the 2 new net metering customer classes.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you, Ms. Glass. Ms. Vincel, can Mr. Steagall be dismissed?
Yes, he can.
Thank you, Mr. Steagall.
Mr. Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were going to have a chance for some additional questioning. Is there not opportunity to do so?
Sure. If we're going to do that, let's go ahead and give, I've already asked Ms. Vincel and she didn't have any. Let's go through the ordinary list since we've got them here. Does anybody from the AG's office or Walmart or KIUC have questions for Mr. Steagall?
Nothing for the AG's office.
None from Walmart.
Nothing, Ms. Cone?
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions. I just need to clarify, Mr. Steagall. When you did the cost of service study for the separate cost of service study for the net metering customers, you did not have the load shape data for your actual net metering customers. Is that correct?
We did not develop a load profile specifically for those customer classes, but as I stated before.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, as I stated before, that's not an uncommon practice. We reuse load profiles on a regular basis.
I was just trying to clarify whether, in fact, you actually had that data and used it. Did you have usage pattern data for your net metering customers?
No, from my understanding, they're not metered in such a way that I can see that data.
Okay, and you didn't have non-coincident peak data as well, is that correct?
No, that was developed from the load profiles that we created.
Okay, and am I correct that the proposed tariff compensatory was proposed by the company was done and available?
I'm sorry, you broke up while you were asking that question. Can you ask it again?
Months before this cost. Yes.
Your Honor, I'm also having difficulty hearing Mr. Fitzgerald.
Yeah, we'll try. Mr. Fitzgerald, can you try again?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. We can hear you clearly now.
Yeah,
if you
can
want
you
to
hear
give
me
it another
okay
try.
now?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Mr. Steagall, what I was asking is was the NMS2 tariff as filed by Kentucky Power based on this cost of service study, or was this cost of service study developed after that filing?
This cost of service study was developed as part of this net metering service hearing. It was not, or this case, I guess that's the correct word. It wasn't developed as part of the NMS2 tariff development, to my knowledge. But that's a better question for Mr. Vaughn.
Okay, I'll say that for him. Finally, did you, as you calculated the cost to serve the net metering customers, did you include revenue that you assume is lost because of lower usage?
Any lower usage, any revenue resulting from lower usage would have been included in the study as part of their current revenue. So any solar generation that occurred during the test year would have been incorporated as part of this process. So
on the revenue side?
Yes, on the revenue side.
Okay, but you didn't include it in terms of what you calculate as the cost to serve that customer?
If a customer say provided energy to the grid at a certain point in time, then it becomes a supplier. It's not necessarily a user of the system in the way a typical customer does. So there's no credit fed back. That's the whole point of the net metering. They're receiving a credit to the meter. What's billed?
I understand. I'm just trying to understand when you're looking at the cost of serving as opposed to the revenues you're collecting. Did you include the lost revenues on the cost of service side?
When you say lost revenues, you mean revenues that we would have earned under a separate. I'm not sure what you mean by lost revenues.
What I'm talking about is the difference between the usage from your average customer versus the usage from a net metering customer who's offsetting some of their load on the other side of the meter rather than requiring, than purchasing it from you and paying for those portion of the fixed costs that are in your volumetric rates?
We only incorporated that in the study based on the revenues. So if a customer generated energy to satisfy their whole need for a billing period, then that's already incorporated. Their lower amount of bill would have been incorporated in their revenues.
Okay.
It's not reflected on the cost side.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you very much, Mr. Steagall. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Miller, Mr. Fry, do you all have any questions? Mr. Spinard?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Okay. So Ms. Glass, based on those questions, do you have any additional redirect?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Steagall.
Thank you.
Ms. Glass, Ms. Blend, Mr. Overstreet, Mr. Garcia here today. Whoever's up next, please call your next witness.
Your
Thank
Honor.
you, Vice Chairman.
Go ahead, Kristen.
Sorry, Mr. Overstreet. The company calls Jacob H. Crocker.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do so, sir.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jacob H. Crocker.
And your address?
1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Ms. Blend, you may ask.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Crocker. Will you please indicate by whom you are employed and in what position?
I'm employed by American Electric Service Corporation as a customer program service analyst.
Thank you. And did you cause to be filed in this phase of this proceeding responses to data requests?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections to any of those responses?
No, I do not.
And if I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would be.
Thank you. And Mr. Crocker, could you please identify any documents or information that you have in front of you during today's hearing?
I currently have electronic copies of the testimony provided with any of the answers that I had submitted previously, as well as a Word document with some notes from questions that have been asked previously.
Thank you. And one final line of questions on direct. Mr. Crocker, do you recall, you've been observing the hearing so far today, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Do you recall questions that were asked of company witnesses Phillips and West regarding the American Electric Power Distribution System Planning Criteria document?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And for purposes of the record, that is attachment 1 to KPSC staff's 8th set of data requests, item number 14. Mr. Crocker, could you please describe, well, are you familiar with that document?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Can you please describe your familiarity level and your use of that document as part of your job?
Yes, ma'am. So my job functionally with American Electric Power is to operate as the distributed generation coordinator for Kentucky Power, as well as the subject matter experts on distributed generation company-wide. We utilize, as has been mentioned, this distribution planning document is a standardized document for all AEP operating companies, including Kentucky Power. One of my main job functions is to act as the interface between customers and applicants for distributed generation interconnections to our distribution planning group to provide our distribution planning group with accurate and complete information to perform impact studies, as well as to provide reporting and additional details after an interconnection application has been completed to allow for modeling of the system. including identifying all in-service applications and the current state of any in-service distributed generation customers connected to Kentucky Power.
Thank you. And so would you be available if there were questions by, on the part of staff or the vice chairman or others to answer questions regarding the distribution system planning criteria document this afternoon?
Yes, ma'am, I would.
Thank you. And with that, I have no further questions this time, and Mr. Crocker is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Benzel?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Crocker. I'm trying to make sure I gather up all the questions. I think you've come in a very close second to Mr. Vaughn for people referring questions to you. So I want to make sure I've gathered them all in. Okay, let me start back with Mr. Madison. I asked Mr. Madison and then Mr. West about I'm going to call them pending applications for net metering service. And as I understand, there were 10 pending before January 14th, and there have been 10 pending since then. Can I ask, the 10 applications since January 14th, I understand waiting on customer information. Just generally, can you say what kind of information you're waiting on?
Sure. And to provide one additional clarification point, we have not received only 10 applications since January 14th. It's just that there are 10 pending applications that were received after January 14th. Some applications received since January 14th have gone in service by now.
Okay, how many applications received since January 14th have gone into service?
I don't have that number immediately available at hand, but I can provide that on further data requests.
Okay, thank you.
But to answer your direct question concerning the type of information that we may still be waiting from customers on, the interconnection process requires multiple handoffs of information from an applicant to the utility and utility back to the applicant. And this reflects the different phases of the interconnection process, starting with a customer submitting an application or an applicant submitting an application that would be providing us details around their generator, how it's being connected, the type of service, type of tariff that they wish to participate in. This information is reviewed for completeness, and if items are found to be lacking or missing from that initial application, we work with the customer and the applicant to correct any errors that are found. So that's the first piece of pending information that we can be waiting on. The second time typically is once we have gotten to the point of approving an application, if there are any special approval conditions, such as any service upgrades or special operational conditions that must be accepted prior to our official approval for interconnection. That would be another place where we would be waiting for feedback from an applicant stating whether they agree to or whether they have any questions regarding any of those approval conditions. And then the final piece of feedback that we would be waiting on is after approval of an interconnection application, the customer or applicant would come back to Kentucky Power to provide proof of installation. And this would be in a number of formats, but that would be another place where any of our proof of installation documentation or data would be waiting for the applicants to come back to us on before we can officially move on to replacing their meter or to putting them in service.
Thank you very much. I will ask, as a post-hearing data request, the number of customers that have begun taking service under TARIFF NMS 2 since January 14th, just to follow up on that. You probably were listening when I discussed with Mr. West about the question of the application fee amount and the amount of the initial study. Let me take a couple steps back here. Of the applications that were pending prior to January 14th, do you know how many of them have gone into service?
That were sorry, can you please repeat the question again?
I understand that there were 10 applications that were filed and not decided before January 14th, which is the point when Tariff NMS 2 went into effect. So I'm wondering, of those applications that were pending up until January 14th, how many of them have gone into service?
The number that we referenced, the 10 pending applications, are ones that are still not in service as of yet. My recollection, and I'm trying to find the testimony where it's provided.
It was, I can tell you, it was in Kentucky, Kentucky Power's response to CASIA's third request for information that was filed on February 22nd, and it is in questions 2 and 3.
Yes, and I see that now. In question 2, it was identified that there were 20 pending applications, 15 residential and 5 commercial. So our statement now is that 10 customers that were pending when we had filed that data request on dated February 12th, 2021, have now gone in service as of the most recent numbers from this morning.
Are they taking service under Tariff NMS or Tariff NMS 2?
They are currently taking service under Tariff NMS 1.
NMS 1, okay. And of the new net metering customers that have just gone into service, no, let me withdraw that. I think you've answered that question. So of the net metering customers that had applications after January 14th and have gone into service after January 14th, let me ask, I'm gonna do a mental Venn diagram of the applications received after January 14th. I understand there were 10 applications received after, no, I'm sorry, you said, yes, 10 applications after January 14th. Am I correct in that number?
There are 10 still pending. I believe the full number is something 14 or 15 total that have been submitted since January 14th. But my recollection, and I need to verify this against the data, is that 4 or 5 customers have submitted an application since January 14th and have gone in service already. And so they do not count as a pending application.
Okay. Let me jump ahead. I think I'm getting too much into the weeds here. Are there customers who are taking service now under Tariff TMS 2?
There are no current customers that are taking service under NMS 2.
You just cleared out a lot of questions. Thank you. And I don't know if you were listening to my cross-examination of Mr. West in regard to the amount of the application fee. Under the proposed Tariff NMS 2, the fees for both the Level 1 and Level 2 applications are $50 higher than permissible by commission order, and the cost for the initial impact study should be capped at $1,000, and it's not. I don't know if you also heard when we took administrative notice of the order issued in this proceeding on January 13th, where we discussed non-recurring charges for labor conducted during normal business hours. You know, that wasn't part of the marginal cost. So having said that, let me ask about the basis for the $150 amount of the application fee. Does that do I understand correctly that's reflecting the work that you do on the applications?
That reflects the work predominantly of myself and my team at American Electric Power, as well as approximately half a dozen to 10 other groups that contribute to the interconnection process in one-off circumstances to interconnect a customer and to fully set them up to be billed under NMS tariffs and other DG tariffs.
And does this work take place during the normal working hours?
It does.
Let me also ask about the initial impact study, because there is not a cap on it. Can you explain the reasoning behind that?
Distribution impact studies for interconnection service requests such as these are not part of normal business procedures. We may do load studies and analyses on a regular cadence, but these are being done at the request of the applicants to be performed to support their interconnection. And so when we perform these distribution impact studies, we are creating unique models that describe the current state of that distribution circuit, as well as creating static and dynamic models of that generator's generating capacity and potential on the distribution circuit, as well as the load on that circuit under a number of circumstances, specifically trying to evaluate the maximum load and maximum potential and minimum load, minimum generating potential, and the interchanges between those to fully service the customers and to provide safe service to all customers on that circuit.
And can you give me a rough estimate of what the cost would be for initial impact study? Understanding that there might be different factors. And again, I'm speaking of a customer who would take service under Tariff NMS 2.
Yes, ma'am. And a customer that would require an impact study is currently being quoted $15,000 in jurisdictions across American Electric Power for a distribution impact study. In Kentucky Power, for customers taking service under NMS 1, the quoted amount is $1,000, as dictated by State Administrative Code as identified.
And I recognize that you are not a lawyer, and I'm sure your lawyers will be looking into this, but the rates cannot exceed what a commission has ordered already. And in this case, with Tariff NMS 2 as proposed, those rates do exceed what's been established by order. So that's an issue that will have to be addressed at some point here. There was another question that we asked to Mr. Phillips, and this is in regard to the customers the residential customers that use 3 different service lines. Mr. Phillips provided information about 3 different types of service line: a number 2 triplex all aluminum, 1-0 triplex all aluminum, and a 4-0 triplex aluminum alloy conductor. We're asking, as a post-hearing data request, if approximately how many customers use these 3 types of service lines. Mr. Phillips thought you might be able to help us narrow down an answer. Mr. Phillips had referenced he planned to get that information using the mapping system. And my question was, is that the only way to retrieve the information of the number of customers using those 3 type of customer lines? And I hope... I just want to make sure you followed, because that was a bit of a question.
Yes, ma'am. So if I can restate the question, whether it is my assertion that that is the only place that we currently would be able to retrieve the number of customers using the different type of service wires. Is that accurate, ma'am?
That's accurate. Thank you.
To my knowledge, that is the most accessible place to identify that information. I do not have knowledge of all systems that AEP operates and controls, and so that information may exist elsewhere, but to my knowledge, the mapping system would be the most likely place to find that information.
And because Mr. Phillips hedged on the accuracy of the data, would it be fair to say that the mapping system should have fairly accurate data of customer infrastructure?
I cannot directly attest to the level of accuracy of that data. I will say that from personal experience, we do trust but verify the information. And so while a specific data point in the mapping system may say, for example, a certain customer has a certain service wire, before we make any final determinations on anything in the interconnection process, we would manually verify that that information is accurate. To my knowledge, most of the information in the mapping system is entered as it's installed, and so if any changes are made, it would have to then be updated back to the mapping system, which introduces some human error aspect.
Thank you very much. Without engaging in editorial comment, I know why your colleagues defer to you. Thank you. You've provided me with very helpful information. I have one other more general question that I discussed, I believe, with Mr. Phillips. And again, I don't want to talk about rate design for net metering customers. I'm looking at the costs of net metering customer. And from today, we've identified, we've got the meters, the bidirectional meters. There's a billing system one way or another that is needed to account for imports and exports. And then, as you've touched on, their interconnection fees and potential system costs. Are there any other costs that I've overlooked in providing service to net metered customers? And again, I'm not looking at rate design. I'm not looking at avoided costs. I'm just looking for that straightforward, this is what it would cost.
In addition to the cost stated thus far, I would highlight that there are reporting requirements to both the state commission as well as to federal agencies that are unique to distributed generation customers. And many of these are required and are not voluntary. And so additional work and labor is needed not only to pull together that information, but also to curate databases regarding this type of information, in addition to administrative work to upkeep and maintain that information, as well as verifying information as necessary with applicants. One of the major components that can take up my time currently is, since the distributed generation systems are long-lived, we occasionally have to verify that a system is still active and operational in the same manner with which it was approved. And these referrals, these fallbacks can take additional time and resources to ensure that our data and details on distributed generation systems as a whole are accurate. And this then plays into further planning and operational risks. If our information is not accurate about these distributed generation systems, then it does cause issues to our planning and operations as the information is inaccurate.
Okay.
The assumptions we make are unreliable.
I apologize, I did not mean to talk over you. So what we're talking about are administrative costs to monitor the ongoing system.
Yes, that would not be present for other non-distributed generation customers.
Vice Chairman, those are all the questions we have at this time.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. West?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Cohn?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Grunman?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
Yes, Vice Chairman, just a couple of questions. Mr. Crocker, Tom Fitzgerald represented the joint interveners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
Wonderful. I'm a little confused, which is kind of my ambient state, but status of pending applications. I just want to run back through it again. You have currently how many applications that are pending for residential service?
Yes, and I apologize, you were breaking up a little bit. If I can repeat back the question. The question was how many residential systems are still pending interconnection at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Currently, we have 15 residential systems that are pending interconnection. 6 that were requested prior to January 14th and 9 that were requested on or after January 14th.
Okay, and for those that were prior to January 14th, they will be served under the NMS 1 tariff, is that correct?
Yes, they do have the option if they wish to select to participate under NMS 2, but currently the guidance we've been provided by the applicant,
under NMS 2,
which is often the installation company. I'm sorry, Mr. Fitzgerald, you broke up there for a second.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we were breaking up just a little bit. I apologize. For the 9 that were filed after January 14th, are those going to be processed under NMS 1 or 2?
The current methodology that we are operating under is until the commission explicitly rules on NMS 2 being accepted, the customer will have the option of participating under NMS 1 or NMS 2 until that date upon which the commission makes that determination. Upon that date, it would then be limited to if an installation has been fully interconnected by that point, then it would be participating under NMS 1, barring some, an item that may be AEP dependent, such as a meter being swapped out. If a customer has submitted all necessary paperwork to show that they are installed and is simply waiting for us to put a meter in, they would be still on NMS 1 if that is what they chose to do. Otherwise, if we were still waiting on something for that customer in terms of participation, then assuming that the commission approved the NMS 2 tariff, we would then have those customers on NMS 2 instead, again, after the date on which the commission made the determination.
Okay, so you would switch them over after that time?
They would not be switched over as they had not officially been on any one tariff or another. Their options for participation would simply go from NMS 1 or NMS 2 to only NMS 2 as an option.
Okay, that's the clarification I needed. Thank you, Mr. Crocker. No further questions.
Mr. Spinard, do you have any questions for Mr. Crocker?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman, just a few, hopefully.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Crocker.
Good afternoon.
If I understand correctly, part of what you do is you are in the mix in terms of the relationship between applicants for net metering service and the company. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And among other things, not everyone is eligible to take service under the net metering tariff. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. My team does not handle just net metering applications, but all distributed generation applications, regardless of the applicant. That includes company interconnections. If we're interconnecting something ourselves to our own distribution system, that interconnection process is still handled by my team. Similarly, anything that's connecting to a wholesale marketplace, such as TJM, that is connecting to the distribution grid, would also be handled by my team.
In terms of how your team processes the applications for net metering service, at what stage, do you make at some stage, do you make a threshold determination as to the rated capacity of the electric generating facility to make sure that it is not greater than 45 kilowatts.
Yes, sir, that is correct. We performed that analysis as part of the application intake and application submission process. So this is to the point I was making about ensuring that a customer provides or an applicant provides consistent, accurate data. We will, for example, validate if a customer has stated that they are installing X number of solar panels with X inverter, or Y inverter, excuse me, that their calculations of what they say it is rated as matches what AEP's standard also would indicate.
Okay, and in terms of the AEP standard for rating capacity, do you issue a certificate? How do you document or otherwise memorialize the rated capacity of a system?
The interconnection applications are automatically calculated based upon AEP standard. This is, and to provide some clarity to what that standard is our rated capacity that we approve interconnection applications for is on the maximum exportable power in AC for that system. And so that calculation is performed at the time of submission through our online interconnection application portal. That is then input upon the documentation an applicant signs and attests that this is what they are submitting for, as well as in any further communication to an applicant or customer, that same standard calculated value is what is represented as the total system capacity or total rated capacity.
Okay, with regard to that rated capacity on the application, is that both in instances where the facility includes battery storage and instances where it does not, or are those assessments made separately?
That assessment is made at the time of submission based upon how an applicant indicates that their system is being configured. Again, the standard procedure is to determine maximum exportable capacity. And so depending upon the configuration of the energy storage system and any inverters that may be tied to that system or any other backup system, we calculate how much a total interconnected parallel system could backfeed at a given time. And that is used as a determining point for how much potential that system has to generate back onto the system.
Okay.
Back onto the bulk electric grid. Apologies.
Sure, it's quite all right. With regard to an electrical storage system, if the applicant configures the electrical storage, if the applicant wants to add battery storage and configures the system, the electrical system in such a way not to export, would that change the capacity rating of the facility?
Depending upon how it is configured, that would be on a case-by-case basis. One of the clarifying points to make with this is that this is usually determined by evaluating a customer's application for interconnection. And so this would be reviewing electrical diagrams, electrical one-line diagrams showing how a system would be configured, what type of equipment it would be set behind, the rating of those equipment. And so in situations where a customer is adding a battery after another installation has been set up, we would request that they submit a new application because we cannot arbitrarily state whether that battery would or would not be properly isolated to prevent any backfeed.
Okay, in terms of the process, if you have a customer who submits an application and states that the intent is to isolate the system and to configure it in a manner not to produce any additional exports, at this stage, if the new application, would that knock them out of the grandfathering provision that's set forth in statute? And I'm not asking for a legal determination. I'm asking for your understanding of the process, the procedure that Kentucky Power is going to use for that type of hypothetical application.
A hypothetical situation to that point is currently tricky, as the addition of a parallel battery system, even if it does not export, is still paralleled with the bulk power system. And by that reading, the current reading for the grandfathering statute states that any material modification, and I apologize, I'm not quoting this directly, I'm quoting it from memory, or referring to it from memory, but referred to material modification of the system. And one of the things under material modification would be additions or changes to existing equipment and not replacing like for like. And so by the technical reading of that, I would assert that even if it does not increase the exportable capacity of the system, if a battery system is added after the fact, that it would be materially modifying that interconnection.
Well, Mr. Crocker, you've given very comprehensive answers, and I appreciate each of them. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Trying to find them on the screen here. Mr. Miller, any questions on behalf of the Sierra Club?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Fry?
No questions, Your Honor.
Chairman Schmidt?
No questions.
Commissioner Matthews?
No questions.
Mr. Crocker, a couple questions here. Ms. Vincent was asking you earlier about the costs related to implementing Kentucky's net metering program, Kentucky Power implementing Kentucky's net metering program generally. Do you remember those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And how many jurisdictions do you do a similar function for in addition to Kentucky?
I am the corporate level subject matter expert for distributed generation, so I oversee the 10 other jurisdictions that AEP operates under.
Okay, so both the AEP East and the AEP West companies?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. So do those companies, any of them have state DER programs like Kentucky does, such as net metering?
Yes, sir, all of them do.
Okay.
Maybe not net metering explicitly, but all of the states do have DER programs such as generation or net metering or equivalents.
Do some of them have multiple programs for different types of, we'll say generally DERs, not just, solar PV, but battery, energy efficiency, demand response?
Yes, sir. To my knowledge, all states have multiple programs.
Okay. Do any of the states that you work in have any DERs in which the utility or the State Utilities Commission is in charge of interconnection, but the payment for services is done by some ISO or RTO?
Yes, that is, if my understanding of your question is correct, that would be situations where a distribution connected generator, DER, would be participating in some type of wholesale marketplace, but interconnected under state rules.
That's right.
Yes, sir. We do have those.
Okay. And this may be an oversimplification, but if it's oversimplification, I'd like for you to explain it. As a general matter, is participation for a similar situated DER more simple for, let's say, a net metering program, a state-run net metering program, than participation in a wholesale program?
That depends entirely upon the rules under which it's being interconnected. As an example, some states have broad interconnection rules which govern DERs at large, and this includes multiple programs where the interconnection rules provide relatively clear step-by-step procedures for interconnections that are state jurisdictional but may participate in more programs than, say, just net metering. In those situations, the interconnection process is relatively, in my opinion, is easier than in states where the state rules are explicit to the program type under which you're interconnecting, such as having rules that dictate just net metering interconnections or just cogen interconnections.
Okay. So, so let me ask, in Kentucky, let's just say that there's the same rules for just interconnection for a 45 kW PV system, right? Behind the meter distribution connected PV system. And let's say System A wanted to participate just as an NMS2 customer, and System B wanted to participate, let's say, just say as part of an aggregated group in a wholesale RTO, right? Either MISO or PJM. Would you agree that for net metering, let's take the time of use proposal, the time of use proposal aside, for net metering, you can effectively get away with a net metering program by just having a meter that studies the directional flow of electricity, right?
For simple billing purposes, that would be sufficient in my opinion, but there are other uses and other benefits that having multiple metering points, such as a metering point for billing and a metering point for total production of a system, would be beneficial to not only the utility, but to the customer and to planning.
Okay. So I appreciate the beneficial, but we're just talking about implementing the state-approved plan in Kentucky, right? NMS, you've probably seen the statute. You understand at least generally what your all's proposed tariff is. It's just a bidirectional meter, and even if the time of day is approved or the time of use is approved, it's a bidirectional meter that can also do a time of use function, right?
Yes, Your Honor, but the way that the NMS2 tariff is written, we only need a single meter to implement as written.
Okay. Is it your understanding that participation in wholesale services, ancillary, wholesale products, ancillary services, energy markets, wholesale capacity markets, is it your expectation that interconnected DERs using those types of programs would require additional metering or telemetry?
Yes, sir, they would.
Okay. Can you talk about that for a minute? Are there, beyond just the interconnection, right? Beyond the initial study, which may be fairly similar between the two types of participation, what additional costs have you seen driven by participation of a DER in a wholesale market that may not necessarily be there in a retail program?
So talking largely, and I will make one clarification. So far we've been talking about NMS customers under 45 kilowatts. I will say AEP's current standard is that systems larger than 250 kilowatts of exportable power do require advanced metering and monitoring equipment. This is for dispatch operations and emergency operations, and that requires a separate metering kit that is typically identified as part of an impact study or additional screening. To the point around wholesale market participation, this is where that caveat I just made comes into play. One of the major components to participation in wholesale markets requires more on-demand and real-time telemetry of these interconnection requests, as well as monitoring not only of the generator's output, but also the on-site load of that system. And Therefore, any participation in a wholesale market would likely require more advanced, more complicated metering and control equipment to properly participate in a wholesale marketplace compared to the simple billing of kilowatt hours at the point of delivery for something such as a net metering customer.
Is it your expectation it would also require additional work on the company's behalf, coordinating as an EDC with either an aggregator or an RTO or ISO?
Yes, I would believe that is a fair assessment that the electric distribution company would require significantly more robust work with aggregators such as that to determine the current configuration of a customer system, their metering and control equipment, and the participation of different programs they may be wishing to partake in.
And in your experience, is it possible or probable that those costs will arise, or identification of specific costs will arise after the time of interconnection? Maybe as penetration increases or a certain levels of penetration increase with these DER participating in wholesale market?
That is difficult to state for certain, as the technology that may exist and the situations that may exist, depending upon how states and RTOs both implement rules regarding potential wholesale participation with aggregators, regarding FERC Order 2222, that may change costs as well. It's difficult to say explicitly whether costs will go up or costs will go down without seeing exactly how both states and states and RTOs would implement these types of wholesale aggregation programs, as well as defining the rules under which they can participate in, as well as even identifying who would be potential aggregators to play in the space and any of the technology standards that may be in place, such as IEEE 1547/2018. All of this is to say that the decisions that are made by the Commission and by other agencies will have positive and negative effects on interconnection costs. And until those are fully determined or made clear what those decisions will be, it is difficult to provide a positive or negative assignment to the interconnection cost.
What I'm specifically asking about is the cost driven following interconnection, right? I think it's assumed in net metering at least that the costs incurred, we'll call them system costs, incurred by an interconnecting DER, right, can be accounted for and recovered, or at least, attempted to recover at the time of interconnection. Is that fair?
I cannot answer that explicitly. I would ask company witness Vaughn to clarify that more fully, as there are ongoing costs, and I am not entirely sure if the current rate design takes those into account.
Okay, let me ask this question. Based on your experience in system planning and taking into, taking these, being the middleman, for lack of a better term, between the applicants for these and the company, are you aware of a significant number of costs that the company is incurring on the distribution system that's not able to recover from net metering customers that participate in the NMS program?
Could you please clarify first the level to which significant would entail, and secondly, whether whether as part of your question you're referring to the costs incurred by net metering customers, or the costs globally to all Kentucky Power customers?
Yeah, following interconnection, right? Following interconnection, are you aware of any costs? We'll give it a $100 materiality threshold at this point. Any costs that those customers are driving that are not accounted for in the interconnection process?
Yes.
Okay, and those costs are different than ordinary residential customers?
They are caused explicitly as a result of the interconnected DG system. Without that distributed generation system, those costs would not have been incurred.
Okay, and what are those costs?
These are costs to kind of what I was speaking previously around the ongoing maintenance and administration of these systems as customers, for example, as customers buy or sell their homes and new customers take service at that residence, the utility company has to explicitly reach out to determine if there's been any changes to that DER system, whether the new customer wishes to maintain that system, solicit new signed agreements with that new customer, as an example. In addition, if there are any changes to that system over time, unless the customer were to report that to the utility, the only way the utility currently, to my knowledge, has of identifying those, it is by manual inspection on a regular basis. And so this is to the point I was making earlier around needing to have accurate information about the state of these generators, including are they maintained, are they still interconnected to code, have they made any material modifications by adding solar panels or adding battery backup systems or making any of those types of changes, directly impacts our ability to plan and prepare our grid and to operate in a safe manner. And so all of these costs to ensure these generators are operating as they were stated to and still in compliance with the standards in which they were stated, they agreed to operate under, are in addition to a normal customer's service and level of service.
So effectively, you're saying just know your customer service issues is the prime one that you're discussing.
It's know your system. I would clarify this to say that it is not necessarily know your customer, but know the generating assets you have on your grid. Unlike company-owned assets where we have more advanced telemetry and more advanced monitoring on the type of generator that is on that system, for net metering customers and for distributed generation customers at large, our knowledge of those systems is very limited and very one-dimensional. It is very static and not dynamic over time. And so that creates significant issues for our distribution and transmission systems. And so while this is framed in the guise of a customer owns a generator, speaking from an engineering standpoint, this is really getting to know what that generator is and ensuring that the generator is still in compliance. There is a piece of it separately about knowing the customer, knowing who the customer is, such as have they changed, did they potentially sell their system to another individual, but also to looking forward into like first quarter 2222, knowing the program they are participating under, or if they've made any changes, or if they potentially are trying to participate in contradictory programs, shall we say. The customer wants to participate under net metering with the state of Kentucky, but they also want to participate under potentially another program that an aggregator might create that would directly contradict the participation in either one. They would have to choose.
So I'm trying to understand, Mr. Crocker. I understood Mr. Phillips' testimony to be that a single, the marginal or the next couple of net metering customers that participate in NMS2 that have a limited size of 45 kW system, right? That export their net usage in any given 15-minute increment or real time, that they have little effect in and of themselves on the distribution system, on particular circuits. Is that not the case? It would seem like from your comments then that not paying attention to a individual or small group of net metering customers can have some profound impact on the distribution system or the safety of it.
Yes, sir, that is correct. As an example for what can happen, if a customer has a service transformer that is rated at, let's say, 25 kVA, and a customer is approved to operate at 20 kVA of maximum exports as part of their interconnection application, if they, for example, added an additional 10 kilowatts of export capability to that system, you would potentially overload that service transformer and create a risk of damaging not only AEP's equipment, but the customer's equipment due to fires or a transformer exploding. And so knowing the state of that system ensures that our equipment built to serve these customers are sufficient. Extrapolate that analogy to now say that secondary is a shared secondary with one DG customer and a customer that may not have distributed generation. Again, if we go to a DG customer that on their own may potentially overload that transformer, you would no longer simply be affecting that one customer and a piece of AEP equipment. You would then be impacting another customer. This example can be extrapolated not just to a service transformer, but to the circuit at large. As soon as you start getting multiple DG customers on a circuit, the aggregate generating capacity can have impacts on the system at large, such as if all the DG systems were connected to the A phase of a three-phase distribution line. That would need to be taken into account depending upon the penetration level. And that's where I would assert that while a single small residential system is not likely to be the straw that broke the camel's back, to use an analogy, it can be. And that is where proper screening and knowledge of these systems is paramount to safe operation of the grid and service to our customers.
Okay. The distribution guidelines. So I just want to understand, does that distribution guideline manual, does it apply to Kentucky Power or not?
Yes, sir, it does. And to talk more globally about it, the way that our distribution planning groups implement standard guidelines as well as state and RTO requirements is by balancing the requirements of all three, depending upon the action that is being performed, such as in situations where a distributed generation interconnection is state jurisdictional, there will be certain state rules that will be followed in terms of how it is screened, and if stipulated in the interconnection rules, even how it is studied. But there can be standard methodology and standard practice behind how we would build models, how we would pull information together, the types of information that is represented, etc. And so while the AEP guidelines, as have been discussed, are AEP standard, we do take into account Kentucky's state rules and guidelines as they interact with and coincide with actions stipulated in those guidelines that AEP has as standards.
Are you aware of any Kentucky standards that would keep Kentucky Power from considering DG as an alternative option to alleviate distribution issues in lieu of capital upgrades?
I can state from my knowledge that the distribution groups do consider distributed generation assets, and in other operating companies have implemented on the distribution system distributed generation assets in lieu of major upgrades. I do not know if any of those recommendations have been made in the last year in Kentucky Power's footprint, but I can say that at large, the standard by which our distribution planning group operates is applicable to all of our operating companies, including Kentucky Power.
Is that a really nice way of saying that they're supposed to be considering those underlined sections in that guideline? You just don't have any direct knowledge of them actually doing so?
I was not a participant in the decision making on certain programs, but I do know that the groups that participated and were part of the planning for Kentucky Power were also the same groups that participated in other operating companies where these recommendations were made. My assertion, therefore, is that they applied similar methodology to Kentucky Power as they have done to other AEP utilities.
As a general matter, do you have an expectation that moving forward, state participation, for instance, in a or participation in a state program like net metering, would drive less system costs than a similar situated DER participating in a wholesale program? Exclusively in a wholesale program?
Can you repeat the question again for me, just so I make sure I'm clear on it?
Yeah. So, based on your experience, do you have an anticipation that a similarly situated DER, let's just make up an example, a 45 kW rated 45 kW solar PV behind the meter system, that it will drive less system costs by participating in a non-TOU state-run net metering program than it would exclusively in participating in a wholesale RTO or ISO program?
My belief is that participation in wholesale systems will be more cost intensive to facilitate, whereas the way that, as currently written, net metering programs are easier to implement and require less overhead. There's still overhead associated with it, but
No, that's fair. Yeah,
my belief is that first quarter 22 and aggregated systems and wholesale participants would be more costly to serve.
Okay. And my load profile questions should go to Mr. Vaughn. You don't want to take those?
Mr. Vaughn was the member of the team that actually created that load contributed to that load profile. I was not part of the rate design.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have for you, Mr. Crocker. It's been so long. Ms. Blend, Ms. Glass, do you have any redirect for Mr. Crocker?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just briefly. Mr. Crocker, do you recall questions that Ms. Vinsel asked you regarding the time that you spend processing or working on interconnection requests for Kentucky Power customers?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
If you are working on an during the portion of your work month or work week where you are not working on a Kentucky Power customer interconnection request, do you charge time to Kentucky Power?
No. If I am not working explicitly on a Kentucky Power related involvement, I am billing my time to a general overhead work order, which to my knowledge, I believe allocates cost proportionately to all operating companies.
But you are a service company employee employed by AEPSC, as you mentioned at the outset of your examination, and you're not employed by Kentucky Power, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
So would you agree that the cost of your work on interconnection applications for customers in Kentucky Power service territory is a marginal cost to Kentucky Power?
Yes, I would.
Increment?
Yes, I would agree with the assertion that if it were not for the distributed generation customers, the work that I would have to do would not be billed to Kentucky Power.
Thank you, Your Honor. Those are all the questions that I have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Blend. I want to ask just one more time, given the because it's been about an hour. If anybody has any more questions, have been picked up. Ms. Vinsel, do you have any more questions for Mr. Crocker? No?
No,
Okay.
no, I don't, sorry.
I'm going to assume, unless somebody's microphone goes green, that they don't have any questions for Mr. Crocker. Mr. Fitzgerald, I see your microphone. Do you have a question for Mr. Crocker?
Yes, I do, Vice Chairman. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. Crocker, you testified, let me just ask this. As part of your job with the AEP system, understanding the interconnection guidelines of various states?
Yes, state RTOs and FERC and federal interconnection procedures.
Wonderful. And are you understand that there are protections that are built into the interconnection guidelines in the Commonwealth of Kentucky that address the concern regarding the generation capacity and how much aggregated generation can be on a distribution circuit?
If I am understanding your question correctly, that would refer to, for example, in the level, the screening questions associated with certain applications. Is that correct?
Yeah. So let me rephrase it to be a little more precise. The guidelines limit the amount of aggregated generation on a distribution circuit. Do they not?
I do not recall explicitly at this moment without citation of exactly where it would state that.
Okay, well, if you'll accept my representation that the interconnection guidelines state that the aggregated generation on a distribution circuit will not exceed 15% of the line section's most recent annual 1 hour load, is that intended to prevent the utility from incurring additional costs associated with that distributed net metering on that circuit?
Yes, and to clarify, that does clear up the question where it comes from. That is part of our screening criteria. The intention behind that question is to identify a number of issues that may come up, including potential backfeed of a circuit onto the transmission grid, which by our transmission organization requirements with PJM, for example, we are not allowed to backfeed from a distribution grid onto a transmission grid without participation in that transmission market. So when it comes to a distribution interconnection, if we were to exceed that threshold, or for example, that one additional customer would force the distribution circuit to potentially backfeed to transmission, that would trigger follow-on repercussions involving our transmission organizations and RTO partners.
Okay, and there's also, is there not a limitation on the generation capacity for a particular generator that it cannot exceed the transformer's nameplate rating?
That is part of our approval criteria.
Right,
Part of our criteria.
and that's part of the interconnection guidelines for Kentucky also, is that right?
Yes, and that is
Okay.
one of the components of my job is to perform those evaluations.
Right, and those are intended to prevent the kind of parade of horribles that was being discussed regarding the possibility that adding distributed generation customers onto a circuit would cause damage to the AEP system and damage to the customer system. Is that a fair assessment of why those are there?
Yes, that is the general intention to my understanding, and I believe in testimony we filed that many of these questions are largely similar to the FERC small generator interconnection procedures, which AEP uses as a basis for our interconnection guidelines and procedures. And so since those were developed with AEP and participation, that is how we have made general determinations that if they fall under these screening levels and screening criteria, their operation would be safe as they are described at that moment.
Right.
And so I want to make the clarification that if a customer changes it or if changes are made around that system that are not accounted for, then they would potentially exceed those thresholds without our knowledge.
Okay, but assuming the customer's in compliance with the 45 Kate, with the limitations in the expanded Senate Bill 100, it really, these limits that we just discussed really assures that net metering generation will never see the transmission infrastructure, doesn't it?
That is the intention behind it. Again, the monitoring piece is not fully described. And so our analysis is only at the time of interconnection. 10 years from now, a customer that interconnects today may have different conditions. They may have had a damaged inverter. They may have something on their equipment that would change their operational criteria that we don't know about simply because we haven't looked at it in 10 years.
Okay. All right. That's fair, and I appreciate the clarification, Mr. Crocker. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Do we have Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, anybody else? Anyone interested? Mr. Spinard?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Chairman, any questions?
No questions.
Commissioner, Dr. Matthews?
No. Yeah, question. Your conversation just then about you wouldn't know what was on the system, you wouldn't know. Wouldn't some of that be taken care of with this yearly review of the distribution system that I believe Mr. Oh, I feel so bad. He was on there forever. Earlier went to Mr. Phillips, I believe. And the discussion of a yearly evaluation of the distribution system. Wouldn't you be able at that point to, or wouldn't Mr. Phillips and his folks be able to put eye on some of these systems and not be completely surprised that 10 years later they were bigger, etc.?
No, that is not the case. The review that is done is based upon our known information at that time. And as is currently the case, these distributed generation systems are, the distributed generation customers are supposed to notify the utility in situations where there have been changes or modifications made. But we have, on occasion, discovered modifications that have been made after the fact that none of our current metering equipment or other monitoring equipment were able to pick up because it's not the way that they're configured, is to identify changes to a customer system. And so as the customer, once they are initially interconnected, has all the equipment necessary to operate in parallel with our system, changes can be made without Kentucky Power's knowledge of that. And so without manually verifying or have some way of enforcing that customers have to come back to the utility in every situation that they make changes, this will continue to be a problem. And I will also state the customer may not be knowingly out of compliance. They may, for example, have something defective on a piece of equipment that for them, they may think it is operating normally, but it may no longer be in compliance with whatever code or regulation that we may have stipulated as part of their conditions for interconnection. And without validating the software, firmware, or general configuration of that interconnected equipment periodically, we cannot for certain state that the evaluation we performed at the time of interconnection is still valid any time after the fact.
How common is that? You have how many customers in Kentucky Power's territory operate under net metering? I've seen different numbers. I've heard different numbers. So
as of this morning, I believe the number I had pulled was we currently have 76 net metering customers in Kentucky Power. for just slightly over 1 megawatt of generating potential.
Okay. At what point, well, I'm not even gonna go there. Mr. Vice Chairman, I'm finished.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mack. Ms. Blend, any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Crocker. You can step down, wherever that means in the virtual world. Ms. Overstreet, I understand, Ms. Blend, Ms. Glass, I understand that the company has one more witness. Is that correct, Mr. Vaughn?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Blend, I have 5:50. So, here's what I would like to do unless someone speaks up and has an objection. I would love to be able to take a 10-minute break right now and come back at 6 and take Mr. Vaughn. And with hopes that we can take Mr. Vaughn, that we can finish with Mr. Vaughn's cross-examination tonight without taking another break. If we get to, I'm not going to throw out a time because I know how it always works. If it seems it's going to take a little longer, then we'll have a discussion about whether to take a short break for dinner and come back and finish tonight, or to finish with Mr. Vaughn tomorrow morning, depending on the time. Does anybody have an objection? Do you have an objection to that, Ms. Blend?
No objection from the company, Your Honor.
Okay. So nobody is jumping up and down yet. So we will do that, and we will come back. We'll take a recess then until 6 o'clock, and then you will call your last witness.
Thank you.
Ready?
Sir, here you are. Here we go.
Nope. We'll wait on.
Takes a while for it to catch up. Okay, you're on. Vice Chairman.
Okay. Miss Blend, Mr. Overstreet, Miss Blend, will you be introducing Mr. Vaughn? 1 second, we don't have audio.
Can you hear me now, Your Honor?
We can. We
Thank you.
can.
I will be presenting Mr. Vaughn.
Okay. All right, go ahead and call Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Your Honor. The company calls Alex E. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Alex E. Vaughn, business address is 1 Riverside Plaza,
Hold on 1
Columbus,
second.
Ohio, 43215.
They're trying to help me get something ready.
Okay, so we're gonna need, whoever's doing the screen share needs to turn that off.
Mr.
No, I think it's John Rognus.
Oh, John?
That's what it looked like. Okay, thank you. Mr. Vaughn, will you do your name and address again for the record?
Yeah, Alex E. Vaughn, business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Thank you. Ms. Blinn, you may ask.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Vaughn.
Good evening.
To whom are you employed and in what position?
I'm employed by American Electric Service Corporation. I am the Director of Regulated Pricing and Renewables.
And did you cause to be filed in this net metering focused phase of this case testimony and responses to data requests?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to any of those documents this time?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would be.
And can you please identify any documents or information you have with you this evening?
From this case, I have my direct testimony, my rebuttal testimony, my supplemental direct, and my supplemental rebuttal testimony, Exhibit C that was brought up earlier by the Vice Chairman, and the data request exhibits, documents.
And to clarify the record, your reference to Exhibit C was to Appendix C to the Commission's December 18th, 2019 order in case number 2019-256?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor, and Mr. Vaughn is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. And so, Ms. Blinn, we're going to go into confidential session for the initial part of Ms. Vincel's testimony. So what we'll do is, because we have a number of folks on here, we will go into confidential session, and then we'll go through and make sure that there's nobody that's on that does not is not a signator of whatever. Is it whose testimony? What confidential information is it from what entity? From Kentucky Power?
From Kentucky Power,
Okay.
yes.
A signator to the agreement with you all. So at this time, we'll go on to the confidential record. We're out. Okay. Ms. Vinsley, you may continue.
Yes, I just have a few more questions, Mr. Vaughn. You mentioned forward pricing. Are you speaking of forward pricing forecasts like those provided by S&P Global, by NYMEX, CME, Chicago Mercantile Exchange?
No, I guess there's a difference between quoted forward prices and what you can see like on a maybe in a posted publication on a hub, or what a like an EIA forecast is.
Mm-hmm.
There's different inputs into that, and there's a broader, a broader group of counterparties that go into a particular energy organization's forward price and marks.
To make sure that I understand what you're saying, that the counterparties that you deal with are a broader group than the sources I just quoted, S&P Global, NYMEX, CME?
Yes, AEP Service Company has a commercial operations organization that does, that is active in the energy markets of PJM, and we make off-system sales for the regulated operating companies, and they participate in energy transactions, and so they're in the market, and they receive quotes for what other counterparties would buy and sell power at. That goes into those forward. What I'm representing is forward prices that we used in the avoided energy cost rate design. I'm just saying it's different from a forecast where someone might have a fundamental model that produces some sort of forecasted energy price. These are, known amounts that a counterparty would transact at.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I forgot to message Mr. Fry. Let me send him a quick message. It's really hard to type when you know that there's several people watching on a video. And thank you to my colleague. One of the things that we talked about was through several data requests, was the calculated value of $100 per megawatt per day estimated value of PJM reliability pricing market, RPM, capacity. Can you confirm that the $100 per megawatt per day calculation combines the two most recent PJM base residual auctions for the RMP?
Yeah, those are the two, the BRA most recent clearing prices. I think the simple average comes out to $108. We rounded down, but yeah, it's there hasn't been any recent auction clearing. Any auctions that have been conducted or cleared to provide an update to that. And the reason we went with the the short-term capacity price, kind of marginal, short-term revenue amount there for capacity and RPM versus something more long-term like what's in cogen is addressed in our cogen tariff, I guess, is addressed in my various points in my testimony throughout this proceeding.
And I just have one last question for you. For a generator to participate in the PJM RPM, do generators have to meet any requirements or commit to a certain level of performance to get capacity payments?
Yeah, they do. And just to clarify, we're not using that price as in the avoided cost rate calculation or the compensation rate for excess generation. We're not representing that a customer generator would be a PJM capacity resource. We're saying that that's a fair, visible proxy for a short-term incremental capacity, 1-year revenue type number. But yes, if you're actually a capacity resource, you are held to a great amount of commitments in PJM. You have annual testing requirements, you have registration, You have capacity performance, which is a fairly sizable penalty if one's resource does not perform during an event, performance interval event in PJM.
Well, Mr. Vaughn, we may be breaking new records today with having you on the first day of the hearing, and also I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. West, do you have any questions on behalf of the Attorney General's office?
No, I do not.
Ms. Cohn, KOUC?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Grunman?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
Yes, Vice Chairman, I do. Mr. Vaughn, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Excellent, excellent. All right. I'm representing the joint interveners in the case, as you recall from the first part of the case. I just had a handful of questions. I'm just trying to get some clarification on. In your rebuttal,
Mr. Fitzgerald?
Yeah, yes, Judge.
Mr. Fitzgerald, can I just ask that you speak a little louder or get a little closer to the microphone? It's a little hard to hear here in the hearing
Certainly.
room.
Hold on just a second. Okay, is that a little bit better?
It's a little bit better.
Okay, I'll just hold this phone right in front of my face.
That's much better.
Okay. Mr. Vaughn, in your rebuttal testimony on page 2, lines 17 to 19, you described the NMS2 proposal. I'm sorry? You got that in front of you?
Which rebuttal? Is this my supplemental rebuttal?
It was the, yes, the supplemental rebuttal testimony.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
Okay, wonderful. You described the NMS2 proposal in this way on lines 17 to 19, quote, net metering customers are charged for their net usage at the otherwise applicable standard tariff rates and are credited for their excess generation at the company's avoided actual costs, end quote. You see that there?
Do.
Okay, great. When you say in that phrase that net metering customers are charged for their net usage, what do you mean by net usage? Net of what?
So, the company's proposal in NMS2 is that all net billing energy, so when a customer's meter is registering a net load, aggregated throughout the billing period in one of the time of use periods, that's net billable energy, right? So their actual electrical load minus any on-site generation that gets netted on their side of the meter, that would be billed at the otherwise applicable standard tariff rate. So if it's a residential customer and they didn't have a generating facility on their home and they were participating in NMS, they would be on standard residential rates. So that's
okay.
The rate that would apply.
Okay, so then they're being credited then at the retail rate?
No, under NMS2, they're being credited the proposed avoided cost rate. So all of their net excess generation, where they have during a billing period, an accumulated amount of excess generation above their load that gets pushed back onto our system, that gets credited at the avoided cost rate. All of the load that is netted on their side of the meter is still, it's essentially zeroed out, so they're being credited for that at the full retail rate as they are now.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to figure out, and so you're netting over the billing period, which is roughly 30 days?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay, great. So it's not like if I'm feeding in today, you're giving me, even though it is not excess, it's generation that's going into the grid, you're not going to credit that at the avoided rate unless it turns out to be excess over use during the month, at the end of the month.
Not exactly, no. It would be each time of use period, which occurs each day. So if you are a net exporter during a time of use period, that would then be accumulated for all the days of the billing period. So if you are a net exporter during netting period 1 of 1 kilowatt hour for each day of the billing period, you would be credited for 30 kilowatt hours of excess generation in that billing period at the avoided cost rate.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Okay, in your supplemental testimony, on page 2, 8 through 12, you indicated, and I'll just go ahead and rather than having you read it, I'll go ahead and read it. If you're there, you stated that the quote load shape of the company's residential and commercial net metering customers is more costly to serve than that of the standard tariff / rate classes to which they belong, which supports charging net metering customers higher rates for their reduced billing units to reduce the subsidy that they're receiving from other customers, end quote. Am I correct that back in your initial rebuttal testimony back on November 9th of 2020, you stated that the net metering customers' underlying loads are no different than the other customers than their standard tariff class?
So the point there is that a residential customer is a residential customer is a residential customer. So the load shape on average is the same across all customers. The difference being that when one becomes a net metering customer, your load is still the same, but you are now adding a generation resource into it. So you have positive loads, negative generation, the thing's net. So there's two sides of the equation when you're looking at a net metering load profile, and I'm saying the load side of it is essentially the same. The generation, however, creates a new net profile, and the point in my rebuttal testimony back in November, we show that interval data from a company's affiliate, those graphs that show how hourly our net metering customers, their net load profile is exactly the same as the rest of the residential class until their generator kicks on. That's the point I'm trying to make there, is that a residential customer is a residential customer. My supplemental testimony on page 2 here is referring to the fact that, on a net basis, they're more costly to serve because they're peak reductions that affect cost allocation to this new NMS class that we created in the supplemental class cost of service for purposes of proving out our NMS 2 rates here. The cost reduction is less than the reduction in revenues because of the current NMS, one for one, everything gets netted, billing structure, and, essentially revenues go down by more than allocated costs go down. So apples to apples with a standard if we're looking at this from if we're looking at this in terms of a class cost of service, the schedule that Mr. Steagall showed, we would propose, if this was just any other class, we would propose that their rates would go up more on average than the residential class to make up that gap or move everyone towards, rate design parity.
Well, okay, when you say they're more costly to serve, I'm a little confused. They have the same lines running to their house as somebody who's not participating as a net metering customer, correct?
Correct. It's a net statement when you're talking about total cost of service. Their net income is lower on average than the standard class.
Oh, piece by piece, if I could. When you say that they are more costly to serve because they've got generation behind their meter, what are the additional costs of service? I mean, I understand that you're not getting as much revenue, but what's the additional cost of serving these customers beyond the processing of the application for interconnection? And I don't understand why they are more costly to serve. And if you could break down what components of your service, is it billing, is it metering, is it transmission, what is it makes them more costly as opposed to the fact that you're not getting as much revenue?
That's exactly it, actually. When you speak in terms of a class cost of service, you look at the cost of service on a total net income basis, which looks at both revenues, operating costs, and associated rate base used to serve those customers, all allocated or assigned based on the customers that are in each class. So it's not, when you're talking in class cost of service terms, cost of service equals cost to serve plus revenues associated or produced by the rates that are charged those customers to come up with what the all-in total cost of service is relative to other classes. It's a relative calculation, besides the things you mentioned earlier that Witness Crocker went over on interconnection costs. It's kind of my exact point is there aren't different costs. They are using the same system as our standard customers are. The point is that the allocation cost of service reductions that come about from their customer generation are less than the reductions in retail revenues because of net metering. Therefore, on a net basis, they are more costly to serve. They have a lower relative ROR. They have a lower income as a class.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you're comparing their lower RR as a class, lower income as a class, what are you comparing them to the average residential customer in that class or an average commercial customer if it's a commercial net meter?
You're comparing them each class to each class.
But are you using the mean? Okay, are you using the mean or the average as opposed to high users or low users?
No, sir. It's everyone. It's the total class. So like when company witness Steagall was talking about expanding profile to the class level, you're including all customers, all actual usage from the test year in that study. So when he says residential class, we're looking at the residential class as a whole. We're looking at the GS class as a whole, and we're comparing these things. And so what he did, that my request was to pull the net metering customers out of the classes they were in the original class cost of service, put them on their own basis for comparison purposes. So you're comparing not a representative customer or an average customer. You're comparing the population of customers on a, in each tariff class in that class cost of service.
Okay, but you're comparing each customer against what norm in the non-participating residential customer class?
It's the entire class. It's not a norm. It's that the residential class produces a return of X, and then the NMS residential class produces a return in total of X minus 1.
Okay, if I am a high user, even after I install net metering, I am using more electricity than would be the expected for that residential customer class. Am I still being subsidized in your view?
You're part of the class. The class cost of service study is not breaking it down by customer, it's breaking it down by class. So yes, you are part of the entire class that's being subsidized, and you make rates based on tariff class. We don't make rates for individual customers. So yes, when you get to rate design, you could argue, or the other members of your class in your hypothetical could argue that they are, because they're paying the same rates as you, perhaps they're subsidizing you further, and that would be an intra-class subsidy versus inter-class, RA versus ER.
Right, but here we're dealing with net metering customers in the residential class. So we are intra-class. We're not talking about comparing a residential net metering customer to a non-participating commercial customer. So I guess what I'm trying to tweak out is your working assumption is that the entire class of net metering customers is paying less in terms of your costs, your fixed costs, because they're using less of your product. They're using less electricity. Am I correct that that's the working assumption?
I'm not sure you have it all correct. In your foundational statement there as well, is that there are inter and intra-class studies here, and we've made it an inter-class issue when we pulled NMS customers out of residential for the purposes of making this class cost of service comparison. You're comparing different, new tariff classes here between NMS and otherwise applicable tariffs. The issue, again, you have to look at, or you have to look at all sides of it when you're in a class cost of service, because you're starting with test year, total cost, total rate base, total revenues, and you're then breaking that down, which is essentially the company's total cost of service. And you're then breaking it down into the classes that those things are applicable to. And you're comparing them to then come up with whether subsidies exist in rates, total level of rates. And based on that, which part of it's revenues, part of it's allocated costs. So yes, as I stated, the reduction in revenues and the current NMS tariff produces, because of its one-to-one net metering and banking of all kilowatt hours to be credited later at full retail rates, it produces a greater reduction in revenues than it does a reduction in allocated costs. And therefore we get a subsidy in the class cost of service study.
Okay, fair enough. Last couple of things I wanted to talk about, if we could. In your supplemental rebuttal testimony at page 7, lines 11 and 12, let me know when you're ready.
I'm there.
Cool. You criticized or at least I took it as a criticism of the testimony of Carl Robigo, his observation that the proposed NMS2 tariff was confiscatory, stating, and I quote, "Hyperbole is not an adequate substitute for the multiple cost of service studies of record in this case," end quote. I'd like to spend a couple of seconds breaking that down a little, if that's okay with you.
Certainly.
When you say multiple cost of service studies of record in this case, how many cost of service studies of record in this case address net metering?
In my mind, there's quite a few. The commission in its January 13th order disagreed with me, but in my mind, in my line of work, what we did analyzing what the avoided cost rate should be, that is a cost of service study, looking at what avoided costs are. Someone called that a marginal cost of service study for an increment of generation or an increment of load. So there's one. I did a peak analysis, at least one, maybe multiple in my rebuttal testimony. There's some exhibits related to that, from which I drew the exact same conclusions based on the peaks and the peak times, or I'm sorry, how a solar system would contribute to a peak reduction compared to when Kentucky Power's distribution, generation, and transmission cost causing and allocating peak hours are. I drew the same conclusion that came out of the class cost of service studies that Mr. Steagall sponsored, post January 13th order in this case. He has 2 of those, so I don't know. I'd say we have at least 4.
Okay.
Maybe more. We also have an original class cost of service study. Let's say 5.
Okay. Well, you noted that the commission disagreed with you. The commission, in fact, said that you had not conducted a cost of service study or provided any cost support for serving net meter customers. And I'm a little concerned because Mr. Steagall said that his supplemental testimony was to provide a, quote, full cost of service study that includes separate classes for net metering customers, end quote. Are you saying that there was a prior full cost of service study that included separate classes for net metering customers?
Again, he did a class cost of service study. There are many different cost of service measures, studies and analyses that happen in any rate proceeding. And again, I just went through those. We looked at, you have multiple pieces in here when you're talking about net metering and customer generation, because it isn't, as we know, it isn't all just consumed behind the meter. Some is pushed back in excess of a customer's load, so you have net excess generation. So what should you value that at? The net export. you have, again, the peak analysis that I've done and done similar types of analyses and other filings and, for cost allocation purposes without going through the full class cost of service study. So Mr. Steagall is not incorrect. He did the only two class cost of service studies in this proceeding that have NMS customers pulled out into their own classes. But my testimony is and was and still is that we have looked at a great deal of cost of service information and a peak analysis throughout this proceeding.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Vaughn, but I'm still a little confused. Is it your testimony that there are multiple cost of service studies of record that separate out net metering customers as a class? Or are there in fact two that were produced after January's order by Mr. Steagall?
Yeah, I guess I just answered that, sir, and maybe if I can further clarify in that you have, there's no such thing as a singular class cost or singular version of cost of service. I mean, there's a class cost of service. It's used as one tool in rate making. You have a jurisdictional cost of service that's used in rate making. You have peak analysis. You have marginal cost of service studies. I think I supported one of those, at least one or two of those in the direct case, for our economic development rider customers and for the marginal cost or benefits from an increment of customer generation. So again, you can't just throw it all into one bucket and call it cost of service. You have many different kinds of cost of service studies, and Mr. Steagall again is not incorrect. He did the sole class cost of service study, but it can only tell you so much.
Okay, but in fact, you are proposing a separate rate structure for the class of net metering customers. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's correct.
Okay, and that Mr. Steagall's study, the original and the revised, am I correct that those are the only cost of service studies that specifically support the establishment of a separate customer class for net metering customers?
Your Honor, at this point I'll object as asked and answered multiple times.
Your Honor, I appreciate that. It's been asked multiple times, but I'm trying to figure out if the statement that there are multiple cost of services studies in here is intended to be taken literally or figuratively. Because
and I believe.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Fitzgerald.
No,
please go right ahead.
I'm done. A straight answer would be wonderful.
And I believe Mr. Vaughn has provided a straight answer, which is that there are multiple cost of service analyses that have been performed, and he was using the term multiple literally, that there are both class cost of service analyses and other cost of service analyses, such as those that he performed that he described. So I believe the question was answered directly and completely, at least twice.
Yeah, and Vice Chairman, what I was attempting to clarify is whether the only cost of service study that specifically disaggregates the net metering customers and provides support for treating them differently was the one that was conducted by Mr. Steagall.
No.
And Your Honor, I believe Mr. Vaughn answered that question already, and he indicated no, it is not.
So let's just take a step back here for a second. So let me just ask Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Vaughn, you're familiar with an embedded class cost of service study that has a functional assignment, classification, and allocation, right?
Yes, sir. That's what we do.
And that's I think commonly what is referred to in most of the ordinary rate cases as a class cost of service study, right?
Yes, class cost service. Exactly.
And that is what Mr. Steagall's study on post-January is intended to represent, correct?
Yes, his original original one, again, he has, I think, 3 between his direct, direct case, supplemental, and supplemental rebuttal. But yes, those are all embedded class cost of service studies.
And the one post the commission's January 13th order is the first one that disaggregated or that had a separate net metering class for rate of return purposes.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and you, I just want to make sure I'm clear for Mr. Fitzgerald's questions, are when you use the term cost of service studies in the testimony that you're referencing, are you being specific to an embedded class cost of service study when you use that term?
No, I'm not. If I was, I would have said class cost of service study.
Okay, so can I ask Mr. Fitzgerald, has that clarified the point?
That wasn't too painful. Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman, that is exactly what I was attempting to elicit from Mr. Vaughn, and I appreciate your assisting me in that regard. I can use all the help I can get.
Okay. Ms. Blend, is that accommodative? Is that?
That certainly is, Vice Chairman, and I just wanted to clarify that the multiple cost of service studies of record in this case that was referred to in the testimony and in the criticism of the joint intervener's witness was not referring to multiple class cost of service studies. So I appreciate that very much. We have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Spinard, do you have any questions for Mr. Vaughn?
Mr. Vice Chairman, yes, we do. Good afternoon, Mr. Vaughn.
Good evening.
What I'd like to do is see if whether or not you have your rebuttal testimony that you filed, I believe, perhaps on November 9th, in front of you.
I do.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to ask that you turn in your rebuttal testimony to rebuttal page 21.
I'm there.
Okay, and in terms of the foundation for some questions, beginning at line 8, the sentence that starts with that energy comma in this case, could you read into the record that portion of line 8 through line 13 that ends in pricing?
Yeah, that again, that energy is referring to solar energy, but that energy in this case, some level of instantaneous kW over a measured period of time, is a commodity. That commodity has a transparent economic value to both the company and its customers, as the company's hourly energy requirements are settled within the PJM RTO, which has transparent and publicly available commodity pricing.
Okay, thank you. And if you would, on line 14, starting with the sentence, in my capacity, read that sentence into the record. It ends on line 16.
Certainly, the company, its affiliates, and its parent are not anti-solar. In my capacity at AEPSC, I'm currently involved in the development of over 200 megawatts of solar generation projects in various stages of development.
Thank you. And with regard to that, is it your testimony that all solar generation projects, regardless of the ownership type, should be compensated solely at the transparent and publicly available commodity price from PJM?
My testimony is energy is energy, and it has a transparent financial value. So yes, whether it is, again, the company is a member of PJM, and our load and generation settle in PJM on an hourly basis. So whether you are a utility scale, market-facing solar project of 100 megawatts, you're going to get paid what L&P is at your bus bar. And similarly, if you are producing excess generation on Kentucky Power's distribution system, reducing the company's EDC load that settles at PJM on an hourly basis, it is worth to the company and the customers L&P at the node, which is the Kentucky AEP Kentucky residual load aggregate for which our company's load settles on an hourly basis.
Okay, and with regard to that, we just discussed solar generation projects. Is your testimony the same for all generation projects, regardless of ownership type, that they be compensated solely at the transparent and publicly available commodity price from PJM?
What I'm saying is the energy value from a megawatt or a megawatt hour or a kilowatt hour, when you're looking at what the energy value of generation or load is, that is the marginal cost paid or received by the company. Again, you have to part these things out. There's various commodities. You have energy, you have capacity. If you're talking renewables, you have RECs, which are the legal entitlement to the environmental attributes. You have to bifurcate all those things because they all have distinct commodity prices. When we're talking energy, energy is energy.
So for the all-in cost of that energy or the all-in compensation for that energy, you would do that by reference to the PJM price. Is that correct?
When you say all in, what are you referring to?
Talking about the value of the commodity, the energy that you have measured in the kilowatts over a period of time. Because again, going back to your sentence that begins on line 8, that energy, in this case, some level of instantaneous kilowatt over a measured period of time is a commodity. And so if you're talking about whether we're talking about a solar generation project of the company or a solar generation project of someone who has distributed generation, you would price the compensation for that at the transparent and publicly available commodity price. Is that the case?
I think you're oversimplifying it. But again, energy has the value of energy, and so if you're trying to compare a DG customer investment to a utility investment, the utility is going to look at, when it's doing an analysis of whether it should make a generation investment, it's going to compare the costs of that investment over its life to what the avoided energy and capacity costs are, and if there's any other commodity benefits over time, and you would then propose that to your regulatory commission if it was, net present value positive. And so we are looking at these things on the same basis, right? We can't control whether or not a customer makes an investment in DG. That's up to them. It's available to them in the tariff. And what we're saying is the commodity that they are pushing to us is not worth full retail rate. That's the thrust of this testimony, my many testimonies. If like I said, I think our LMP for our residual load aggregate was $22-ish over the last year, and that same kilowatt hour, same megawatt hour of excess generation through TARIFF NMS, we're paying over $100 a megawatt hour for it. And so my point is, energy is a commodity, and it should be compensated as such.
And the way that you're compensating as such is that the foundation or the bedrock is in large part PJM and the pricing that you receive from PJM. Is that an oversimplification?
On the energy basis, I've testified in this and other hearings. Yeah, that's our avoided cost of energy. That's why we included it in both our proposed cogen pricing and our proposed NMS pricing, and it's actually what the commission agreed and ordered us to implement in our cogen FTP tariff. So I could infer that they agree as well.
Okay. With regard to PJM and the notion of locational marginal pricing, with the statement locational marginal pricing sets the price of electricity in real time at points across the regional high voltage transmission system. Does that sound like a fair definition of locational marginal pricing?
Yeah, LMP, to break it down, it has three components. There's a system energy price that is the same across the entire system. the entire footprint every hour. And then the locational nature of it is the marginal loss component and the transmission congestion component. That's what makes it locational. It is both in real time and settled day ahead as well.
For the locational marginal pricing, the LMP, and I think you just testified to this, it does differ across the geography, the footprint of PJM. Is that correct?
Yes, only the congestion and loss components differ. The energy price is constant. That's what makes it locational in nature.
Does a Kentucky Power Company unit in the service territory receive a different price than one in, say, another area of the PJM footprint? Let's just use for, say, Northern Illinois. Is that correct or is that incorrect?
That is correct, because they are, again, LMPs are locational, and if you are a market-facing resource with a node that you settle at in the PJM LMP model, you're going to have if both physics holds true and we have line losses and there is transmission congestion, then it changes. If in theory there was no congestion in an hour, the only thing that would be different from 2 points would be the loss component of the price.
When you say loss component, are you talking about the line loss component? What are you talking about when you say loss component?
So PJM settles transmission losses in a financial basis. So they calculate the financial value of locational power, withdrawals and injections into their system. So that's the congestion component. And then they also financially settle losses through a marginal loss calculation.
Would a reduction in demand at the LMP point in Kentucky Power Company's service area lead to a larger reduction in the LMP at that point than, say, the LMP at a point in another portion of the PJM footprint? Let's again use Northern Illinois.
Yeah, I don't think so. I'm not privy to PJM's LMP black box, but it would have to be fairly significant to change what the actual LMP is. Again, they're not modeling that, and they're setting the system energy price on an hourly basis based on their economic dispatch model that on a least cost basis produces the amount of generation in that hour needed to cover the system energy load. And so then the only difference then in the price is the loss and congestion component, loss in the congestion component.
With regard to your rebuttal testimony at page 30,
I am there.
okay, and this is in part the discussion that begins on line 4. And you can read whatever you believe is appropriate to put it in proper context, but what I'm focusing on is some, like scrubber chemicals and allowance costs, are based on the variable operations of the company's generation resources. Do you see that?
Yep, I do.
Okay. Does Kentucky Power Company recover 100% of these costs solely through revenues from sales to the PJM market?
No, we're a regulated retail, regulated electric utility in Kentucky. We have cost of service-based rate making. Our environmental costs are recovered through a combination of base rates and the environmental surcharge. Some portion of variable operating costs, though, are included in the company's cost-based offers into the energy market. So you could theoretically say that some of that's being, when those units are dispatched, some of that's being recovered through the energy market, and that's, the net of all that's going through the fuel clause to customers.
Well,
recovery of those revenue.
Okay, but does Kentucky Power Company compare the full set of its operational cost to the PJM revenues received for that unit, for that production?
On a variable basis, yes. Again, you have to break things down into commodities, and we when you look at a generating unit, you have it provides both capacity to serve customers, which is a requirement, and it can provide hourly energy. Again, that commodity we were talking about earlier. So you don't compare capacity costs to energy revenues. A lot of the fixed costs of owning and operating a generating asset or a capacity asset of some sort, that goes into, carrying the required and, reserve margin in whatever RTO you're operating in.
Well, with regard to Kentucky Power Company and its compensation, is Kentucky Power Company being compensated for all of its own generation only at the PJM market price? Or is Kentucky Power receiving supplemental payments from its customers somehow?
Can you define compensation? Are you saying like what the company is earning through rates? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, the PJM market price, at some stage when you are compensated for your generation, some of that compensation is going to be through the PJM process. Is that correct? And it's based upon the PJM market price.
I don't know what some states are you're referring to. In a vertically integrated, regulated state, no. So we do cost of service rate making here, and the company gets the opportunity to earn a return on and of its prudently incurred investments and costs, as judged by this commission. That's what goes into our rates. And so if for example, the company's cost to operate a generator all in is $50 a megawatt hour between capacity and energy costs. If LMPs are $30, we're not being compensated at $30. We're being, $50 is embedded in our rates. But if LMPs are $100, we're not being compensated at $100. It's cost-based, not market-based. That's why we're a regulated utility.
Okay. With regard to Kentucky Power Company, does Kentucky Power Company have sufficient capacity for the next 25 years to meet its load requirements?
Not that I know of, no.
In terms of how Kentucky Power Company, will it purchase or acquire additional generation capacity when it shows it has the need for that capacity in the current year? How does Kentucky Power Company plan to meet its generation deficiency?
You didn't happen to attend the IRP hearing, did you? We discussed this at great length. But no, I think the current, the current plan, the IRP is right. The Kentucky Power Company is capacity sufficient up to December 8th or 7th, of 2022, when the Rockport UPA ends. At which time the company no longer has sufficient owned or contracted resources to meet its PJM capacity obligation. And I believe the current plan there is to purchase, some short-term, capacity purchase from affiliates or some other short-term market purchase. Till a time when the company proposes a longer-term solution and brings it before this commission.
With regard to your rebuttal testimony on page 39,
I'm there.
okay, this is the question that begins on line 11, and then the answer begins on line 13. And in part of this question and answer, there's a reference to, on line 18, a reference to SPP. And does SPP stand for Southwest Power Pool?
It does.
Okay. So when you point out, and let's also, so that it's clear, PSO, that stands for Public Service Company of Oklahoma. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Public Service Company of Oklahoma is an affiliate, or is that an affiliate within member of the AEP family?
Yes. PSO is an AEP regulated affiliate. OG&E is not.
With regard to the sentence beginning on line 18, you said, I would point out that PSO pays SPP LMP, avoided costs of energy for excess customer generation under its net metering tariff. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Okay. If you know, does PSO pay the SPP LMP for excess customer generation before or after netting out customer usage?
It's only excess, so it's above customer usage. So if you are, by definition, excess is in excess of something, so it's netted out. What gets netted behind the meter, it's still at the retail rate. The excess is compensated at monthly average day ahead SPP LMP. My recollection there. If you would traditionally call, I guess, if you weren't doing just excess, if you were compensating all of the generation at SPP LMP, that's what some people in this, when you're talking net metering, would call buy all, sell all, where you weren't netting the two. You were essentially charging for gross load and compensating on gross generation. That's not what's occurring.
Okay. One moment, please. Well, Mr. Vaughn, I believe that's all the questions I have for you, and thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller, do you have any questions for Mr. Vaughn?
No, Vice Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Fry, did Mr. Fry make his way back?
I
There he
did.
is.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Chairman, any questions?
No question.
Commissioner
No
Matthews?
questions.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. I just have a few, Mr. Vaughn. In your testimony, I think it was brought up today, you sort of toss out that potentially, I think that's your word, potentially, net NEM2 DERs could potentially be compensated at hourly LMP as if they are a PERPA, cogen small power producer. Do you remember that?
Yes, and my supplemental, I think.
Yeah. I think page 5 of it. So a couple questions about that. The first is which LMP, load or generator LMP?
Well, unless they go, well, it doesn't matter if they go through the wholesale market participation agreement process or not. It would be, they don't have a monitored point. So I think they would be the load LMP, because they're acting as a load reducer on the company system, and so that is actually the pricing point that's going to be impacted by that, distribution level generation.
So I think you answered one of the other questions. That net metering, at least as I understand it, net metering, forgetting wholesale participation, net metering is, in the eyes of PJM, currently a load reduction when it comes to LSEs, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it would have to be load LMP because there is no opportunity for them to receive generator LMP. You're saying that because they are not a generator on the wholesale, a generator on the transmission system, they're unable to have their own set generator node.
So there's a quirk in there. If a distribution level resource wants to be a market facing PJM resource, so you don't want to you want to interconnect to the distribution level, but you don't want avoided cost pricing. You want to go to market. There's what PJM calls a wholesale market participation agreement, or the fun acronym of WMPA. It's just fun to say. But if you do that, I'm not certain whether or not they model a generator node for that kind of resource, within what would otherwise be the company's load aggregate. I'm just not certain there, because you don't see a lot of it, because those smaller projects don't go through all that. They would actually, it's much more advantageous for them to take advantage of avoided cost pricing, avoid the queue, faster time to market and whatnot.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of why I asked. This seems to be kind of complicated. That seems to be a complicated answer for a very, a complicated response. And I think it's a complicated issue for something fairly direct as their energy compensation, right? For systems that are 45 kW or smaller.
Oh yeah, for something that's, we're talking like, small utility scale stuff where they're up there, 5 to 20 megawatts under PERPA. They're requesting to connect to the company's distribution level. I've participated in some projects where they are, PJM calls net metering a couple different things. You have retail net metering, which is what we're talking about here, where you have an end-use retail customer that is net metering their load. That's viewed as a reduction in the EDC's load. But they also have non-retail net metering, where, say, Kentucky Power put a megawatt of solar up at a distribution substation. That's also viewed from PJM's load reduction, in the EDC's load. So that would be compensated at the EDC, the Kentucky Residual Load Aggregate LMP. It's viewed as just a reduction in that reported EDC load, and that's the LMP it affects.
Yeah, that the EDC or the LSE has to fill it out in the paperwork and tell them about it, but that's about it, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Just a nuance here. If the Cogen SPP folks, I think Cogen SPP 2, although they're being compensated at hourly LMP values, they are receiving a fixed capacity payment, right?
They are, based on the
net cone.
Net cone. Almost lost my acronym there. Yes, that's correct.
The nodal net cone. Now, so that's a perfect segue into my next conversation. When it comes to a vertically integrated utility like Kentucky Power, we're talking about net cone or cone. Let's just say cone, right? Cone. This fictional, hypothetical new generating resource, right? When we're talking about cone, and we're talking about it in the context of a company's vertically integrated utilities avoided capacity cost. Your conversation there with Mr. Spinard kind of got me thinking that in reality, net cone is a reflection of the cost of new entry, this hypothetical generator, net of what its expected energy revenues will be in a particular year, and then that same unit recovering its capital costs over a specified horizon, right?
That's right. Energy and it gets an energy and ancillary service offset. You
Yeah.
start with the growth cone and net it for energy and ancillaries.
Perfect.
Very, very similar to what our NMS 2 pricing is.
Yeah, so it's a net cone, but in terms of the company, when the company's considering building additional generation, right? We're talking about avoided cost of capacity. That would you agree that the costs that are actually being avoided that the company might be investing are closer to something like gross cone, where the company is going to attempt to recover it from customers regardless of whether it ever receives any energy and ancillary services revenue from the market?
I think I disagree there, because it would be hard to cost justify something that didn't also produce energy and ancillaries unless the capital cost of that asset was extremely low. You have this problem with batteries. When you look at the installed cost of grid batteries right now, so in some instances, if you're looking at from purely a generation, like if stacking is generation, it's a very high capital cost. It can't produce energy. It can consume and, put energy back to the grid. So it's hard to make some of those investments pencil out because of that high capital cost. So it does translate into capacity, but you get capacity value, but you're not getting an energy and ancillary service offset, quite the same as a dispatchable resource like the hypothetical reference CT in PJM's net cone.
Right, but
calculated.
if Kentucky Power chooses to leave PJM there and doesn't join an RTO, like LG&E and KU did with MISO, right? They left, it didn't join another RTO. It doesn't matter. They may never receive any revenues from off-system sales or market sales for generating facilities that they build, correct?
Well, you still have to either generate your own electricity each hour or purchase it. So if you're making an incremental investment, you're going to look at the full picture there. So you're either making an off-system sale or you're avoiding a purchase.
Right, but wouldn't that be calculated in avoided energy rate?
Again, yeah, but that's what you have to look at the different pieces, and that's why you would measure it on a net. If you're looking at strictly the capacity cost of something, you're measuring on that net cone basis.
I guess my question is, are you not, when you're using gross cone and then providing in addition to that an avoided energy cost, are you not discounting energy revenues twice?
No, I think you're saying that energy is worth this and capacity is worth this. Two separate commodities.
I guess I don't follow.
And again,
the company would intend to recover its capacity investment, right? Or its investment in capacity or generation, regardless of whether it received off-system sales of energy. That's different than looking at whether to build a CT versus CC because you expect to run it over a certain amount of time, and therefore the lower fuel cost of one offsets the higher capacity or the higher installed cost or installed capacity cost, right?
So you're correct in that the company is making a regulated investment. It's going to look to recover the return on and of that investment. But when it's evaluating whether it should make that investment for customers or not, it's looking at the full picture. It's not looking at one piece or the other piece. You have to, again, we just did the IRP hearing. When they're running their Plexos model and they're comparing all of the potential new adds, whether it's DG solar, utility scale solar, wind turbines, CTs or CCs, combined cycles, right? You're taking the total picture and that total net present value into consideration. So it's hard to just agree in total with your statement there.
Okay.
So, my point being that if there was an asset, that didn't have any energy or ancillary service offset in that that net present value calculation, it would have to be an extremely low capital cost for it to be selected over something else that did. That's kind of the point I'm making.
I appreciate that. I think we're talking about two different things. Looking at which specific unit to use, right? Versus what an avoided capacity cost should or shouldn't discount for a cogener SPP. And if you think they're the same thing, then I can appreciate that.
Well, I think so. I mean, almost all of our retail jurisdictions, when we look at like avoided cost of capacity, it's some form of a CT, whether it's our hypothetical CT calculation or some variation of that, like the company's cogen SPP2 tariff used to be based on for a number of years, or it's something more publicly available like net cone, as the commission chose to go with here in this their January 13th order. Or some other measure. It's generally what it's accepted as. What is the next cheapest dispatchable unit of capacity? That tends to be some form of a CT right now.
Okay.
It has been.
Okay. You aware of how many CTs have been built in PJM over the last few years?
I track a great deal of things, but I don't have that number on me.
Okay.
No.
I want to go back to one of the questions that I think Mr. Fitzgerald asked you, and I don't. Do we have evidence in this record that net metering customers have the exact same internal energy demands? Residential net metering customers have the exact same internal demands in the aggregate amongst, I guess, the 70 of them, however many there are, as a residential customer that is not a net metering customer in the aggregate.
So in the aggregate, so you're saying in total?
Well, so the load profile provided to, that we'll just say the representative typical, I know those aren't the correct term, but, yeah. So the representative or typical load profile for a residential customer used for the purposes of his cost of service study that you provided him, right? I know it's an aggregate of multiple data points, but what you said is, this is basically the typical residential customer's usage times what the rate is, right? I'm asking.
Well, not the rate.
To get the revenues, I'm sorry, but take the rate out for a second. Yeah, sorry. You provided him that times the rate to get the revenues that he used in his cost of service study, right? To determine class rate of returns.
So just to clarify, Mr. Steagall used that residential profile that came from our load research team of experts, same as we used in the direct case. Again, the profile is the same, but when you're expanding it to a new group of customers or a subset of those customers, right? He expanded it based on actual net metering test year customer usage. We have that from the billing data. It came from staff 4-82. Kind of sad that I have that memorized at this point, but that is the data request it came from. And it's also the data request that I used to get the revenues from the test year and provided it to him. And again, I'm kind of parsing things here because you're using a profile, but when you take a customer or a subset of customers out of the rest of the group and you expand that profile to the new aggregate total, it's going to look a little different because those net metering customers, they may be different than in total usage, different from average in the total residential population. And so he did that in the class cost of service study. I provided him revenues based on, in supplemental testimony, it was just the revenues from the test year because we used the NMS construct. Then when Casilla asked that data request, got to thinking, well, it seems reasonable to do a run with what the revenues would look like under NMS2 because theoretically, none of the NMS customers are ever going to be on NMS2. They're grandfathered. So I made that change. Those calculations are provided in my supplemental rebuttal work papers. I provided him those revenues, and he included it in the new supplemental rebuttal class cost of service study.
Yeah, and I appreciate all that. I guess maybe I'm not smart enough to necessarily understand this. Do you all know, you said a residential customer is a residential customer is a residential customer. You can say they're a homogeneous class. What I'm asking is for net metering customers. There's a difference between what you see at the meter, right, for net metering customers and the rest of the residential class, right? Because no one else in the residential class is having exports into the system. So at a minimum, they're different there, right? I'm asking not at the meter level. I'm asking on internal demands for usage. Occasionally, internal demands of a residential net metering customer will be served by their own system, right? Occasionally, they'll be served by their own system and the larger distribution system. And sometimes they'll only be served, those demands, by the larger distribution system. I'm curious if you have provided any data, do I have anything to look at that shows that those internal demands are consistent amongst net meterers and and non-net meterers for both the residential and commercial class?
I get your question now. So when you're looking at a net metering customer, the only way you're going to have the true gross internal demand is if you separately meter the load and the generator. And we've not done that in Kentucky, and we don't do that in most states. But what we do have is we have the profile we put together based on the test year installed capacity solar in the service territory, in a service territory solar shape. So that's included in company witness Steagall's net metering profile, which is those net internal demands. And we then validated that against a statistically significant load research sample of Virginia net metering residential customers. That we have actual load research meters on 50 residential net metering customers just across the state line in our APCO Virginia service territory. We compared those profiles to make sure our composite Kentucky net metering profile was valid compared to actual load research.
In Virginia, do you all have the data that I was asking about?
Yes, we have actual interval data on 50 residential customers. We do not have the generation and the load metered separately. That was not what was approved there. We have,
Okay.
again, just the net, but we have it on a interval basis.
Okay.
Which is what we use to validate our interval profile here in Kentucky.
Do you have any of that separately metered data in any of your jurisdictions that you're aware of?
We might have a couple instances in West Virginia. There was a change in how they were metering things, but I'm not certain how many installations have gone in after that. But
okay.
Again, I would argue that the instantaneous net really is what would drive cost allocation. That's why we included that, right? So if you're netting that some portion of that internal demand, at the meter, the net demand is what's being imposed on our system, and that's what we've included in the class cost of service supplemental and supplemental rebuttal class cost of service study.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Now, I'll just say, per Mr. Phillips' testimony, there's a difference there that for class cost of service purposes, you're looking at the net, and Mr. Phillips is talking about how he still has to continue to be able to serve the gross, the pre-net gross for his distribution planning. And so I think for our consideration, that just could have been helpful data given that perspective of Mr. Phillips.
Well, one clarifier there would be that a lot of the company's highest distribution peak demands are at times, early winter mornings or winter evenings, as he indicated. I think almost all the high ones were, hour beginning 7 or 8 in January, February. So there's no sun at that point. It's still dark. So that gross or net profile is the internal demand of the customer.
Would you agree that there is no difference in the avoided compensation rate provided to a QF under your all's tariffs that are I was going to say 2, 5, and 10 megawatts, but I better watch that with the recent FERC filings. Let's say 1, 3, and 5 megawatts, that they're all compensated similarly?
Yes, if they all produce the cogen SPP tariff, again, assuming they all have like the same on-peak or total load factor, the size would not influence the compensation.
So if based on your all's projections, the avoided cost is based off of deferring or avoiding an 80 megawatt investment, right? Whether it's a 5 or a 3 or a 1 megawatt generator, it still gets the same avoided cost, even though that none of them individually or even the 3 in the aggregate are going to wholly avoid permanently that expected investment.
That's correct. That's why it's unitized into a dollars per kW month, right? So you're only avoiding or delaying a portion of that.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Vaughn. Ms. Blinn, do you have any redirect to Mr. Vaughn?
Yes, just a few questions, Your Honor. And could staff please present Company Exhibit 1?
Yes, we'll arrange for that. There's a little bit of a delay, so I'll make sure. Mr. Leach and Mr. Rippey, this is Kentucky Power's Exhibit 1.
Thank you. Mr. Vaughn, a few moments ago, you and the Vice Chair were discussing the company's load profile, and you indicated that the company validated the load profile that it used to develop net metering service 2 rates using Virginia data. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you please identify what is presented as company hearing exhibit 1?
Yeah, so here's a comparison of the peak hours that are in the class cost of service study, that drive the allocation of costs that, we've talked about today and that Mr. Steagall presented in that embedded class cost of service study with NMS customers peeled out of their standard rate classes, standard tariff classes. And, as we mentioned, we do not have interval meters on our customers in Kentucky, so our net metering customers in Kentucky. We just have interval load research meters on a statistically significant sample of the residential population, for the residential class. So we do have 50 load research meters on residential DG solar net metering customers in Virginia, and we compared that test year data, interval data compared to the composite interval data we put together for the Kentucky profile based on, again, the standard residential class profile less the average installed solar system for the residential class during the test year. And what you see here is that those cost-causing peaks are reduced, on average, they're reduced more in our Kentucky profile than they are in the Virginia profile. And that does make sense to me because the average installed system for the test year was a bit larger in Kentucky than it was in the Virginia profile. Again, they're geographically very similar, so you're going to see very similar solar generation between the two. So that, I think that difference in installed KW makes up for the, essentially validates the larger peak reductions you're seeing in the Kentucky profile. So again, I think it's the Virginia statistical interval data validates what we did here in class cost of service and shows that it's even a little bit conservative.
Thank you. Now, also with regard to the cross-examination and questions this evening about the load profile, you've read Casilla witness Inskeep's testimony, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that Mr. Inskeep criticizes Kentucky Power Company's cost of service study and a load profile because it assigned a demand of 0 for hours when the respective net metering class was exporting electricity to the grid.
Yes.
Do you agree with that criticism?
No, I don't, because the class cost of service study is taking a load profile, not looking at excess generation or purchase power, which is what excess, that excess generation, when you zeroed load out, now you're pushing generation onto our system. That is what we're looking at there. And essentially, if you didn't do that, the company's tariff would then be paying twice for that same kilowatt hour by giving them credit for a reduced class allocation of that negative load or positive excess generation, and paying them the avoided cost price. So you only count it one way or the other.
Thank you. And would staff mind please putting back up onto the screen Appendix C to the Commission's December 18th, 2019 order in case number 2019-00256. This was discussed with company witness Steagall earlier today.
I know they're working on it.
Thank you. This is my last line of questioning. Thank you. Mr. Vaughn, do you have that Appendix C to the referenced order in front of you?
I do.
And were you listening when Mr. Steagall walked through with the Vice Chairman the steps set forth in the methodology section of this report?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Could you, if you could, because I believe Mr. Steagall indicated that some of the steps in the, well, I know that Mr. Steagall indicated that some of the steps in the company's analysis you performed. Could you walk through each of these steps and compare what the company did, as compared to the Brattle report that's in front of us?
Yeah, I would say generally the company followed a very similar approach here, and that in step one, we came up with what is that net profile or cost of service reduction from a net metering customer compared to a standard tariff class customer, what the customer would otherwise be if they weren't a customer generator. Step two on the calculation of bills, that's we did this multiple ways, again, whether it was under NMS or then what it would look like under NMS2. That's included in my supplemental rebuttal work papers. Again, we looked at monthly billing information for all billing and usage information for all of the test year net metering customers to include in that class cost of service analysis. Step three talks about, essentially what Mr. Steagall did, a cost of service study here. The benefit cost approach, when you're looking at excess gen, that is my avoided cost pricing and the various exhibits throughout the entirety of this 9-month hearing on that matter. What is that incremental excess generation worth? 4 and 5 are just kind of the results and the conclusions, and we came to the same conclusion in the end as Dr. Faruqi and the Brattle team did. We don't have the same magnitude of subsidies here because we don't have obviously the same penetration as the Southwest and California does.
Thank you. And in your expert opinion, is there any respect in which Kentucky Power's analyses presented in this case materially differ from the methodology that Brattle outlined in this report?
I don't think so. No, I mean, Brattle walks through a very basic kind of how would you do this? Bottom up, top down. You look at what the effect of a customer's load is on the company's cost of service and on their system, whether that is with or without a generator. We've done that. We did that initially through the peak load analysis that I talked about in our rebuttal testimony. We looked at what the avoided costs are when you add an increment of generation or an excess generation. When we came to the materially the same conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Ms. Bloom, would you like to move to introduce your exhibit number 1?
Yes, I move for admission of company exhibit number 1. Thank you.
Is there any objection? So ordered. Ms. Vinsel, at this point, I think you've also moved to introduce, or you've introduced or provided exhibit number 1, which is the highlighted version of 278-466, and the final order, I think, in the 2008 interconnection case. Would you like to move for their introduction?
Yes, I would like to move that PSC Exhibit 1 and 2 be introduced.
Any objection? All right, so ordered. Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. Ms. Blend, Ms. Glass, Ms. Overstreet, rest of council. I think that will be it for tonight. Ms. Vinsel, I think given the information we provided today by Mr. Fitzgerald, does anybody have an objection with Mr. Fitzgerald calling his 2 witnesses first, Mr. Bills and Mr. Robigo, first thing in the morning at 9 a.m.?
No objection from the company, Your Honor.
Okay, and I guess before we move on, Ms. Blend, is that all that the company has, or is all the company's witnesses in case?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anything else that we need to take care of at this moment? Ms. Vinsel, anything else?
No, I cannot think of anything further.
I know, I feel like I'm forgetting something. All right, not hearing anything, we'll adjourn until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, at which point Mr. Fitzgerald and the joint interveners will be calling their first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry. One further item. Is Mr. Vaughn excused?
Yes,
for the remainder of the hearing?
Yes, all of the Kentucky Power witnesses at this point can be excused, although we certainly would appreciate Mr. Madison's company if he can stay with us tomorrow just in case.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're good.
goodness.